Easy, I'm going to tell you, man, sometimes bad things happen. Yo, I know, G. Yeah, man, I know you know a little something about that because, you know, you died way too young. Yeah, I know that. I'm dead. Yeah, remember when I was at your grave, man? And I put an old English there just for you. Man, I appreciate you saying that. See, I'm like a ventriloquist now. What up, y'all? We're back draining. It's been a minute. That last game started too dang late in the day, and so we're here after the UK game, and it was not a lot of fun from an Auburn perspective. Auburn loses the game by a whole lot. I forgot the score already. It's like 86 to fucking something, 86-54. And Auburn, let's be honest, guys. I mean, they were competitive for maybe the first 15 minutes, 16 minutes, and then things got really ugly there heading into halftime. And you expect them to come out after halftime and just kind of galvanize, and instead, man, it was bad. 9-2 run to open the second half for UK, and it really just kind of continued to be like a 9-2 run for a really long time, and Kentucky was just way better. Kentucky shot the ball well. Kentucky rebounded the ball exceptionally well, and I can't think of a part of the game that Auburn was particularly good at today. Nothing went well. There's some numbers that really stand out to me. First of all, Janai Broome had 1 rebound. 0 defensive rebounds for him. Al Flanagan had 0 defensive rebounds today. And Auburn finished with 4 assists. 4 in a whole game. Oh, boy. AU Storm, who's one of our smartest basketball callers, well, one of our smartest callers in general, but certainly in basketball, says UK exposed this team's fatal flaw. You're right. There's a couple things this UK exposed today. First of all, something we've talked about on the show, I know you have as well, AU Storm, just that Auburn's guards are so small. And when you take on a team like this, like Kentucky, that has 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" guys playing 1-2-3, it's a problem. It was a problem at Georgia. It was a problem against A&M both times. It's a problem against Alabama. And then Kentucky has those kinds of guards too. And they absolutely torched them. I think the starting 1 and 2 combined for 40 points, and yikes. I mean, you expect Oscar Tshiebwe to have a great game, and he did. He was a dominating presence for sure, but you don't expect a point guard and a shooting guard to kill you that way, and that's just that's something that happens to Auburn this year. Listening to BP after the game talk about, we just kind of got out physicaled at that position. He's right, but he's also the guy who put this roster together, and you kind of wonder, like, what exactly were you thinking coming in? Because that's a major flaw, right? Also, I want to address another one that I don't necessarily know that AU Storm was talking about, but this team, to me, I'm not sure they have the mental, it's more like emotional or psychological ability to take a game back that is in the shitter, right? I mean, the 2018 team did not have that ability. If you recall in the NCAA tournament, the game against Clemson reminded me of this game where things got away and it just, you can't pull it back. Hell, the 19 team had a game like this in Rupp Arena. They lost by 26, I think, that year, and it set the tone for a really nice run in March Madness. But I don't think this team has that ability. I do think this team can get in the tournament and win some games, and win a couple games. But to get there, they've got to get over some kind of a psychological hump that allows that kind of performance to actually occur on an actual court. It's just hard to kind of fathom. Let's get over here to our main digs where we hang out and talk about the Auburn Tigers. I said in my game wrap from last week, by the way, that's a Blitzboard right there. Pipe Layer Nick, you guys know, friend of the show, friend of us. He makes these. They're called Blitzboards, Cincy Blitzboards, and it's basically a drinking game. You throw dice from one end of that bad boy to another. You try to get the dice into that little hole, and you score points if you can get that die into the end zone. It's a pretty cool concept. Hopefully, I was thinking about me and administrative assistant actually making a video showing people how to play the game, but it's fun. We played it earlier, and it's a good time. So if you guys are wondering what that is, that's exactly what it is. We have got some super chats coming in. 2 of our true legends are at Rupp Arena, or were at Rupp Arena for the game today. Pocket Watch jumping in saying he's draining at Rupp, which is a true statement. He and Canoeman were there together. I would assume together. I don't know. They usually party together. good long-term friends who met at Auburn, draining from the Central Bank Center. Outstanding. Canoeman actually contacted me earlier today because he thought I was going to be in Lexington. That was the goal. And he was looking for places for us to drain, which is just how legendary that guy is. He's so selfless. And we absolutely love him. That's why he's just such an important, he and Pocket are such important people when it comes to the auburnsports.com community. I love those guys. Also, Corey W., one of the absolute legends from the Montgomery market, which we always love partying with him and his wife on Friday nights. Usually it's every other Friday night, and it was not this Friday night, unfortunately, so hopefully we'll catch him up on the next one. Says, can we legit win the NIT? I don't know if this team can win that many games in a row. I don't know yet. Something's got to change. And, we can say, okay, look, terrible game, bad matchup, all those things are true. It's guys, I was a junior, I think, in high school the last time that Auburn won in Rupp. So it's not crazy to think that Auburn would go to Rupp and lay an egg. It's happened many times, but something's got to change. Something's got to change. And it's now or never. Cassidy P, one of the absolute legends, who was my proxy at the Breeders' Cup this year, he and his wife, generously getting me some goodies while in Lexington at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup. I believe he's working out of the greater Atlanta area. This is not helping off of Shibwe. Didn't work. No boards. No boards. Janai had 1 rebound, brother. 1. And for Al Flanagan to not have a defensive rebound is just like, what? It can't even happen. AU Storm says, any game against athletic guards, we get absolutely torched. Nothing we can do about it. Yeah, it's a fatal flaw. We love talking about the shooting guard situation. It is a mess. I mean, I'm not defending it, but like the defensive problems at 1 and 2 are just amazing. They're so bad, and it happens all the time. D Leggy says 4 assists. Is that because we are selfish or because we can't shoot? I'm gonna say both. Yeah, I don't know. Selfish is the right word in this situation when you just can't even play your game because Kentucky's defense is so good, or it was today anyway. But yeah, not making shots is a big part of that. Cameron M says, good day to you, my good sir. Glad to have you here on the show, Cameron. Poppy Clan in the house. Says we try to get home with 1 headlight. That's one of my favorite idioms, brother. $1 to Jacob Dillon for that one. You are right, though. This team is flawed and it's messy, but you just got to get it home. Got to get in the tournament, man, because if this team doesn't make the NCAA tournament, that's an F. That's an L, and there's no way out of that. I mean, the expectations on this team were high, and maybe they shouldn't have been as high as they were, but come on, man. This team still has players, and BP's been the guy who's able to manufacture a little bit more than what he has usually, so he's got to get in the tournament, and he knows that. He addressed that after the game in his post-game comments with Andy. He thinks they're an 11 seed right now, and they're going to have work to do to get in. He thinks they need another win, and I just didn't expect Auburn to lay the egg like this. I mean, I'd expected them to lose, but not to lose like this. And guys, they just got punched around. They were like a piñata today. Cleveland Brown says, stay hydrated. Currently smoking ribs on a charcoal grill. Do we have a lamp? Guys, do we have a lamp sound? I am never, ever going to hire another Bammer. Seriously, I need Vanderbilt kids in here. And you should take it personally. Another stinker. Yeah, it was Cleveland. Thank you for reminding me, first of all, to stay hydrated. Second of all, Whale Driver from the greater community at auburnsports.com, and he does post here sometimes, passed this along. Acquired this bourbon. For me, it's a Joseph A. Magnus. Delicious, 100 proof, bourbon. Delicious bourbon. I believe this is from Indiana. Beautiful copper hue in that. It's delightfully dark. And we're going to crack this bad boy open. And as Cleveland mentioned, we will stay hydrated as we're drinking this. You guys know that when I'm on the air, I have a tendency to not be able to open bottles. But I like to open them fresh, I don't like coming on with a half-open bottle. God dang it. Come on, bro. This is scintillating. Come back here. This is scintillating video. But I am going to open this Joseph A. Magnus bottle, and we're going to drink the shit out of it. I was supposed to go to Kentucky this weekend with Henry and see some of my homies and homegirls. As you guys know, I went to Kentucky. I'm a graduate of Kentucky and also Transylvania University, which is about 4 blocks north of Rupp Arena. But I don't know. It just wasn't going to happen this time, man. Henry had Henry had a schedule situation that was totally reasonable, and I wasn't able to meet it, and so we were going to have to go separately, and that just wasn't worth it. So let's pour out some of this Joseph A. Magnus. I don't really know what we can celebrate on this evening. We can all celebrate that we're together, and we have the wonders of the internet to bring us together on this show, The Brain Drain. So to you, the Drainers. Oh, I like that a lot. That's a really good bourbon. If you guys ever run across this, I think it's worth it. Usually you see these at retail for about $100, something like that. They may have gone up a little bit. If you see the cigar blend, I strongly recommend you just pull that. Don't even worry about it. I'd probably say the same thing about this. Big fan of that. And again, Whale Driver made this possible. Was trying to hook up with me during football season, and I couldn't get to him. And then I couldn't get to him in basketball season because I've been here doing the shows. And so he sent this along. He met Henry at the Vanderbilt game and sent it along. So, I mean, that's just legendary if you ask me. Thank you very much, Whale Driver, for that. Ravine jumps in as well. Ravine, of course, an all-time legend here on the Brain Drain. It says, don't confuse defensive effort for having a good defense. Our defense has not been consistent at all this year. Can Bruce fix this for next year? I'm not sure I would agree with that, Ravine. I think the defense comes and goes. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not. I would never say this team's strength is its offense. Usually it's deflections and steals leading to transition opportunities, and that's kind of like BP's blueprint anyway, so you would expect that. But defensively, not good tonight, and really not great in the Ole Miss game the other day. And they got out-rebounded in that game, too. It was getting really bad in the Ole Miss game. They made up some ground during the final 10 minutes to make that number better. I think they lost the rebounding number there by 10. And today it was 18, so not good. Runner 24 is here with us. Been a minute. Hey, JGT. What's up, Runner 24, who got a Swoogan glass this past year, as I recall, after a terrific call. We love having him on the air. Let's see. Hot Dog Water says, somehow this is on Harson. Completely agree with that. We'll find a way. Turtle says, lock JGT up, on and on and on. Why are you doing that? What is he doing up there? War Eagle 0008, absolutely a legend. One of the channel legends for sure. Need new guards. I know everybody else likes them. No, hold on now. You know, that's not what I've been saying. He knows everyone likes them, but they are not SEC caliber. Thanks for the show, Jay. Appreciate you being here, brother. First of all, I agree with you. And I'm not someone who is in love with these guards. I mean, I like Wen. I think we all like Wen. He's a likable character, but guys, I have to agree, man. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's good enough. We've got a lot of data now, and he's too hot and cold, and he's short, and he's small, and he just gets out-moded by these big, long guards. He's not a great defender anyway. He's kind of an effort defender, I guess. And when he's 5'10 or 5'9 or whatever he is, and he's going up against a 6'4" point guard, I mean, he's in an inherent disadvantage that he just can't overcome. And then on the scoring end, he's just up and down too. He gives you a lot of effort, and so it's not like laziness or passivity. It's just that I don't think he's good enough, and I actually personally don't think he's going to be on the roster next year because I think that Aiden Holloway, the freshman who's coming in, who signed forever ago, I think he's going to be better than Wen right out of the gate. And I think at that point, Wen's going to have to make a decision for himself, right? Like, what I want to do. Jesse W. says this team just doesn't have it. I think you might be right. I still think they have the ability, man, but that window's closing, and I just wonder if, it's going to take a major adjustment mentally to just get tougher, man, to pull games like this back. You go into Rupp Arena against a UK team that's been playing better basketball lately, and then they have great players. They're finally coming together as a team, so I'm not shocked. Nobody in this chat would be pissed if Auburn lost the game by 8 or 6 or 4 or 5. But to lose it by a shitload, man. I mean, and at one point there, guys, let's be real. 16-minute mark of the second half to about the 5-minute mark of the second half, it was just nothing. Like, I'll never say a team quit because I don't know that, and I've learned my lesson. having said that and written that about Auburn football many years ago and said I'll never do it again because I don't know. But I'll just say it sure seemed like they were spitting the bit, guys. And BP wasn't real shy about it postgame. He talked about how it just wasn't good enough. And, that's kind of what it means. Jackson S. jumping in, who super chatted us last time we were here live on the show. He says it's a good time to move on from a good chunk of this team and hit the portal hard, considering Aiden is our only recruit coming in. Katie, Dylan, Flan, Chris Moore, thanks for everything, but time to move on and maybe win. Yeah, there's some truth to that. Now, I am a Dylan Cardwell stan. I am 100% a Dylan Cardwell stan. I don't think he's a starter. I don't think he's a stud, but I do like him as a backup center. He's a good defender. He has very quick feet. And if he can just get right mentally, I think he's a fine player. I really do. I think he's like an 8 or 9 player for you. I don't have a problem with him. And Al's going to probably just go anyway. Chris Moore, great kid, great practice guy, great team guy. You want people like that on your team, but dude, Leor went 3 or 4 shifts today. Didn't hit shit. Defense was bad as usual. I mean, he just doesn't have the quick twitch to stay with the top slashers, and he's got to play against 2s and 3s, and it's because Chris Moore's not good enough. And KD, I don't know. You either love him or you hate him. You love the facial expressions, you love the passion, you love the energy, but you hate the silly turnovers when he drives into a triple team. You hate the 3-pointers from 30 feet that he jacks up with 22 seconds left on the shot clock. The shit drives you crazy. I know it does because I just look at it and go, I don't even know what's going on there. He's just like a more malignant version of Casey Ross Miller, in my opinion. And Casey was pretty malignant. And I love the passion. I do. It's not like he's just sitting there and doesn't give a shit. But, sheesh. Cassidy P jumping in again. Let's see. I'm keeping it rot gut fancy tonight with Evan Williams White Label. Hey, man, that's a good bourbon for the price. One of the best in that price range. No shit. You have to kind of stoop low to get that off your shelf at the ABC store. I know you're over in Georgia, but that's a good, solid, credible bourbon at a really good price. So to me, when someone tells me they're drinking Evan Williams, that tells me that's somebody who knows what they're doing. Because we don't need great bourbon every minute. I happen to be having great bourbon right now because of Whale Driver, but I don't drink, stuff like this all the time. I can't. Nobody can. Well, some people can. Oh, Cassidy P says Q sometimes may be good. You know what? I got that, buddy.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Yeah, that's the deal right there. Let's see. Corey W says this team looks wore down. I fear the tank is on empty. That was exactly what I led with in my game wrap today. I said they just wore down. I felt like that was going on in the Ole Miss game midweek. They pulled it out, but they lost. They won that game by 4. I felt like they were 15 or 20 points better than Ole Miss, and they just didn't win that game by more because they were wore out. The bench was ass that day, and then the bench was ass today, too. Don't get it wrong. They had 15 points at the end. But, dude, they had 0 points in the first half when shit was actually going down, and they didn't get their first bucket until I think KD hit a 3 at around the 16-minute mark of the second half. That's the first points by the bench. You're 25 minutes into the game of an important game. Scotty B in Tennessee says, well, that sucked. Yeah, you're right about that. Collins M, legend, says, what's up, playa? I'm glad to see you on the show, bro. I know it's a better show when you're around. Appreciate that, man. Diluke, finish that comment, man. I'd like to know more about what you were going to ask. War Eagle 0008 says, when is a good dude who should have stayed at EKU? I think he's better than EKU, but, guys, it reminds me so much. I'm a Raiders fan. You guys know that. I live and die with the Raiders. I watch every single snap. He's just like Derek Carr. It's the same thing with Derek Carr, who is a good quarterback, but you're just never going to get anything special out of him, right? And, you will get flashes from Wynn, but I don't want to be out here dogging on the kid. He's not – he cares. He's busting his ass, man, to be the best player he can be for Auburn. He is. But he's just not a game changer. And you've got a game changer coming in. So let's just let him be a game changer and try to maximize him. Whale Driver jumps in, says, does a win over Tennessee plus a W in the SEC tournament get us in? I don't think it's going to take that much, honestly, Whale Driver. By the way, thank you for the Joseph Magnus. I mentioned that earlier. Does a loss to Tennessee and 2 SEC tournament wins get us in? Yeah. Yeah, that would get it. Guys, I think they're only one. BP said after the game he thinks they're in 11 right now and they need to do something to move up. By the way, War Eagle says that's so disrespectful to Carr. Hey, man, I was a Derek Carr fan for the longest time and defended him, but I just, at the end, I just couldn't. I mean, I love him. I would like to hang out with him. I wish he was my friend in real life. I think a lot of him as a person, but as a quarterback, he needs to go somewhere where fucking 8-8 is good. He needs to go for the Panthers or somewhere like that. I know we got some Panthers fans in here that are going to get mad about it, but I'm just saying. This is so... I need to get this type a little bit bigger right over here. Let's see. There's Pipe right there jumping in. Whale Driver, thank you for the bourbon. There's Pipe player Nick jumping in saying boiler up. Of course, he's our favorite Purdue fan. A guy who lives in the greater Cincinnati area. And me and J-Dub met him and his wife Daphne on one of our trips down in the Caribbean. And Nick is the wrong hand, Jay. Nick is the genius behind these Blitzboards, which we played today for the first time. It's pretty damn fun. I enjoyed it. I really did. And I would encourage you guys, if you guys are interested in that, I may make a video to show you all how it's played. But you can contact them on their Facebook page or on their Twitter. It's like Cincy Blitzboards. If you look it up, I think it's at Blitzboards on Twitter, I think it is. And they also have a Facebook page, which I joined today. And I've been following them on Twitter for a while. So if you guys are interested in that. Let's see. Poppy Clan says, thank you, JGT, for speaking reason. Wen needs to not be in the team next year. Maybe go back to Eastern Kentucky. He's good, just not good enough. Yeah, it hurts me to say that. It hurts me. It really does. But I don't know, man. I don't like having these conversations because I don't want it to be framed that JG hates Wen. No, I don't. I love Wen, but I mean, his team needed him today, and he did not perform. He wasn't the only one, but. He's the guy with the ball in his hands most often. And they've got 4 assists, and he's got 2 of them. 2 assists. I mean, jeez. Let's see. Coy Dub says, is it possible that Wynn and KD are processed to go along with Zepp leaving, take 2 from the portal? Yes, absolutely that's possible. There's no doubt that's possible. They need to hit the portal hard. Corey Weber, of course, jumping in to say, Jay, why do you hate Wynn? I love it. Absolutely love it. Love you guys. Ravine says the part where we went totally cold and we're non-existent in the second half is not a new thing for our team. You're right. This has been an issue for multiple seasons. I don't remember it being this bad lately. But it does seem like every game, Ravine, they're in some kind of a funk multiple times, right? I remember I didn't follow all the shots in the second half because I was working on the game wrap, which you can find on the front of auburnsports.com right now. But I know in the first half they had 2 separate runs of 5 missed shots in a row, and I'm certain they had at least one of those in the second half. And it's just like these droughts are just brutal. Go to the hole, and either put it in the hole or get a foul and at least score some points at the free throw line. And it's just not there. What 9 of 14 from the free throw line today. I mean, 14 free throws attempted, and we could talk about officiating, but I didn't think it was bad today. I didn't think officiating was unfair. I think UK just went out there and beat Auburn's ass. I mean, I hate to say it. I really hate to say it. Feel like a stranger jumping in. Stud, no doubt about it. Word up, yikes. Our guards are not athletic enough to be that small. Our bigger players got worked on the boards. Much love to all, especially Mama Tay. Thank you for the words about my mom. Still doing stable. Just hanging in there day to day. But, yeah, you're right. I don't know about the athletic part. I don't know about that, but definitely too small, and they just get outdone, man. They just get worked over by guys that are longer and better. I don't know what else to say. Cassidy P says agreed on having solid daily hooch. Not all days can be 15-plus year bourbons. You're right. And I want to say something, too. I mentioned this, I think, on the last show, because Denton's mom and dad We did a blind taste testing with some of his bourbons, and he's got a lot of really good stuff. And one of the worst bourbons that we had tried on the blind taste test was Elijah Craig 18. That was one that got some very low ratings from all of us. When we drank it, we didn't know what it was at the time. It was just like bottle 6 or whatever. It came in like a little thing like this, and so we didn't know what it was. And that was the lowest rated bourbon that we had out of 9 at the time. I just didn't think it was very good at all. So that's a great example right there. If you're going to get Elijah Craig 18, probably at retail, that's what, $140-ish? Secondary is going to probably cost you $180-ish, maybe $200, and it ain't worth it, man. I'll take 4 rows of single barrel or whatever 4 rows you get your hands on all day over that one. Just my opinion. Turtle says, I'm wanting Oklahoma City Thunder to draft Jalen Williams so they can have a starting 5 with Jalen Williams, and Jalen Williams. You're right. You're absolutely right. They play a 6 Jalen and an 8 Jalen. That's how I know them apart. They actually kind of look the same, too. When you see him on the court just from far away. But that would be pretty sweet. I hope he's good. I hope he's good enough. Jalen is at the next level to be able to play in the NBA. I love what he brings. Let's see, Wargle 0008 still talking about Derek Carr. He's a top 12 quarterback and Wynn shouldn't even be in D1. I think he belongs in D1. I don't know where he belongs. I really don't. Cassidy P jumps in, said it's hard for Bruce teams to win without three-point shooting. I agree. Consistent transition or a productive bench. We're lacking in all three. I think the three-point shooting would be good enough, just right there. It wouldn't be good enough to win a national title or anything, but I think it would take this team from like where it is, like average, to like good, And they just struck out. Everybody they wanted at shooting guard was concerned about what they perceived as a logjam at 2-3. Because look at it. If you're Terrence Shannon, who's at Illinois now, who left Texas Tech, was a kind of a free agent, so to speak, ended up choosing Illinois. He looks at the Auburn roster and he says, okay, they've got Zep Jasper coming back. Remember, he was pretty decent last year. Chris Moore playing wing. Al Flanagan playing wing with his dad on staff. Katie Johnson playing 2. It looks like it's a cluttered depth chart, and so it scares them away. It scared away Eric Stevenson. It scared away Julian Phillips, who went to Tennessee. It's just weird. We all look at this and go, God bless, man, there's not a single 2 on the roster. But like last summer, if you're coming into this, you're like, they have too many. It's weird. Ryan S. jumping into the chat. Former Auburn Tiger. Actually played in uniform and is now in the greater Nashville area. We met him and his wife and his, mostly him and his wife. I think he had a child at the time. It's been a while. Said, Jay, how do you fix this team? They seem to be mentally weak and lack a dude. You're right about that. They need like a big balls three-point shooter to play 2 guard is what they need. They need a big-ass stud, like a DNGAF kind of guy to play 2, which to me, if you could get one guy, it would be Matthew Morrell. Not saying nationally, but I'm just thinking of the guys that like are in the SEC. Matthew Morrell plays at Ole Miss. 6'4" shooting guard. Has not had a great year shooting threes this year, but they've asked him to do a lot because that team's just short. They fired Kermit the other day. And the year before, when they were more balanced and they were a little bit better, he had a great year shooting the basketball. So to me, that would be a terrific guy to add if he's somebody. Somebody like that. That way you get some length, you get some shooting, and you get some big balls, right? You get somebody who isn't going to be scared. Pipe Layer Nick says, put it in the hole. I probably said that earlier about the guards, but you can also do that as far as the Blitzboard game goes because you're throwing dice from one end to the other, and if you can get it in the little hole, that's a 10-point shot, and that's going to get you, 10% of the way to a championship. That's what I'm talking about. So Ryan asks, as far as fixing this problem, I don't think it's fixable right now. I really don't. I think that this team could play better. I think what they showed in Rupp Arena is kind of a misnomer. I don't think they're as good as Kentucky right now, but they're not 35 points worse. They just kind of spit the bit a little bit today. And maybe they got, maybe they got in all Rupp Arena. It's so cavernous and loud, and it literally shakes when they start going. I know because I've been there, and I've been a student, a fan in that arena, jumping up and down when when Kentucky was playing Starbury back in the day. I was there. Let's see. Corey Dub says, I'm disappointed at the talent level in year 9. Okay, that I get, but it's not. Don't look at it as like a year 1 to year 9 thing because it kind of changes from year to year. Like, you're rebuilding and putting pieces together each year. They didn't get what they needed for this year. Obviously, they're missing some important pieces, but next year it can be fixed. You just you get a couple big hits in the portal and you're good. Plus, you're going to have Aiden coming in, who's a stud, and I think you're going to have some guys coming back that are going to be better. I mean, Chance has a chance, no pun intended, to be better. You would think is going to be better. Dylan's coming back to give you some defensive presence. Janai's going to be back. I mean, I don't know. I think they can be fine. I think they can be good next year. It's just they've got to win some in the portal, which they did not do this year. Hot Dog Water says, I can't spend more than $75 on a bottle. I'm cheap, LOL. I stand behind that. I do think that the absolute best bourbons are more than $75, but once you get to about the $50 range, you start having this like diminishing returns, right? Like $100 gets you like a 1% better bourbon, and in some cases a 1% worse bourbon. I happen to think that Parker's Heritage Double Barreled is the best bourbon out there, and to find that at retail is probably $180. To find that in secondary is probably $400, maybe a little bit more than that. That is a tremendous bourbon, but how much better is that bourbon than, say, Disco 8 or a good stay-finished Maker's Mark, which I've been drinking here lately, the Montgomery blend of the Maker's Mark Select? Not much. It's not much, guys. It certainly isn't $400 worth. Taxman says it's hard for anyone to win without three-point shooting. That's a great question, brother. I'm going to pull this up, even though I haven't figured out a way to let y'all see me do this. But I'm going to pull up Ken Palm here. And I am going to look, while you guys are watching me, at the best three-point shooting teams in the country and what their records are. I'm curious. I really am. I got to figure out how to do this, though. All right, so Auburn's three-point shooting right now is 30.2%. They're 338 in the country, which is ass. Best three-point shooting team in the country is Colgate. They are 23-8. The second best three-point shooting team in the country are the Toledo Rockets, and they are 23-6. The third best three-point shooting team in the country is Stephen F. Austin. They are 18-10. Wow. They are butt-naked last in turnovers on offense, so they can't take control. They can't care for the ball at all. Their turnover percentage is the highest in the country, too, so they've got a ball-handling problem. Xavier is the next best three-point shooting team. They are 21-8. And their stats look pretty good. They just don't get any steals is their problem. Kind of a weird, like a passive defense. UNC Asheville, 24-7. They have won probably, I'm estimating here, 18 of their last 19 games. Detroit Mercy, also an outstanding three-point shooting team, but they got all kinds of defensive problems. They're 13-18. They have a player from Birmingham who's trying to be the all-time leading scorer in NCAA history playing over there. What a stud that guy is. Penn State, another excellent three-point shooting team, 17-11, but they've got some serious rebounding problems. When you look at these statistical markers, it's like, holy shit. They can't get to the line and they can't rebound. Belmont, also a very good three-point shooting team, 20-10 right now. They don't get to the line either, so they're just very easy to defend, even though they're good shooters. And then Utah State is also a top 10 three-point shooting team. They're 22-7 right now and have won 6 of their last 8. So you're right, Taxman. When you can shoot the three-pointers, you can definitely get yourself in situation. Cassidy P says, in lieu of Parker's Double Barrel, try Peerless. I am a huge fan of Peerless, by the way. Speaking of Peerless, a man who has been to Peerless, super chat from JBDC Elite. I'll be back to you in just a second, Canoeman. JBDC Elite, who's been to Peerless. I toured Peerless with him. He said, coached Isaac to an ugly U10 win, so I watched the game late on DVR. It was well worth the wait for our Big Blue household. Good luck the rest of the way. I will give you a applause. We will. Right, guys? Thank you. JB and his wife, Crystal, are both UK graduates. I know because I was there to see them when they were UK students. And he's a UK fan, of course. JBDC Elite, thank you, sir. His son Isaac was on the show, I believe, and in fact, I know Iron Bowl Day. We had him on late, so we were pretty fired up to have him on the show. What a stud that guy is. Ian and Isaac are both going to be studs, along with Sophia. Canoeman, why am I stuttering? Canoeman jumps in against us. Please smash the like button, folks. Thank you. We only have 16 likes so far, even though we have 55,000 people on the show. That would be terrific. And Cassidy P, thank you for that. The Parker's Double versus the Peerless Double. You were saying Peerless Double. Interesting. So my man Cuz, Denton's dad, he had a sip of the Peerless Double a couple weeks ago, and he said he thought it was just okay. So I didn't end up getting it myself. I am a huge fan of the Peerless Red, although it's a little cinnamony, and if you're into cinnamon, I think it's a good pull. If you're not into cinnamon, if you don't think that sounds good, I wouldn't touch it. I happen to love it. It's one of my 5 favorite bourbons. Hard to find in the state of Alabama. Easy to find in other places, specifically Georgia. Dwayne Phillips says he thinks 3 more games and this season will be over. I don't know about that, man. So, there's no chance they miss the NIT. That's definitely going to happen. Now, if you're saying season over, like from we ain't getting anywhere good, fair enough. But this team's going to play. This team's going to play more games. There's no doubt about it. Ryan S. asked, does Chance and Johan stay? That's anybody's guess. I actually asked a couple people that who would know or who I thought would know the answer to that question, and they kind of were like, listen, guys, these days in the world of personnel management in college basketball, there's no way to know. You really don't. When I watch them in practice, and you know very well, we've talked about this many times, that Yo and Chance both play scout team. They're like really engaged, Like they're having fun. They're scouting. They're on the scouts, but like they interact with the varsity guys and they joke around with the varsity guys, and particularly Chance, because he's kind of a cut up a little bit, but they seem happy and fine. So my guess is that they'll be back, and I think they'll both have an opportunity to play. Well, but yeah, just both. I think you're going to have an opportunity to play a lot next year. So I don't think that they would be looking at the roster and saying, well, we don't have a chance here. No. Come on now. Cassidy P says, palates vary, but I certainly enjoyed the Peerless Double last time I was in Lexington at Justin's House of Bourbon near my aunt's home. Is that the one down by Rupp Arena? I've been in there. I don't know if there's another one. Justin's House of Bourbon, which was rated by the essentially the Kentucky version of the alcohol board maybe 2 months ago. I don't know what the status is of that place now. And they were kind of off-putting or nebulous, I should say, about why they were even rating them in the first place. Let's see. Pipe says, I'll check back in later. Got a boiler ball game we'll watch. Hang in there, fellas. That's right. He's a Purdue fan. Purdue's having a terrific year with Zach Edey, the probable National Player of the Year. A 7'3" player, maybe taller, who can actually play. He's not just some freak. He is a freak, but anywho. Cassidy P says his aunt lives on West 3rd Street, adjacent to Trancy. Wow, that is a really cool neighborhood right there. It's like really, really old homes from like literally the 1800s that have been, in most cases, been updated, and they're just absolutely beautiful. Lots of brick, lots of big-ass trees, and it's just a really nice aesthetic. Courtney and I used to walk around there and just pledge to ourselves that we would live in a house like that someday. It turns out, now that I'm 50, we don't really want that, but I sure do like hanging out there. There's no doubt about it. War Eagle says, I'm glad Chance and Yo are having fun, seeing as they're both top 35 recruits. Yeah, that's the best you can do. When you're on scout team and stuff, I just, you just try to look at the body language and see if they're really engaged or not. And they both seem like they are to me. I'm not Sigmund Freud. But I did stay at Holiday Inn last night, and I also have 2 degrees in psychology, so, take that for what it's worth, guys. Jay Olive Sr. with the worst overreaction I've seen here. This is the worst team of the new Bruce Pearl era. and there's no excuse for it. What does new Bruce Pearl mean? Because he had some shitty teams in the beginning, man. It wasn't his fault. He was walking into Tony Barbie's mess. But in the 2020 team, a lot of weird things going on with that team. But no, was it the 21 team? It was the team with Sharif, so that would have been the 21 team. It was very weird. I mean, Sharif was out for half the season. JP was playing point guard. Like, JL Senior since Bruce turned it around. I would still say that 21 team was more disappointing because I thought that Sharif would show up when he got going and absolutely flatten everybody in the way. And he didn't really do that. He's a good player, don't get me wrong. And I loved his death-defying drives to the hole because they were so creative, and he was just so good at like splitting double teams and just being a huge dick to people. I loved that. But I thought that team was disappointing. I really thought that team would be better. And I know, guys, it's so easy to just say what could have been, but that COVID team with Samir as the star player, I mean, they were going to the tournament. They were playing some good basketball. War Eagle 0008 says the 21 team was way more talented than this team. Now, I completely agree with you on that. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that, but I don't know, man. Like this team doesn't bug me as much as the 21 team did. Because I just felt like that team was underperforming in a big-time way. Canoeman jumps in as well. It says, informed Stoltz Lexington is without Commodore. He sad. Yeah, I didn't go. I thought I was going to go. I was planning to go. Just didn't do it. I'm glad that you hooked up with Stoltz, though, because he's a lot of fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with, and he was definitely in Lexington enjoying it. He was there with his dad. I think they were... He wasn't able to meet with his dad during Christmas. Now, remember, he went out to the West Coast on assignment with us, and he ended up getting sick out there, so he didn't end up riding a lot, but he was out there for the Washington game and kind of forethought, I don't know what the word is, Christmas with his family to do that. So, yeah, we appreciate him. JBDC Elite, or Cassidy P had some nice things to say to JBDC Elite, to which JB says, I'd like to see it. The Wildcats are on their game today, and Rupp, perhaps different story on a neutral. And Cassidy P says the 2019-2020 team was robbed of a likely Elite 8 trip. I love that team, and I love the way they were playing. It's a freaking shame, but I mean, everybody can say that, right? And the haters would say, well, that team lost, 4 of its last 7 games, guys. But they absolutely flattened Tennessee in the regular season finale. And you had Samir playing at a very high level. You had Javon playing at a high level. You had Austin playing his best basketball, plus Isaac Coro. And Dan Gell, a.k.a. Kevon, was kind of doing his usual, but whatever. Still had Anthony post-ankle surgery, but still, kind of like that role player on the pick-and-roll roll man, and then Devin Cambridge, Al Flanagan as a youngster, and, of course, JJ was still here, shooting 39% from 3. So I love the way that team was built. You had some tough guys. You had some fiery guys. Isaac Okoro was pretty unflappable. Samir was extremely unflappable. Javon was a guy that was just like going to do his job no matter what. So, yeah, I really like that team. Ken Palm finished the season that year with Auburn as the number 33 team, but I felt like they were upwardly mobile. They had lost a game to Texas A&M that they shouldn't have lost, and it kind of hurt them in a way that I don't think was appropriate. I mean, I think they were better than that. Hornatius jumps in, says, I can't believe I got caught up playing Hogwarts and missed the game. Wait, don't play it. I don't understand it. Never again, guys. Vanderbilt grads from here on out. Or Belmont. Yeah, you heard me. Maybe even a Lipscomb. I'm not going to be out here ragging on Lipscomb. I don't want Shannon Terry mad at me again. He's already mad at me enough. Chip says, live from work. Looks like I didn't miss anything but another killer brain drain. Well, it's killer now that you're here, Chip. What a stud that guy is. If we're going to have a group of studs representing the southern part of our state, Chip's going to be the president. He's going to be capably assisted by Jay Head. Also, Mobile alum would be down that way. My man Henley would be down that way. And even though he doesn't hang out with us a lot in the bunker, Reese Dismukes would be down that way as well. Absolute stud. Hot Dog Water jumping in with a super chat. He says, Bourbon Drain with top 5 of different price points. Interesting. I don't think I can do that right off the bat. I would definitely want to confer with some of our Bourbon Legends, which would include AU Taxman, Archie, Masters, Dob the Bomb, for sure. We would definitely need to confer with those guys. But I'm just going to shoot from the hip here and say, from the cheap, like under like $40, I mean, Evan Williams single barrel is a good pour. Old Forester 100. AU Taxman would probably agree with me on these. Old Forester 100 is a good solid pour for what it is. Wild Turkey 101, very good for the price. You could probably get a fifth of that for, I don't know what, $20? It's pretty dang good. Also, the Old Forester Rye 100. I mean, I would not drink rye very much because I just don't like the taste of it, but it's great in an old-fashioned, and also my wife drinks it a lot in a Diet Coke and bourbon because a rye just kind of pops out a little bit better, so that's also a good choice if you're going to mix it. If you want to get a little more expensive, for me, the Four Roses single barrel is great. You probably find that around $50. Old Forester 1920 Old Fine Whiskey is a terrific pour at about $55 retail. The secondary, there's no secondary on that one. That stuff's everywhere. Russell's Reserve 10 years, probably in the 50-ish range. That's a really good one. Canoeman gives congratulations to Hot Dog Water for his first super chat. Outstanding. Let's give him an applause for that one. That's idge. Absolutely idge. Thank you for the support, bro. How about that? You guys are draining from Rupp Arena. Indeed. That shows some dedication, in my opinion. It really, really does. So, look at the schedule. Auburn's got at Alabama on Wednesday, and that could be an emotional situation because the Auburn Tigers at least could postpone Alabama winning the SEC regular season title outright, because a win there for Bammers and they win the season. And that would sting. You don't want to be in that. You don't want to be in the airline hangar when they win the SEC. You don't want to be that team. So it would be sweet if Auburn could win that one and at least let somebody else deal with that. And then you got Tennessee at home, which, I think Auburn can win that game. Tennessee's been a little wobbly here the second half of the season, but you can certainly say that Auburn's been a little wobbly too. I don't think that Auburn's going to do that again. I mean, Rupp Arena has swallowed them up many times. So, I think Auburn beats Tennessee. I do. I don't think they're going to win at Alabama, though. I think Alabama's too damn good. And they have that mythical, they got like the long point guard, the long shooting guard, the long wing, and it just gives them so much trouble. Runner 24 says, still enjoying my Knob Creek 9 as a starter bourbon. Absolutely. Really, really good call. Very underrated. People never talk about Knob Creek unless it's the 12 or the 19, or is it? No, I'm sorry, 12 or the 15. And you can still get good value out of that 9. Hell, you can get like a half gallon of that bitch for probably $40, right? It's really good. Locked On says JSSPing right now.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I'm just saying. I don't mean to be. I just don't think this team's terrible. I don't. They were terrible today. Absolutely horrible. But they don't have to be horrible all the time. They do have some holes. But listen, lots of the teams in the SEC have holes. Dude, Texas A&M is the number 2 team in this league. Are you shitting me? Like, what? There's like Alabama, and then there's a bunch of teams that are just kind of like in the, whether it's Auburn, Missouri, even Vanderbilt's kind of gotten up there a little bit with their recent hot streak. Arkansas is in there. Kentucky's in there for sure. Just like, on a good day, like when they beat Missouri, Auburn's really good. But then on a day like this, they suck. And it's that inconsistency that drives us all crazy. Sam H. jumping in, a channel legend, an unbelievable supporter both of the show here and also the greater AuburnSports.com community, says, how about that LIV golf tourney today? Are we going to give him a laugh on that one? Hell yeah, we are. Because there ain't no way I'm watching any golf, bro. Unless it's Paige Spearnack. Then in that case, I will watch it. Merlin says, I'm horrible and I have holes. I have holes. Can you milk me? Oh, Canoemans is long and strong and ready to get a friction on. I like that little. Come on now. Come on. Sir Mix-a-Lot, whose first song for me was Buttermilk Biscuits, by the way. Everybody, of course, knows him for that song that Canoeman was quoting. But Buttermilk Biscuits, also a good one. Also, Posse on Broadway is a good one. Larry is the white guy. People think he's funny. A real estate investor who makes a lot of money. Oh, yeah. Posse on Broadway is a good one. Turtle says, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Also, I was hoping that you would make some reference to Faith, which I always appreciate. Any reference to Faith from the Nook in Huntsville is a good one for me. Yeah. Without sounding creepy, I was a big fan of hers. She runs the Nook in Huntsville if you guys are ever up that way. And Faith, who runs that bar, that her dad kind of made famous, right? She has a passion for bourbon. She really does. She knows her shit. And so if you go to the Nook, you walk in the door and you go to the left-hand side there, she's got like a whole bourbon like bar. Like she's got a bar and a restaurant, but like there's like a special bar over there. And it's all wood and it's got all kinds of cool ornate shit in it. And she, at the time, at least when I went there, she had an incredible array of bourbons there. So much love to Faith. First of all, for being super awesome, but also for having that love for the bourbon. And if you guys are up in the Huntsville/Madison area, definitely keep an eye on that. Corey Dub says, Jump on It is solid. Also, I don't know that I know that. Do I know that one? Hot Dog Water says, JG going into random raps always takes these drains to the next level. Thank you, man. You never know where we're going to go, man. Auburn got killed today, so, I mean, what are we going to sit here and talk about? You know, like, well, they suck, man. I don't know, they're terrible. Like, I mean, we go through that the first 10 minutes, and then we got to move on. We definitely got to move on. Oh, yes, the Posse's on Broadway. The Posse's on Broadway. That's a good one. Taxman says Faith has that A.H. Hersh 16 year. Is that? Oh, my God. I'd love to have my hands on that. Hersh, the blue Hersh. I don't know what it's actually called, but it's like a bottle of the Hersh that's blue. I never see that down in Montgomery, but I always see it at the Auburn ABC. Is a really good bourbon for like $40. I should have mentioned that earlier. I love that one. It's kind of neutral. I don't think it's real sweet, and I don't think it's real spicy, and it's not real hot either, but it's good, man. It's just good from start to finish. So, love that one. Hornatius says, Given MC's lockjaw. Henry says, Lexington is a strange place. Boy, you're speaking the truth on that, Henry. Henry, of course, our intern who was there in Rupp Arena. We probably should have Henry on the show, right? That was his first trip to Rupp Arena. Maybe I tell you what, we'll get Henry on the phone. I need to talk to Henry anyway. I got things I got to ask him. I'm going to give you a call, Henri. I'm assuming that you're finished writing now that you're jumping on the brain train. So let me get you a... Oh, wow, guys. I got some messages from friends, people who wanted to be friends with me. Let's see what this one says. That one's not even in English. I have an opportunity to ask for a translation, but you know what? I'm not going to do it. No, I'm not. Ivy Bay would like to be my friend. That's not going to happen. Abena Zadine, she wants a one-night stand with me, guys. I don't have a feeling that I know who that person is. Let's see if I can find Henri on here. I can. Let's get him on the hone. Can you guys hear him? Let's see if you guys can hear him. It's a little bit quiet in my earphones. Henri.
Yes, sir.
Are you there, bro?
I am.
Wow, you sound really... Are you finished writing?
I am.
So what's going on, bro?
I'm just chilling for a bit. I'm waiting for Justin Ferguson to get done. He's going to drive me to my car.
Oh, that's a good thing. We love Jay Ferg.
Yeah, we do.
What was weird about Lexington, bro?
It's just a strange place. I was driving around it yesterday. It's like more compact than Auburn. It felt like.
Yeah.
People loved running across the street even when weren't supposed to. I had to slam my brakes a few times.
I mean, I don't know. Where did you end up staying? Did you stay? Oh, you stayed out in Versailles, didn't you?
I stayed at a Holiday Inn. I don't know if it was in Versailles, but it's about a mile away from the arena.
Oh, damn! That wasn't the one I told you about then. Anyway, Auburn kind of got curb stomped, didn't they?
Yeah, that was not great. I don't love to do the sports psychologist thing, but I'm going to do it anyways. It didn't look like they quit. It looked like they quit. And the second half specifically, their heads looked down. It was ugly all around.
Damn. You hate to hear it.
So
I've been kind of saying the same thing. You know, I wrote a column in 2001, Henry, right around the time you were born, about how I thought the Auburn football team quit in the Iron Bowl. And a couple coaches let me know how they felt about that. They weren't happy. And so I said I would never do that again. And I know you're hesitant. You don't want to say that either.
I don't like saying that because I think it's kind of just a lame thing to say. But I don't know. I mean, getting beat in transition that much and just the rebounding effort was – and Kentucky's a physical, athletic team, but they just got destroyed down low everywhere. They got destroyed everywhere.
Yeah, they did. Well – that's not great.
No, it's not. It is not.
It's not great.
I mean,
yeah, things happen. So you were in Lexington last night, right?
I was.
Did you meet anybody?
I did not. I'm going to later tonight.
Like, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
My friend is with a group, and they're throwing this little party thing that I might stop by.
Oh, maybe like a sorority party, maybe?
I don't really know exactly. I just know it's a party type of thing, and so I don't know.
Is it on campus?
It is.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to probably send you some advice privately on the Chex chat and just kind of things that you need to know.
Word. Okay.
Hey, I don't know if you saw this, but on Twitter, Dark Web Julie was thinking that she would like.
I did see that.
Yeah, that she would like for you to procure a bottle of Eagle Rare or Blanton's.
She's been on me for a bit. I don't know where to find bourbon.
Well, let me ask you this, Henry. So you know that I'm a bourbon enthusiast, right?
I do. I've been made aware.
So why did it never occur to you to maybe ask me if those bottles were something that you could come up with?
I just never thought about it.
Okay.
Thinking's hard for me.
So maybe we'll have a conversation, you and I, about getting Dark Web and your dad one of those bottles, okay? Because it's probable that I have many of those in my house.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our chances are average to good, as NWA would say. Anyway, Henry, I'm glad you enjoyed your trip to Lexington so far, and I'm hopeful that we get a good update from you after tonight. I think it can go well for you.
It was cool. I will say this: it was definitely a very cool experience to come to this arena for the first time. It's historical, and so it was very cool to be in.
Yeah. All right, brother. It's been a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Sure.
I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday. All right?
Of course.
Please drive safely, all right?
Will do.
See you, brother.
See you.
Bye. There he is, Henry. He doesn't say a lot, but he means a lot. I love Henry. I think Henry's going to be a great reporter as he gets older. He's got a real passion for basketball, and I think he's really got a bright future. Really, really fired up about him. I had somebody. This is a true story. This kind of pissed me off. I was talking to somebody the other day who's on the bunker, and I had to ban this person. He had done some stuff on the bunker that he shouldn't have. He's being a naughty boy, and after I banned him, he said some really nasty stuff to me, and he said, this is one of the most hurtful things I've ever had somebody say to me. He said, all you are is a feeder system for 24/7 and on 3 because all your guys leave you and go to those other sites. It fucking hurts, man. I mean, I look at it this way. We make some great hires here. BMAT helps me a lot with, hey, do we like this guy? We don't like this guy or whatever. So I'm going to give BMAT a lot of credit. But we work together on that. And, we've hired some great ones. Nate, tremendous. Cristiano, tremendous. Obviously, Jay Lee is over elsewhere. Hokinson worked for me for like 2 years. And we got some young ones right now with Caleb and Henri. I mean, I'm trying to give, and they're all Auburn kids. These are all Auburn students. Caleb is not an Auburn student anymore. He's graduated, and so he's like a professional journalist with us now. But all these kids were in the in the Auburn system when we hired them. Allie Davison back in the day. George Nunnally was an intern with us. He is now the publicist for Auburn baseball, doing a tremendous job. I mean, Coleman McDowell, who's over at golf.com. Like, we have so many people. And I feel like trying to identify good people, making them better, helping them get better, giving them an opportunity to get better. And, hey, if they use that to kind of go out there and improve their situation, dude, I'm all for it. I don't spend 1 minute of my day saying, man, I hope Nate King gets his ass beat. You know what I mean? Like, I like Nate. Nate's a good guy. And Cristiano, too. I mean, I don't know. I cheer for all those guys. And so, I don't know. I'm actually proud of the fact that we've had some really good young people come through here. We've helped them. They've helped us. And they've gone on to bigger and better things. I feel like as a 50-year-old reporter who's been at Auburn for 20-something years now, that's the best way I can help. So anyway, appreciate y'all with some feedback on that. Hot Dog Water thought that was lame. That person getting on me about that was lame. And War Eagle 0008 says, Saban is a feeder to the NFL. You're a stud, Jay. Thank you for that. That was pretty hurtful, though. Not what you said, but what this other person said. So I may just leave that person on the ban and not worry about it anymore. Someone had asked earlier, maybe we ought to talk to Stoltz, and that actually sounds like a great idea. So let's see if Stoltz wants to jump on here, and we'll check in with him as well. Because I know he was, I don't know as though he went to the game, though, but he's been in Lexington. And you know he's gonna have a lot of opinions about this. Absolutely. Because that's what Stoltz does. He has opinions. They can be weird. They can be very strange. Now, I know he's with his dad, so they may be out at dinner or doing some kind of a family event. So I'm going to give him some leeway. It is ringing right now, and it doesn't sound like he's going to pick up. So no big deal there. I didn't tell him I was going to be calling him, and I didn't want to intrude on his family time. So his family's from a city about maybe an hour east of Lexington called Moorhead. That's actually what it's called. I forget the name of that county over there, but yeah. Canoeman says he went to the game. Canoeman probably talked to him over there. So, and let's see. Whale Driver says I was on ITAT years ago, and all of you are far more personable. They don't do things like this, and I'd never consider buying them a nice bottle of liquor. Of course, Whale Driver is the legend behind this Magnus that I'm drinking tonight, which I really, really enjoy. By the way, I do think Jason is that personable. Jason is an absolute stud. Even though he's never been on our show, I would consider him a channel legend because I love him. He's very good friends with me and Brian, and really he's good friends with everybody he knows. Like, that guy's just, I wish that I could be Jason Caldwell. I really do. I wear Jason Caldwell underoos because that guy's such a stud. He's just a really good guy. I've known him for, God, I started on this beat around the same time he did, 98. And I couldn't spend a minute of my life hating on Jason Caldwell, who was the sports writer of the year a year ago. It is now New Bias from AL.com. He's the most recent sports writer of the year. New Bias, by the way, I don't know if you guys follow him as much. I know some of you guys get mad at AL.com for reasons that make a lot of sense to me, but New Bias's brother passed away today, and he was not old. He was in his 30s, and he had a heart transplant, which is an incredibly difficult thing to go through. And then eventually his body rejected the heart, and he passed away today. So if you guys are the praying type, I am myself, as one of 5 Catholics in all of Montgomery County, I would ask, as a favor to me and to Nubias and to his brother's family, for the prayers, just for peace and serenity for them, and for us to remember the great things about his brother and all the great things that he did in his life. He had 3 kids, and yeah, I just felt awful. He was telling me the day Nubias was, I hung out with him in the arena during practice, and he was telling me about his brother was really sick and stuff, and I didn't necessarily grasp just how grave the situation was. So anyway, Nubias posted today about that on Twitter, and that's tough, man. I lost a sister, and it still haunts me 6 years later, and he's always going to have that loss in his life. So anyway, just saying. Canoemans says Jason Caldwell is extremely personable in person and a heck of a dude. It does not completely come through on camera. Fair enough. Yeah, Jason's... Again, I wish I was as a good a person as Jason. I'll never get there. And I've just stopped even trying. But he's an absolute stud. God, I wish I could take this call on the air. I get these like spam calls that try to sell me a warranty on my wife's Sequoia that we sold like a year and a half ago. But I can't transfer it over to the show. Let's see. Warrigal0008 asks a question that I'm probably not qualified to answer. He says, at what point does Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, get involved with the Miller stuff? Brandon Miller, the outstanding star at Alabama, who reportedly provided the weapon that was used in the murder on the Strip maybe a month and a half ago. Warrigal0008 continues, and he says it's repulsive to see them on TV. Worse, to see their fans rally around him. Got frisked in his intro today, someone's daughter/mom. Yeah, so one of his teammates like playfully frisked him during introductions, which I thought was tasteless. Because we're still talking about a murder, and whether Brandon Miller had something to do with it or not, that's immaterial. I feel like mocking that is just super bad taste. I honestly, guys, I don't follow that stuff. I just kind of lock in on Auburn and worry about Auburn. So that doesn't have anything to do with Auburn, and I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Patrick P says, can we talk crap about Hoke? He's the worst. Man, I got a whole thing about Hoke. I don't know if I'm drunk enough to talk about it, though. Stoop Up jumps in. Of course Stoop Up does. What a stud. This guy's unbelievable. Every show we've ever had, Stoop Up has super chatted. We've done like 200 shows. He's been here every single time. The basketball team ain't worth a super chat. I love it. Appreciate you, Stoop Up. I know you're frustrated. Stoop Up is a very rational fan. He's just, disappointed, and I get it. Cassidy P, he's got to bounce. See you later, happy family. There he goes, Cassidy P. Absolute stud. Whale Driver says, to be clear, Jason wasn't who I was talking about. I don't remember there being a rundown over there either. I feel like I personally know all the writers on your site. Yeah, he was just saying, yeah. There are some folks over there, maybe. P. Marsh, as much as I love him, maybe doesn't come across great on shows. And Mark probably doesn't either. Because Mark's just kind of like he has kind of a monotone delivery. But I've really grown to like Mark, too, over the years. In fact, when I see him out and stuff, I always give him a hug because I love Mark. And I don't know that people like me, and I've only been doing this stuff like 10 years at auburnsports.com. I don't know if people like me exist without Mark having kind of paved the way. Because he technically was the first steward of auburnsports.com. He was here a long, long time ago. And the way it kind of changed networks and stuff, because he's over on a different network now, but he really paved the way. There's no doubt. What else? Hot Dog Water says, as a former salesperson, the best way to deal with those sales calls is to take them and then let the salesperson know they won't get a sale with you, but you're going to waste their next 2 hours. I usually just don't take them. Apple these days, it just says potential spam. And that's how I know. Corey Dub, I guess he's gone from the chat. He had texted me. We're text buddies. Actually, we party in real life, too, because he's a great guy and his wife is, too. He says, have to drop. Family coming into town. His grandmother passed away the other day, so That's tough, man. The good news for Corey, I'm not estimating. I don't know how old he is. I would estimate that he's 35ish. He had a long time with his grandmother. You know what I mean? Like, he got to know her as a real person, which is a real blessing. So, in a sense, I mean, that's obviously devastating to lose your grandmother. But you can look back on the fact that you got to know her pretty good, and she got to teach you things, which I did too. I didn't lose my grandmother. I had two, and then I didn't lose the first one until 2005. So it was actually the day that Tristan Davis went off on Ball State. Well, my grandma Tate died, and I miss her a lot still. But anyway, I'm not trying to bring it down. I just want you guys to be thinking about Corey a little bit there. For sure. Turtle says, what the heck? Charlotte Hornets had a bunch of 8 to 12-year-olds twerking for halftime. What?
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I don't know. Halftimes are weird. When you're watching NBA League Pass, which I think is what Turtle was doing, if you're on League Pass, you get to see all like the stuff that's going on the court. Like, they don't go to commercials. And so if they're doing like that's one of my things I love about League Pass. You get to see like what they're doing on the court, like during the timeouts. And there's some weird shit that goes down. Particularly, I think it's the Bulls who do like the 50-year-old fat guys go out there and dance. It's really unsettling, man, because it's like, sheesh, I wouldn't do that. Maybe those guys are like getting laid from that in a way that like doesn't make sense to me. Maybe that actually happens. Maybe it's like, maybe there's a subset of women that are like, I really want to bang a guy who will get on the court at a Bulls game and show his tits off. Like, that could be a whole thing that I don't know about. I probably need to know about it, but I haven't come across that yet. Ravine says about to start making some flavor burgers. Do we know what that is? Is that shorthand for something? Anyone want one? I think that I would like one, unless that's a secret word for something I don't want. But I know you as a credible member of the community, so I don't think you would be doing that. Patrick P says, Jay, is Bama going to win it all? Seems like a very Jabba thing to happen. Can't have nice things. No, I don't think they will. They're definitely the class of this league, but I don't think they're going to be the class of the nation. I just got this feeling. These newcomer teams, you know, they usually just don't find a way to do it. You think about Arkansas last year was playing really, really good basketball, and they get in the tournament, and they were good. They played well, but when it was time to really sack up and get a big W, they couldn't do it. And I just don't think that Alabama. I think they'll fall in that same thing. That's a terrific team, though, and Nate Oates has done a terrific job of collecting players, and he's blending them. He's good. He's really, really good. Feel like a stranger jumps in with another super chat. What a stud this guy is. Hornatius said, take a double. Did he really? How did I miss it? Jeez Louise. Okay, first of all, I missed this one from Runner24. I'll be back to you, Feel Like a Stranger. I'm sorry, dude. You got me. He says, mentoring and developing your team, regardless of occupation, is one of the most important things one can do. Seeing them find success is great. Thank you, Runner. First of all, I'm sorry I missed your super chat. Second of all, that's how I feel like it. That's what I feel about it, right? I mean, if I die tomorrow, which I hope doesn't happen, but if it did, I would want those guys to look back on me and think, hey, man, I appreciate JG for like taking a chance on me, for giving me a forum to get better, to kind of get my feet wet and stuff. And the fact that Ronnie takes my guys and hires them all the time, like, I don't know, man. I consider that flattery, right? Because I'm basically, I guess he looks at it as if JG's got them, then they must be pretty good. He doesn't tell me that, but maybe someday he will. I don't know. I mean, I give feedback. I try to keep it real positive. I give them a lot of hugs. You know, I tell them they're doing a good job when they do. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I almost treat those kids. I mean, you look at somebody like Caleb, particularly Henry, is exactly the same age as my daughter. Caleb's a couple years older. Cristiano's maybe 3 or 4 years older than my daughter. Like, I would want someone treating her that way, you know, if she was going to be a sports writer, which she's not. But if she did, I would want someone, older person like me, to help them and kind of help bring out the best in them. I don't know. That's all I got, man. That's all I can do. Let's see. I don't think I missed anything else, though. I think I've been pretty good on that. So if I missed one, I'm sorry. Going back to Feel Like a Stranger's, though. Since Hornacia said take a double, who are some of your favorite national regional sports writers, journalists, podcasters? I like GP and Norlander on CBS. Great question. I'm going to be honest with you, feel like a stranger. So I had a friend of mine. I'm not going to say who it is because I think it would be embarrassing to him. It's not somebody you guys would probably know. It's somebody who used to be on the Auburn beat many, many years ago. And he wrote a column one time, and it very closely resembled a column that somebody else had written previously. It was actually a column that Rick Riley had written previously. And Rick Riley was somebody, these days he's kind of like a joke, but like when I was younger, in the 90s particularly, Rick Riley was like somebody you had to read. He wrote the back page column at Sports Illustrated when it was still a magazine, and to me, he's still one of the great writers that I've ever seen. And so my friend had essentially plagiarized him with, it wasn't word for like paragraph after paragraph. It was not word for word. But it was too much. It was too close. And ever since that happened, he ended up apologizing to Rick Riley, and this guy, who I thought was a tremendous reporter, is not even in journalism anymore. But he looked me in the eye, a guy that I trust, and he said, man, I had no idea. I think I just read it, and like I just kind of spewed it back out, without even knowing it. So I don't read as much anymore. Like I read books occasionally, and I'll read stories that don't have anything to do with Auburn or sports. But I'm so scared of like unintentionally plagiarizing someone that I don't read a lot. I will say that Chuck Culpepper is like my mentor or my hero. D. Lucky, who I think is still in the chat, knows him from the Kornheiser show. Chuck is a somewhat frequent collaborator on the show, calls in. To me, Chuck is the greatest living American sports writer. Everything he writes is incredible. His worst story is better than my best story. He's an incredibly generous and giving individual, and he makes me want to cry because I love him so much, and he's so big. And interestingly, me and Stoltz are both, like, he's a hero to both of us. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, Chuck Culpepper, Washington Post. If you haven't read his stuff, please do. There's a guy who's retired now, but TJ Simers used to be a sports columnist, but a lot of the stuff he wrote wasn't really sports. He was a columnist for the LA Times. He's one of my all-time favorites. He used to write about his own life, but he made it really funny. And he was tremendous. Bill Plaschke is about as good as it gets. I'll say this, man. I got to give this guy credit. So I don't really like Brandon Marcello very much on a personal level, but that guy's an incredible reporter. He's probably the best reporter I've ever worked around or been, like personally associated with. That guy is just an absolute animal when it comes to, well, Keith Neighbor too, man. I'll give Keith a lot of credit. That guy is an animal when it comes to just reporting, Guy just gets a lot of information. Both of those guys are incredible. Love the Cat says Charles Goldberg. Charles is incredible at like taking complicated ideas and writing them into a way that's very readable. He's so readable, so conversational as writing. I learned a lot from Charles just reading his stuff because he used to beat my ass all the time, so I had to read him all the time. But he's the master of like declarative sentences and writing with like he has like a certain voice. He's incredible. I miss him so much being on the beat. He still tweets a lot at Goldmine. He's the Goldmine on Twitter. I think his handle is AU Goldmine. I think that's what his Twitter handle is, and he still tweets a lot. Just kind of like basic Auburn stuff, but man, he's a great one. Philip Marshall's really good too, man. I mean, it's hard to like be leaving anybody out. I mean, Philip he's the master of the declarative sentence, and he just kind of breaks things down mentally so much more quickly than I do. Like when he's watching things or he's hearing things, he always figures shit out quicker than I do. I mean, he's a fucking Hall of Famer, though. I mean, so that's, no big deal. And Philip gets so much credit. I've said this before, but his dad was a Hall of Famer, Benny Marshall, who's, I think most people would agree, the greatest sports writer that's ever been in the state of Alabama. And then Philip had to follow in his footsteps and is a Hall of Famer in and of his own work. He's an incredible story. I don't think Philip gets nearly I mean, not even like a percentage of the respect he deserves, in my opinion. I know there's people out there who don't like him and thinks he's too old school, and he doesn't come across great on podcasts and shit, but you talk about a guy who's worked in this state for, 60 years now? And again, was living in the shadow of his Hall of Fame dad. I mean, jeez. Let's see. Patrick P says, Hoke copied a post verbatim for the first scrimmage this season, and I don't believe he credited the poster. Hoke had zero inside sources to feed him information for his subscribers. I'll say this, man. Hoke does have sources. I know that. I mean, I know enough about it to know that, so I won't give him too much trouble on that. But Hoke, I've said it before on the show. I'll say it one more time. I mean, he's just one of the big disappointments of my professional career because I felt like there was more to get out of him, and I failed him. I should have, because he was here with me in 12 and 13. I think he left in the summer of 14 to go to 24/7. That was a short-lived experiment, but which I told him it was going to be. But anyway, I don't know. I should have gotten more done with him. I should have gotten through to him more. It was just the situation here at auburnsports.com was really tough at that time because we still had Jay Lee, who was kind of in a weird state of mind at the time, and then we had Jake Crane was here as well as kind of like the intern. He was like Henry at the time, and then Hokinson and Rachel. I mean, really talented people, but it was just kind of a weird dynamic at the time. I don't know, man. And so then Jay Lee left, and it was just me and Hoke, and then we added Allie, and I don't think Hoke really respected Allie the way he should have, and I don't know, man. I just kind of feel like Hoke should be better, and it's my fault that he's not. One man's opinion. AU Taxman jumps in and says, Canoemans says Hoke's basketball sources are top-notch. Yeah, I mean, he was... Listen, man, I know who his sources are in basketball. He knows. Hoganson, he cares about basketball, and he's got some good sources on that, so there's no doubt about that. I don't read his stuff, though, to be fair. I don't. But I'll trust you on that, Canoeman. AU Taxman says that the tintype is delicious. You know what? Your boy's got some tintype right up here. I'm going to get a hold of some of that tintype, bro. Whale Driver, by the way, thank you so much for the Magnus. I've been sipping on that all night. It's been delicious. I feel kind of bad for sipping on it, but I mean, you provided it, and I appreciate that. All right, so right here, I've got the Old Soul Tintype Series 1. The rumors that Series 2 is out there somewhere, but I haven't seen it. I have this bottle plus another bottle I bought at the allocation because you get 2 max, and then I had a friend gift me a bottle of this, so I've got a lot of tintype. I remember this being kind of harsh on the front end. 7-year bourbon, by the way. 119 proof, so this ain't for the weak of heart. To you, AU Taxman. That's smoother than I remember. But I do taste peanuts, which makes me think it's Jim Beam. That's pretty good, though. Yeah, that's a good bourbon. You better be ready when you take a sip off that bad boy. Canoeman says, Allie is a rock star. Yeah, I was just texting with Allie the other day. I'll be honest with you guys. I love Allie. I don't say that in a weird way. She's like a daughter to me. And just like I told her the other day when I was texting with her, we're always pulling for you. We want to see Allie just be happy and awesome, which I think she's doing. Allie Davison, of course, who was here with us at auburnsports.com for a number of years. And she has moved on to bigger and better things. But, yeah, Allie D is a really, really good person. Canoeman says, you taste what? Yes, I do. I taste peanuts. Mm-hmm. I still taste peanuts. It's good, though. Sam H says he's going to go. Love you guys. Have a great night, JG. Appreciate you, Sam Howe. one of the true legends of the show. We appreciate you, man, always being here, and your hilarious stuff on the board, on the chat. I don't know who you are on the board. I have a feeling I know who you are, but I'm not sure. Galatian says, I'm guessing the SEC tournament is our only shot at this point. No, I don't think so, brother. Honestly, I think if Auburn, I think this lopsided loss to Kentucky hurts. BP said on the show after the game he thought they're an 11 seed right now, which I could see. I'm not going to disagree with him at this point. He thinks they need another win. So if they beat Tennessee, which I think is doable, inside Neville Arena, I think that puts them up to like a 9 or a 10. And then if you win a game in the SEC tournament, that gets you up to like an 8 maybe. I think 8 is probably the ceiling for this team, assuming they don't go on some crazy run in Nashville. So, Solo Tigre says, make sure to enunciate that T in peanuts. JGT, don't want the auto-generated subtitles to betray you. No. Thank you for that. Turtle says, JGT, Walker Kessler just missed a triple-double last game. 7 points, 18 rebounds, 7 blocks. I don't know if that's just missed, but that's still a hell of a game. I mean, listen, man, the greater NBA media has picked up to the fact that this may be the greatest heist in the history of the NBA. Like, to give away Rudy Gobert, right, and get all this shit back, including Walker Kessler, who has been better than Rudy Gobert himself. Walker was at practice just the other day, Tuesday, in fact, during the All-Star break. Now, he won the skills competition with 2 of his teammates, including Colin Sexton and Jordan Clarkson. And then he was back in Auburn. I'm telling you guys, he had a great time here. Walker did. He really appreciated the opportunity that Auburn gave him to get away from North Carolina and to feature him and to let him kind of change what he was, because the way North Carolina was using him is not the way Auburn was using him, and he really flourished in this system, and I think he'll be one of those guys like Marquise Daniels, who is always showing love to Auburn. And I think Jabari's going to be that way too. The thing about Jabari is this. First of all, Jabari's not having a great rookie season technically because they're not really running anything through him. He's still putting up some decent numbers. I think Jabari's going to be really good in the NBA. I don't know if he's going to be like a 15-time All-Star, but I think he's going to be a good player who plays a long time. He absolutely loves. He is the kind of kid who didn't want to be bullshitted. He wanted to play for a coach who told him the truth about shit. And that is BP. Now, BP can do some bullshitting too. I'm not saying he's Mr. Honest every single minute of his life, but when it comes to players and assessments, particularly in recruiting, he tries to be straight with them about, hold on, Canoemans says Marquise was not wearing a mask today. He was wearing a mask when I saw him on TV, but I don't know. Maybe when you saw him, he wasn't. Jabari really appreciated how straight Bruce was with him. And some people really connect with that, you know? Some players want to be bullshitted, and those guys go to Kentucky. But some people want the honest truth, and those guys go to Auburn. I'm just being real about it. By the way, I will say this. I'm not going to speak about this anymore today, but as you guys know, I am a Transy graduate and a UK graduate, 2 schools that are in Lexington, Kentucky. Last weekend, Kentucky had like a celebration for the 96, 97, 98 teams that all went to the national championship game. The 96 team and the 98 team won the Natty. The 97 team lost to Arizona, which was Mike Bibby and Miles Simon in Indianapolis. And I really, if that had been the weekend, I think I would have had to have made myself go because I would have enjoyed having an opportunity to talk to some of those guys. I covered that team. I did not cover them in 96, but I covered them in 97, 98. I got to know some of those guys personally, Walter McCarty, Steve Masiello, Frank Vogel, who was like the video guy on that team, and then he ended up being the head coach of the Lakers. Scott Padgett. I covered his wife, Cynthia, when she was a very good volleyball player at Kentucky. Cynthia. She was 5'8" or 9", and she was still an outside hitter at Kentucky, and a good one. She could just bounce that high. I think she was incredible. And Saul Smith, Tubby's youngest son. I had a lot of. That's kind of where I cut my teeth, in the basketball world. Was covering those Patino's last year and then Tubby's first year at Kentucky. So, anyway, Galatians says that Arizona win was totally unexpected. I'm going to tell you something about that Arizona win. So we go to the Final Four up in Indianapolis. I know you guys don't care. There's nobody on the stream anymore. I don't care anymore. We go to the Final Four. I'm with the student newspaper, the Kentucky Colonel. I just pick a seat. When you're at the Final Four, they give you like these huge like rooms that you work in. It's like there's room for probably 500 people, and I pick a spot. I sit down, and then I go out to practice, and I'm talking to fucking whoever. I mean, I don't remember who it is now. I mean, like Saul maybe, Cameron Mills, Scott Padgett, whoever. Come back like an hour and a half later. Listen to this shit. Here's who I'm sitting by. I hope D. Lucky is still listening because he knows all these guys. Canoeman probably does too. I've got Bill Roden, the Tuesdays of Maury guy. I forgot Mitch Album. I've got Kevin Blackistone. I've got Bill Plaschke. They're all sitting around me. And so I spend the next 2 days, because when you're a sports writer and you're at one of these things, you put your shit down, and then that's going to be your spot for the whole tournament, right? So I leave my stuff sitting there. And you leave your stuff, and everybody just goes back to the same spot the next day. I sit next to them the whole fucking time. That's 3 Hall of Famers plus 2 more. Bill Roden, too. 2 more that are going to probably be in the Hall of Fame. That's 5 probable Hall of Famers. Unbelievable. I couldn't believe my luck. I didn't even know. It was incredible. And I thought that I would be going to the Final Four for like the rest of my career, Because I went the first 2 years, and then I didn't go back until 19. But and it was weird in 19. It was a lot different. I'm an old guy now, Final Four. So much time. Galatians says, big-time writers. You're absolutely right. Actually, I had a hilarious interview with, or I spent some time with Kevin Blackistone. Me and Jason Caldwell did. Kevin Blackistone. I can't even tell that story. I'm not going to tell that story. What else did I do? Oh, I'll tell you something else that happened. I know you guys some of you guys like this story. I know a lot of people are tipping off because we're not talking about Auburn anymore. But so I'm covering UK for the student newspaper in 98. I went to UK. I mean, it was where I was at. So 98, Auburn plays Utah for the national title. This is Keith Van Horn. This is Andre Miller. And I asked the Utah, this is a long time ago. You can't do this shit anymore. This is a long time ago. I asked the SID at Utah, can I talk to Coach Majerus? Because I just happen to love Coach Majerus. Rick Majerus. One of my favorite, I seriously idolize this guy. So I asked the SID, I say, hey man, can I talk to Rick Majerus? And he goes, yeah, we can work that out, I think. Because he loves talking to student reporters. Because, well, I learned later what the deal was on that. But, so we're in San Antonio, and he says, meet him at 2:30 or whatever the fuck time it was. It was a weird time. It was like not a right eating time. He says, meet him here. He'll talk to you. So I meet him. Me and my guy who was working with me at the Colonel, Rob Herbst. And so we met Majerus, and he goes, hey man, I'm hungry. We've been practicing. I've been doing interviews. I want to go eat. You want to go eat with us? I said, fuck yeah. We go on the Riverwalk with Majerus, and we have lunch with him. I guess you call it, I don't know if you call it lunch or dinner. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon. We talk to him about all kinds of shit. Rick Majerus. It's me, that dude, Rick Majerus, and the SID. That's it. Fucking Hall of Famer, man. We hardly talked about basketball. He was just asking us about, what do you guys want to do with your life? Do you guys really want to be reporters? Why do you like telling stories? Wouldn't you rather be an athlete? I'm like, look at me. Are you fucking serious? I was like 300 pounds at the time, or 280 or whatever. And he kind of, I think he kind of got that because he was a bigger guy too. I'm telling you, man. There's a story in SI by a guy named S.L. Price who wrote a story about Rick Majerus. It's called the Life and Times of Rick Majerus. It's the greatest single sports story I personally have ever read. It's on SI.com if you look it up. It's an unbelievable story, and it resonates with people today if you would read it, because it's about helicopter parenting and about why Rick Majerus, is the antithesis of helicopter parenting, because he always told his kids where they stood, even when it was rough. You know, he would tell kids, "You're not good enough to play for me, period." Some people these days would say, that's wrong, you shouldn't tell a kid that. I don't feel that way. I think you should be honest with kids. I really do. I think that's the best thing you could do for them. It's all about Rick Majerus, and he's an odd character. Don't get me wrong. He didn't do anything weird with me at all, but like, he's just an odd character. I'm just saying. Truly one of the great moments of my life, sports writing wise, was hanging out with Rick Majerus. Also, those of you who you guys wouldn't know, but William Knack, he was in the movie Secretariat, played by Sean Astin, but I met him at the Kentucky Derby in 98, I think it was. He wrote the story Pure Heart. That is, most people consider it one of the great stories ever written in SI. It's about Secretariat, who he had a real boner for anyway. I got to meet him too. I got to have lunch with him and his deputy, who is actually Ashley McGahee, who is now Ashley Fox, a retired sports writer who's outstanding as well. But anyway, Love the Cat says, was it Riley who wrote the sad Majerus article? First of all, it's your interpretation as to whether it's sad or not. I don't look at it as sad. I look at it as honest. Second of all, it was a guy named S.L. Price. So, Feel Like a Stranger says it's a great story. Just read it again a few weeks ago. I'm so glad you read that. That is that's probably the greatest sports story I have ever read. Gary Smith wrote a story in Sports Illustrated at the time. This is back in the 90s. It was called, I think it was called like The Eye of the Hurricane or something like that. It was a profile of Pat Summitt. And shit, man, that was almost as good. I mean, that's like 98% as good as the one I'm talking about. But if you guys haven't read that, you need to read that one too. It starts out with a vignette about Pat Summitt going to visit a recruit while she's like 8 months pregnant in an airplane, going through turbulence. And then it ends with Michelle Marciniak, who played point guard for Pat at Tennessee, mentoring a young basketball player and pushing her into athletic feats that she never thought she could have gotten there, and it was all because of Pat. I'm telling you, that story was unbelievable. Hornacia says, lived out of hotel rooms. Absolutely true. Rick Majerus never had a house. He lived out of the penthouse of one of the hotels in Salt Lake City when he coached at Utah. I don't know about St. Louis, but... And I know a lot of you younger folks are like, who the hell was Rick Majerus? He died a long time ago, but he was the coach at Utah when they were really good in the 90s. And if you guys ever want to YouTube something, check out what Utah did to Arizona in the 96. It was either the 96 or the 98 tournament when he ran a triangle and two to fuck up. It had to have been 98 to fuck up Richard Jefferson and I guess Bibby. I don't know. They did something there. Triangle and two, Utah. Just Google that and see what happens. One of the great single game coaching performances in history. Turtle says, Jay, what's Trey Smith doing now? Tubbs running back. Yeah, I know who he is. The last I heard, and it's been a minute, Trey is he's a computer guy, and he was in Montgomery, but it's been a minute, so I don't know. I can't say I know for sure. I will check up on that and see what happens. Trey's one of the really, really cool guys that we covered at Auburn. What year was that? Maybe 2000 to 2003, maybe? Something like that. I think he had a great performance in the 2002 Iron Bowl. Trey was a tailback, white guy. Didn't really fit in. Like, he wasn't what you thought he would be. You know what I mean? Like, he was kind of a, hey, man, what's going on kind of guy. But he He worked really hard, and he's a good player. He was a good player, and he's also a snowboarder at one time in his life, and also has some real ability with computers and stuff. So him and Cole Bennett were buddies on the team, and they were both computer guys. Galatians says, heard any rumors on the new basketball facility? So, yeah, we talked to John Cohen about this, the athletic director, a couple weeks ago. I feel like that is probably the number 2 project on his list right now. And due to the Magnus, I'm not sure I can remember number 1 right now. So the number 1 facility situation they're dealing with right now is, I don't know if you guys have been to Plainsman Park in the last 10 years, but they have that facility that's right next to Plainsman Park. Do you know what I'm talking about? It looks like an office building. So in the first floor, they have, well, in one of the floors, they have a Butch, and then on the other floor, they have like a rehab facility for athletes, like when they're, for whatever reason, they're rehabbing an injury, like knee surgery, shoulder surgery, maybe just a strain or whatever. They do a lot of that. So they're going to move a lot of that over to what we used to call the football facility, which is now, I don't know what we call that. Where the football facility used to be, but they're gone now. They're in the Waltz's place. They're going to move that over there so Butch can have that whole building. I think that's the next thing that they really want to get done. Then after that, I think they're going to try to get into the basketball practice facility, where they're going to move into that parking lot that's between like where Auburn Arena or Neville Arena is and the Student Act. That parking lot that's just a little bit east of there. They're going to dig that up and make that another practice facility, because the problem is that there's a great basketball practice facility inside Neville Arena, but the men and the women have to kind of switch. So like on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, like the girls will be in the actual arena and the boys will be in the practice gym. But then at certain times of the year, volleyball needs somewhere to go, and they've been pretty good, man. Brent Crouch has been pretty good with them, so they need more space. Let's be honest. They need a whole nother facility. So what they're going to do is they're going to build out there another basketball facility, and then the boys or the men can play in one spot, the girls can play in one spot, and then volleyball can practice full-time in another spot. I think they deserve that. CJ3131, you may know him as Papa Bear, is in the chat. We love Papa Bear. Good folks. Absolutely very, very good folks. I'm glad to have you back here chatting with us on the show, brother. You're good folks. I did hang up on you the last time you called in. I regret that. I'm sorry. I hope that you forgive me, and I love you, bro. I'm glad you're part of the site. Very, very glad. Let's see what else we got. I'm Bailey5 says, I know I'm behind, but I thought we would be more competitive in this game. Yeah, I did too. I thought Auburn would lose, but not by like 35 or whatever. I mean, shit, or 25 or whatever it was. They just weren't even competitive in there. J Love Sr. says, Jay, since you're going down memory lane, what's the interview that you've done, player or coach, that sticks out as your most memorable? Interesting. Most memorable interview. Golly, I got to think about that for a minute. I shouldn't, but I do. Because I just don't want to miss something. I mean, there's not really one that sticks out like individually right now, but like the person I love talking to the most probably is Brent Schoening. I don't know if you guys remember him, but he was a pitcher at Auburn, probably 97 through 2000, something in that range. He was from Columbus, Georgia. He was an LSU fan, but he played for Auburn. He died of cancer way too young. But he was an ace pitcher for Auburn in the late 90s. And I used to love sitting in the dugout at Plainsman Park and talk to him. I learned so much. I was a pitcher growing up, so I had a particular love for pitching. And he was better than I ever was, obviously. But I loved talking to him about pitching and stuff. He was so smart and so wise about that stuff. So I really enjoyed him. Hayden Galimo. His nickname was Gizmo. He used to wear a chain that said Giz on it. G-I-Z. I follow him on the Facebooks. I really enjoyed talking to him too. A particular interview, though. I don't think that one particular interview really stands out, bro. And I feel weird because it's like it's the old days. Like it's like, whoa, here's an interview I did in '99 with Brent Schoening or whatever. Like that's a long time ago. But people these days just don't get to have the connections with the players and the coaches like we used to. It just doesn't happen. I mean, the last time I felt close at all to a coach was Gus, right? Like Harsin didn't want to talk to reporters, and I did. We had a conversation with Hugh the other day, and I like Hugh. I do. I really do. I like him. But, I mean, I don't spend enough time with him to say, I know him real good. I think Stoltz does, but that's a different deal. And I always think about this, like, who are the guys that I loved interviewing? And I always forget some, but it was Brent Schoening, Quentin Groves, Sinderic Marks, James Callier. Marquise was always a great interview as a player. Who else did I love talking to? God, there's been so many. Alan Payne played basketball at a time when Auburn wasn't very good, but he was a great guy all the time. Kirsty Coventry let me wear her gold medal, which I got to give her credit for that. She's a swimmer. She's from Zimbabwe. That was very cool of her to let me do that. And then Richard Quick. I have such a passion for Richard Quick because everybody always says everything went to shit when David Marsh left. And the answer is no, it didn't. Richard Quick was at Auburn after David left, and he was going to be great. And he got a brain tumor, and he died. But Richard Quick absolutely was a stud, every bit the stud that David Marsh was. So Richard Quick, I miss him too. A lot. AU Taxman says, are those interviews more memorable because you were younger? It's possible. But back in those days, AU Taxman, we used to get so much access. Like, I mean, I don't cover baseball now because Brian and Brian do. They do all the baseball, and I think they love it because Butch, first of all, Butch is a really cool person, right? Pragmatic individual, and he's not scared of reporters. I mean, he's just like, he knows that, like, he knows Brian, he knows Jason, he knows Mark, like, he knows Philip, I mean, he's just cool, right? So you can talk to him like a human being, and there's not any of that weirdness. And then he lets you talk to his players because he knows you and he's not worried about it. As a reporter, that's the stuff we love doing, Football is always kind of like, they're just always worried, like, oh, I don't know. Can we trust him to ask the right questions? I mean, it's like, come on, guys, really? Like, you think I'm going to go into, like, Robbie Ashford and ask him a bunch of, like, crazy questions? No, I mean, we're not going to. Let's see. War Eagle 0008 says, most fun school year covering Auburn during your time would be blank, TIA. I don't know, man. That's tough. I don't know if there's a year I can really pick out. I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, I had a really good time in '99 covering Auburn because the football team was getting better. '98 was a disaster. '99 they were getting better. You knew they were kind of like building towards something better. So we had a lot of fun talking to like Damon Duvall and Ben Leard and Ronnie Daniels and Rashad Walker. Were great players on that team. And then basketball-wise, you still had, like, I didn't like Chris Porter very much, but, like, Doc was a great guy who now goes by Julius. Scotty Pullman was great. So that would probably be back then. Jay, I'll have questions about Cam. So Cam is a cool guy. He's just weird. And I never really knew how I stood with him. Yeah, he was a tough one for me to kind of figure out. So I don't know about 2010. But you did have on the coaching staff, you had Trooper. You had Jay Boulware, who I really liked. You had Jeff Grimes. So you had some real studs there. 2010 basketball, though, who are we dealing with? Like Lebo, maybe? I kind of liked Lebo. I knew he wasn't very good, but I liked him. Kenny Gabriel, maybe in that time frame. He was a great kid to talk to. Good player, too. Really good player. He would have been great with Bruce. JLF Senior asked, Jay, was it you talking about schemes with Muschamp? I'd love to be a fly on that wall. Yeah. So my daughter, when Muschamp was here the first time, I think he was here from like '06 to '08, maybe something like that. I just like Will. Will and I, we have some things in common. I mean, we just kind of think and talk the same way. And so my daughter was like 5 or 6 or 7 at that time. She was born in '02. And so I went up there. My wife would just be like, well, I got to go to work, whatever. So I would take my daughter with me places when she like was semi-conscious, you know what I mean? I mean, she was like 7 or 8. She didn't know what the fuck she was doing. So I would take her up there, and then like back in those days, you could walk up and down the coaching hall. And I knew all of them really, but I knew Will pretty good. And so I would just come in there. Will was like so good with kids. Like he would just be like, oh, hey, Maddie, how are you? My name's Will. I'm a football coach here at Auburn, and I give interviews to your dad. And she'd be like, okay, whatever. She didn't know what the fuck she's talking about. But yeah, he would show me like stuff on film. Like back in those days, I cared. Like I wanted to be better. I wanted to understand football better. And he appreciated that. And Hunall did too. I want to give Hunall a lot of credit. Hunall showed me a lot about football too. We would sit there in his office and he would literally like go through film and show me things like, oh, look, this guy's leaning. This guy's staying tight. He's crouching and he's not overextending with his arms. He's got a great base and he's able to kind of punch without having to lose his balance. And so I kind of learned a lot about stuff from Hugh and Will, for sure. Those two. Terry Price was great that way. Administrative assistant has stepped into the room. Am I doing all right? Or?
Trying to start some shit.
Who is?
Hornatius.
Oh, is he really? Okay, Hornatius says, oh, wow. How did you get up here this quickly? He says, if you weren't with administrative assistant, what girl in your past would you most likely be with?
Can't wait to hear this.
Oh, wow. To answer you honestly, there's really not a girl who got away because I mean, we met each other when, I'm being honest, I was 19, she was 18, so nobody really got away, I mean, I feel like I should be honest with him though, right? Like, so there was not one who got away, but what girl in your past would you most likely be with? Okay, so obviously I would have made a big push for Melissa, right?
Of course.
I was on a long play from Melissa, which really wasn't going to go anywhere anyway. And then maybe this is recency bias, but Colette maybe. I don't think she would have gone out with me though.
Maybe.
Nah, I doubt it. So that's about it. JL Senior says administrative assistant says set Horn's treep on fire. Hell yeah, Galatians says don't answer, Jay. Nah, I can. Courtney laughs because she knows that I'm, whatever it is. T. Roy Tiger says tell administrative assistant the T. Roy fam says hello.
Hey.
T. Roy Tiger, we met him and his wife at the drawdown last year. Yes, I think his wife. Oh, I don't want to say too much on here. I think. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to say too much on here, but we had a chance to hang out with them. I just didn't know if you'd hung out with her or not. It sure seemed to me, I'm not trying to presume anything here, T. Roy Tiger, but it sure seemed to me like your wife was the star and you were kind of like the hanger-on, which I understand because that's my life too. I mean, because she's an absolute legend. All these kids and all these parents that she deals with, and then I'm just like some guy on YouTube. It's okay. It's all good. That's a tough one though. You hear these people say, "Oh, the one who got away." I met her when I was 19, so I don't really have that story. Yeah. I'm not stuck with you, Courtney. Every day is a fucking pleasure. Unlike it is with you. People are always telling Courtney, they go, God, your husband is so funny. I bet he is so much fun every single day. And she's like, yeah, he's fucking great every day. Fucking dick. Calls him bad names. T-Road Tiger says 100%, bro. Yeah, I got that feeling, though. Although I really like you, bro. You seem like a cool guy. I'm glad you're here, part of the site. JLO Senior says Pineapple Love. No, Pineapple Bros. Excuse me. I don't know. I like pineapple. It's tasty. It's very, very juicy. and delicious. I've been sitting out here telling stories that nobody cares about, but we still have 55 people on here. It might be 5,000. I don't know, Courtney.
I don't have an answer really for cats.
I wish I could have gotten you a mic. That would be great. A turtle was asking earlier where that sultry, sexy woman was from the show the other day. I don't think I have a mic for you, though.
No, that's okay.
I sure wish I had one. What did you say? Did somebody ask you a question? You said you're not sure how you would answer that, or what? Oh, sorry. Hornatius jumps in with another super chat. So what is AA's answer if the roles are reversed? I mean, I got an answer for that, but I'd be curious to see what you thought. Is Rob C? No. You did. You liked him. I know you did.
No. He wasn't enough for me.
How do you know? What did you do? Did you investigate?
Challenge.
What?
Challenge.
What'd you say?
I need a little challenge.
She says she needs a challenge. I don't know what that means.
You challenge me every day.
Canoeman says it's the San Francisco treat. A little bit of rice-a-roni, huh? Yeah, I wish you had a mic. Would you be interested in grabbing a mic before you came up here?
More out of your bag.
Yeah, it's going to be down in the... it's a long way from here.
I know. Where is it? In your car?
No, it's going to be in that Capital One Bowl bag. It's like in the garage.
Okay.
If you just get one of those, I still have a line right here, though.
Okay, douche.
Wait, what did you call me?
Nothing.
Courtney, hold on. Hornatius says, phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
Listen, I'm open to that. I'm always open to that. What friend would we phone, though? I don't understand what you're asking. Hornatius, if you just add a little bit more information on that. So she's gone down to get a mic. I've got her a line here, so if I just had a mic, then I'd be able to do that. So I think she's going to go down and get one. Maybe we'll have her on here as well. If we'd only have 50 people, I don't care. We're just having fun. Sorry, guys. I was getting this ready for her. There you go. All right. David Jace is enjoying the drain. Glad to have you here, yo. My wife's going to get a mic, so we're going to have her on the air, and she's going to say a bunch of nasty shit about me, I promise. I know how this goes. I know how this works. I've been around a bunch. Let's see. T-Roy Tiger says, tell the Bammer interns he's talking about you guys. Do you guys do anything around here? Why am I paying you 30 cents an hour? It's a joke. Tell the Bammer interns to get the administrative assistant a mic. What the F are they doing? That's you, man. You know what? Have you guys even actually graduated from Alabama, or did you just go there? What a joke. Let's see. JL Senior says, Horn is saying call a random person in AA's phone, I believe. Interesting. Hornatius says yes. Well, I mean, we kind of did that like a year or two ago with me and JW. Remember we called Ann? We had Ann on the phone, one of my friends from high school, who was great. She did a great job. And did we have Jen Lang on here? I can't remember. It was like after we came back from the reunion. Yeah. Hornatius says his Dentone in the corner. No, Dentone works like at least full time over at his job now, so we don't get a chance to have him anymore. Runner 24 says that's a fair point. What the F? Interns do not grab a mic. He's talking about you guys. Seriously, this is why I don't want you here anymore. Like, I want you to go away and not come back. I mean, seriously. Vanderbilt kids, Mississippi State kids, I don't care. Man, I just thought about a story I was going to tell you guys, but I'm not going to do it because I don't want to rag the dead. AU Tax, I'll tell you all a story. I'm not going to say the guy's name, though. There was a sports reporter that I really liked. All right. He was in Alabama. I say that. He's a Hall of Famer, by the way. He's in the Hall of Fame. And he's passed away now. So I'm at Mississippi State. Hey. All right, guys, I'm going to sing a song. Are you ready? It's called Hey, Courtney, why are you fucking my shit up? Here it goes. Hey, Courtney, why are you fucking my shit up? Maybe not mess up my Blitzboard. Put that in the... Oh, I already plugged it in. Oh, you got a line, too. I already set up a line for you. I threw it over there. It's the one on your foot.
Oh,
so put that line in the...
Stick it in?
Yeah, stick it in the hole there. 1989, a number says, and the band goes. What is going on, man? Turtle says, call the Nook live on the show. Turtle's got this thing, Courtney, about Faith. He must know Faith over at the Nook.
Yes.
Yeah, she's pretty incredible. Would you agree?
She's a baller.
No, she is 100% a baller, right? I kind of like, I'm not telling you anything I haven't already talked to you about, but I kind of fell into her spell a little bit when we were there at the Nook. Like she's like right up my alley. Like she is like right down the middle for me.
Minus one thing.
Yeah, that.
Anyway.
But I mean, she's cute. She's fun. She's a baller. She likes bourbon. She runs her own business. Like there's a lot of good things to love about Faith, right?
Yes.
Turtle. I know you agree with this.
Yes.
Hornation says, Courtney has taken many bourbon naps today. Courtney didn't take a bourbon nap.
No, last night I needed a bourbon nap.
AU Taxman says, get back to the reporter story. Okay, so I was talking about this. I don't know if I told you the story or not, Courtney, but I'm in Mississippi State. This is about 20 years ago. I'm with a reporter who is now in the Hall of Fame. I'm not going to say who it is. In the Alabama Hall of Fame. And he's one of my mentors. I love the guy. He's been dead a while. And we're eating Mississippi State, and they have their own ice cream at Mississippi State, as they should, because it's a cow college, and cows make ice cream, right? The really cold ones do. The ones that are like from the north or whatever. And so I'm eating ice cream with this guy, and he goes, JG. Okay, so at halftime, the girls, like they have college girls, like walk around and give you stats. Like they lay stats down, and they're like in these like tight outfits. Not like hoey, but they're like an airline stewardess. Like if an airline stewardess was trying to be hoey, where you can't be like super hoey, but you're kind of hoey. So they walk around and they give you stats, right? And so he goes, man, we're Mississippi State right now? And I said, yes, sir, we are. And he goes, you'd think at a school like this, they'd be able to grow a girl some big fucking titties, don't you? I was like, fucking what? It's just an older guy, And two of those girls that were giving out stats heard him, and she goes, but back in those days, the girls didn't necessarily say anything.
It'd probably be a different story today.
Yeah, I don't know if he would say the same thing now. Although he probably would. He kind of grew up in a different era,
She have nice knees.
I wasn't really checking out the chick. I've always been kind of age appropriate myself. I mean, I'm 50 years old. At that time, I was probably 35, so I'm not looking for 20-year-old girls. That's not really my thing. I'm glad I can be open with you about this, Courtney. Toe Ray says, were you hanging with Cecil Hurt? No, I do like Cecil Hurt. And I miss talking to Cecil Hurt, but it was not Cecil Hurt, no. And he is definitely a Hall of Famer, and he's also not with us, sadly. He died way too young, but I spent some time talking to Cecil. We had a really good conversation at the 2018 SEC tournament in St. Louis. I talked to him. I ran into him. Actually, was that so that was at the Blues, wherever the St. Louis Blues play, and like me and Cecil just happened to start talking to each other in front of the Blues locker room. It was very strange. And he was a fun guy to talk to. I liked him. He was surprisingly cool when you would ask him stuff. But anyway, yeah, Cecil Hurt, Alabama reporter, but really, really good guy. And he's definitely missed. Turtle says, there's that sultry, sexy superhero. Yeah. Please. Oh, yeah. We don't even have a headphone for you, do we? That's sad. Anyway, are there any questions I could ask you, Courtney? Oh, wait. Canoemans says, is it true that Faith drives an Impaler? Impaler? I think I actually know what she drives, but it's not an Impaler. I think she drives a... is it too much to say what I think she drives?
And then a Mercedes?
It is. It's a
Mercedes?
I was going to say an upper level SUV is what I was going to say.
A Mercedes.
I'm really hoping that we get an opportunity to go back there.
I'm sure we will.
Like, what are there things that I could ask Faith that you'd be okay with me asking her about? Like, say, hey, like, what's your favorite bourbon or whatever?
You have at it, Jay.
Turtle says, can you get administrative assistant to read the phone book? I don't know. We're going to give a laugh on that one. Whoa, it's a little loud. Sorry. That was pretty funny. Do you want to read the phone book, Courtney?
Do they even have phone books anymore?
I don't think so. I think you just get on the internet. Michael N. jumps on and says, this team sucks. Say otherwise, you actually have no common sense. I took the excuses at 2 and 6. Wow. Hayden is in the house. What's up, Hayden? I'm glad to have you back, bro. JGT, my man, what's up, brother? Tough one to watch today, regardless. Appreciate you, dude. War Damn Eagle. Appreciate you, Hayden. Hayden's he jumps in a lot of times with our football shows, Courtney, but he comes over with basketball too. We love that. Joseph, J. Olive Sr. says those damn Krauts know how to make a fine automobile. I don't know what we're talking about on that one. We don't drive a German car, do we?
We do not. But
No.
You were saying that somebody else did.
Oh, a Mercedes. Yes, you're right. Thank you for that, J. Olive Sr. Glad Courtney got me straightened out on that one. So I think you were outside when it was asked, like, if it wasn't me, who was it going to be for you? Was it Rob C?
I don't know. I was so young that I don't think there was anybody else. But as I said earlier, I need a challenge, so I still get challenged every day.
By me, I guess. Papa Bear says, hello, Courtney. Papa Bear is one of our favorite posters on the bunker.
Hey, what's up?
He's Papa Bear. He also goes by CJ3131, but we like him. I hung up on him the last time he called in the show, but I probably shouldn't have, Courtney. I apologize for it earlier. What's your favorite video game, Courtney? Like stand-up, like in the 80s?
Well, of course, Ms. Pac-Man.
That was a good one.
Yes. I liked Galaga. I wasn't very good at it. I really like Dig Dug.
Dig Dug, huh?
Dig Dug.
Yeah, you kind of shoot that little hose out there.
Huh?
Yeah.
No.
I remember Dig Dug.
I swear there was a stand-up pitfall machine, but you said there wasn't.
Hey, Turtle says, get administrative assistant Courtney to invite Faith to one of those Louisville games she has season tickets for.
Turtle trying to start some fights
yeah,
up in here.
Turtle is definitely trying to start some shit right there.
Instigator.
Hornatius thought your favorite video game would have been Bubble Bobble. Do we know that one? I don't remember that one.
Nope.
I don't know about that one. Hayden says he went to his first ever Auburn baseball game. That's great. He's 1-0 then as a baseball fan because they won. They beat Southern Cal again today. Courtney?
Of course I did.
It's a big W, yeah. Butch Thompson, the coach of baseball, is he one of your favorites?
Yes.
Yes. And why do you like him?
Because he's nice to reporters.
He is nice to reporters. He's very nice to Brian and Brian.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason.
That's always good.
I know you're a big fan of Jason, too. You've met Jason a number of times.
Jason.
And his wife,
He's
Neely.
a really good dude.
His wife, Neely. Great girl, too. Let's see. Hornatius says Corny was the one person playing Cubert.
Cubert.
You liked Cubert. You really did.
I like Cubert.
Turtle
Everybody liked
says-
Cubert.
Turtle said Cubert was AA's favorite game. I don't know how you knew that. Is it because it was a girls' game? Galatian says, deuces, I'm out, Swoogans. I guess he's had enough. I appreciate you, Galatian. Thanks for being here, man. Michael N. says, this guy beats around how bad we suck. Real fans acknowledge it. Dude, all right, first of all, we've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I spent like the first 30 minutes talking about how bad Auburn sucked today and how much they have holes, right? And we all agreed. And now you're like, you show up 2 hours in the show and you're like, nobody will ever talk about it. We already passed that, bro. At some point, we've had enough, right, Courtney?
That's true. You can only take so much.
You are a fan of the Louisville Cardinals, who are, 3-25 this year?
I am not a fan of the Louisville Cardinals.
Yeah, you are.
Nope.
Let's see how let's check in on the Louisville Cardinals.
Nope.
They're 4-25.
That is pretty funny.
They're
I don't know how they're going to pay for that bucket downtown.
4-25 with wins against. They've won 2 games since December 17th, Courtney. Oh, shit. They lost to Bellarmine, Wright State, App State,
Who do they have coming up, Jay? They might make a turnaround.
They got Virginia Tech and Virginia coming up.
Oh.
They're not going to win those games either. They have an 18% chance to beat Vatech and then a 4% chance to beat the Cavaliers.
Yeah, not happening.
So that means they would be 4-27.
I mean, who else has had a season like that recently?
I mean,
anybody had that fall?
I don't know.
I mean, geez.
Michael N. says he'd rather fart in his own hand and be knocked unconscious than watch Auburn basketball play a game. Jeez, man.
Wow.
T-Roy Tiger says, Jesus, even Barbie wasn't 4-25. Whale Driver says it takes a very seasoned journalist to realize we were horrible today. Yes, Auburn lost by, 30-ish? Something like that? Yeah. So, Hornatius says, let's play call administrative assistants contacts roulette.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, a lot of ours are streamed together. I have a lot of your contacts, too.
Yeah, a lot of us, we have a lot of the same contacts. I think for a certain number of, we're down to 45 viewers now, Courtney, but I think for a certain, for a certain number of viewers, I think there's people who just love it when we call random people. Because remember we called Ann Coates that one time? Mm-hmm. Did we call Jen Lang?
I don't think so.
We called somebody else like totally random, and I think they like it when we call them. I think we ought to call Mike Dip Your Nipples Low sometime.
Yeah, we could. I just have to figure out, if he's alive still.
Is there anybody from your past that we could call?
Anybody from my past that we could
like
call?
Some guy that was like trying to bang you that like oh, I know that guy, Ryan. Can we call
Oh,
that guy?
yeah, he's a real winner.
Wait,
he's really showed himself.
Can we call him and see? I'll ask him. I'll say, did you want to bang her? Hold on. Let me rephrase that. Did you bang him?
Quiet time.
All right. I mean, I didn't know you back then, so I don't care. Give me a thumbs up for yes, thumbs down
Jay,
for no.
I was 18 years old. You're the first boy I ever kissed.
Shit. I know that's not true. Hornatius is Ryan C. I don't think that's his last name, though. Ryan, I know this guy's last name. If I had to pick it, it's not C, I don't think.
Begins with an S.
Let's see. Toe Ray says, I missed the first part of the show because I was making my wife a steak dinner. What a stud. Did we discuss possible roster moves this summer? We did. We talked about a bunch of people that could be moving on, which included, in my opinion, Wen, KD, Zepp, Al Flanagan, because I think he can go pro. And I mean, not NBA necessarily, but somewhere, make some money. Dude, we ran into Marco Killingsworth, me and Courtney did about a year ago in Costco. And he was doing good. Like, he had played overseas for like 8 years. Mm-hmm. He had done really, really good. Yeah, absolutely loved him.
Did you tell him who you saw in the Atlanta airport?
Yeah, we saw TJ Lang.
Mm-hmm.
We saw TJ Lang. I tweeted about it. TJ Lang, one of my favorite Auburn players. A really, really good guy. Not a great basketball player per se, but he'd been playing over in Germany. He was there with his gal and his baby, and what a stud that guy is. He is the son of a Dookie, though. I told Courtney this. Antonio Lang was his dad back in the late 80s, early 90s. But when I told him I needed to talk to him, like this is back when I first met TJ, and I told him about this, I was like, I need to talk to you about your dad. He's like, I've heard this before. He knew, man. He knew that a lot of people didn't like Duke, so that's all part of it. Turtle was wondering if it was Ryan Seacrest we were talking about, Courtney.
He was definitely the one that got away.
So this is a true story, though. I'm not giving too much away because I'm not saying who it is, but this Ryan dude, this has been a long time ago. This is 94, I think. He did call our house a few times, and it got me a little unsettled, right? Because we were just kind of dating at that point. We weren't married or anything. And
right.
I was kind of like, hey, man, what the fuck? Why are you calling here, bro?
He was just a friend.
He was like, well, I was calling to talk to Courtney. I was like, yeah, well, listen, man. I don't know if you need to be talking to her too much.
No, talking to means something different these days
does,
than
it
it did
does.
then.
That meant actually talking to, but I mean, it's all good, whatever. Chip wants to make sure that we get the Orange Beach rundown nailed down, Courtney, right around Maddie's birthday.
Great.
Late April.
You need to let me know the date options, and I will.
Well, Chip, he already provided that.
To you.
No, he provided that to me. Yeah.
Exactly. You have not relayed those specific options.
I feel like
to me.
Chip knows enough about us to know that maybe you're the person he needs to talk to instead of me, right?
That would probably be a better idea.
Are there any random people in your phone that would be fun to talk to, though? Okay, you're giving me that stare. I'll tell you what. Maybe I'll just pick one out of my phone here.
Oh, that's not going to end well.
Well, no, we don't have to call that person. We can just we'll just decide if we can talk to them. Are you ready? Jimmy Dykes. No, we're not going to call. Oh, and then the next one is Deezer. Well, no, we're not calling him. He passed away. I'm not calling that guy. I'm not calling that guy. I'm not calling this guy either. I don't want to say these names on the air. I'm afraid it's going to... I'm not calling those people.
Is there anybody in your contact list that you could talk to?
Here's an interesting one. I'm not going to say the name, but...
Well, show it to me.
Becky, not our neighbor. Becky from...
Dallas?
From Dallas. You know the one I'm talking about.
I didn't know you had her contact information, Jay.
Hold on, let me see.
Wow, how is that? That's really amazing.
Oh, I don't have. It's from Facebook. That's a Facebook thing.
I'm sure it is.
It's a Facebook thing.
Sure it is.
I don't have her cell phone or anything. I don't even know. Anyway, that's an interesting story, though, is it not? Why are you nodding? Why are you nodding your head? No.
It's not an interesting story.
That is an interesting story, guys. We'll tell that story some other time. We also have Greg J on
I'll
here.
be behind a big paywall.
What? Turtle says that Ryan, who we were talking about earlier, is saved in your phone as Pizza Hut J. That's pretty funny right there.
Because he delivers.
What? Wait a minute. What? You made that sound like it's in present tense. That's problematic right there. Also, my brother-in-law, your brother-in-law.
Yeah, our brother-in-law.
And also his wife.
Wow.
Let me rephrase. His ex-wife. Is that fair?
No.
What's the
His
word?
deceased wife.
His deceased wife, yes.
I don't think they're... Well, I guess they're exes if you're in the ground.
Do you want me to call her and see what happens?
It's probably somebody else's phone number now.
Oh, yeah, well, the name that came up was Courtney's sister who passed away in 2017. Is that right?
16.
16. Yeah, maybe not that one. This isn't really working for me.
No, and nobody else is. No.
Mark Kamara.
It's probably about time for you to wrap this up, Jay.
Brad Larondo, who's now he was chief of staff at Auburn under Parson. He's now at Missouri. That guy's an absolute stud right there. Locked On. Do we really want to talk to him?
Hey.
Ma'am?
It's probably about that time.
Is it really?
I think that you have not even dozens of viewers now.
We have 35 viewers, Courtney. Are you kidding? 35,000 probably.
Exactly.
CJ3131 says, take the fifth. We just have fun on here, man. Me and Courtney, we've talked about this stuff like a million times. It's all good. Hey, by the way, are we going to do the bourbon thing we were talking about last night?
Across the street?
Yeah.
I haven't had any communication. I don't know what they're up to.
Oh, you want me to text them or ask them or what?
I can.
Turtle says call Hornatius. I can do that.
Do we have to?
Yes, we love Hornatius.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know as though I've ever called him though.
We do.
That's a statement, not a question.
We do.
Hey, I tried to call Stoltz earlier and he didn't call me. He didn't answer.
He's busy with his daddy.
I'm gonna call Hornatius right here. He's gonna be like, "What the hell, man?" All right, so it's ringing now for Hornatius. We'll see if he picks up, Courtney. You can't hear him though because you don't have any headphones.
It's okay. I can hear it ringing.
Hello?
Hi, is this Hornatius?
Yes, sir.
Hey, this is JG.
Who's, who's there?
This is JG from the Brain Train. You ever heard of me?
Are you the dude I need to talk to about canceling my account?
No, man, I got a warranty for your car if you were interested in one.
What are y'all doing?
Well, somebody just suggested that we call you, and I don't really know what I'd ask you, but I'm glad to have you on the air.
Yeah. Well, hell, I didn't even hear it. The volume was down low. I'm cooking fajitas, and I just stepped outside. But hold on, let me go back inside, get my drink. Hold on.
Hey,
Hold on.
Courtney, somebody suggested I call Neil. You think I should call Neil?
Oh my goodness, that would be great. No, let's do a three-way with him.
Wait, do you have questions for him?
Him and Maurice. Oh no, him and Maurice and you, and I guess that's a four-way between me, you, Neil, and your wife.
Well, I mean, there is a theory out there, Hornatius, that because I can't figure out why Neil's mad at me. I wonder if it's because you came on his show and shit on him so bad as Maurice. Is that possible?
No, he was hating me before that. That's the reason why I did it.
No, I think. Did you say something mean about me on there, or did you say JG put me up to this or something?
Said that, like, they sucked or something. I can't remember.
No, I remember that. Yeah, you were tough on him.
I can't remember like when I go to that personality. I can't remember like what happened and snap out of it.
All right. Well, maybe we'll get Neil on here. Do you have some questions you'd like to ask Neil?
No, because I don't even fucking give a shit about Neil. I never even think about him.
Well, Neil answered me. He says, I'm covering basketball. Yeah,
well,
I didn't realize Ole Miss was playing right now.
Keep blowing his shit up so he can't tap on his phone trying to do work and screw him up. Like, you just keep calling him over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. That's probably that's probably a good idea. You had a really good idea earlier about Courtney telling the world about, who she'd rather be married to other than me. You know what I mean?
I would think like that should probably. That's probably a wide range of folks that she would answer about.
He thinks it's a wide range of folks, Courtney.
I'm not exactly sure how to take that because that could mean several things.
I mean, however you're comfortable taking it. I don't want to upset you.
Well, you don't want to get crossways with Courtney. Because at the end of the day, you're scared of her, right? She could whoop your ass.
From Montgomery, hell no, she can't whip my ass.
Wait, hold on, man. I thought that you liked her.
No, I do. I just meant like she couldn't from that far away.
Oh, he means from that far away, like face to face.
She just doesn't have the time. Such a strong woman has probably got a full schedule and doesn't have the time to drive all the way up here to whip my ass.
Yeah, he's thinking you don't want to go all the way up there and whoop his ass because you don't really. You don't care that much, right?
I can stop by and meet her at a rest area on the way down to the Gulf sometime around there.
He says you would meet you at a rest area, though, if you really wanted to rumble.
Or a Waffle House.
You rumble.
What did you think about him having
a Waffle House somewhere?
Behind a Waffle House, maybe. What did you think about him having a portrait of his own home in his own home?
I don't really have a big deal about it, but you're butthurt about it for some reason.
I'm not butthurt about it.
I don't understand why anybody really cares.
Well, now he's a fan of yours, Courtney.
My
there you go.
My painting is Neil McCready.
You want me to call Neil?
You can't call Neil.
Yes.
He's actually working.
Let's do a four-way with Neil.
A four-way? What the hell, man?
Yeah, me, you, Neil, and AA.
Well, I'm actually kind of negotiating that with him right now.
Well, I can try to get my wife on too. We can do it five-way. She just brought a platter home today. I posted a picture on the bunker that said "Welcome home" at the bottom. And had a fucking pineapple on it. And she's got that son of a bitch on top of our china cabinet.
What the hell, man? What does that mean? That's
what I said.
Yeah, you don't know.
I started thinking about it. I think my kids are in on it too because they both at art camp last summer painted like door hangers, a door hanger each, a pineapple fucking door hanger to put on our two front doors.
He says they got pineapples on both their front doors, Courtney.
Well, they're not on there now. They were last summer.
You wouldn't know what to do.
No, he knocked them down. He took them down.
Oh my goodness! They'll try to put them back out there this summer. I don't know what to do, man.
Hey, T-Roy Tiger says treat plus rest area equals potential lot lizard situation. Well, hey man.
I just meant so I could get my ass beat.
Do you think I should try to get Neil on? Seriously?
Do
I thought
it.
he was
Do it.
working.
All right. I'm going to see what I can do, bro.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks for jumping on, Hornatius.
More reaches on the phone.
All right. See you, bro.
No, three-way. No, oh, God.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I wanted to harass him. All right.
All
yeah,
right.
well, I mean, hey, harass him for me.
All right. He's saying he wants you to, if Neil gets on the horn, he wants you to harass him for him.
I do have questions.
You have questions. Okay.
Say, ask him why they lowballed his ass.
Wait, what do you mean lowballed?
I mean, that was part of the stick when I called in talking about Lane.
Okay. I'll ask him.
All right. Bye.
See you, bro. Bye. I just got a text from D in Atlanta who said, send him a dick pic. I don't understand. Why would I do that? He also sent a picture of Neil. I don't really know what it is. Hey, I was with Neil when he bought those headphones, by the way, that D in Atlanta sent the picture of. So Neil, guys, seriously, I'm not no bullshit here. I haven't actually spoken to Neil since November, like mid-November. Like, I've tried to kind of
Had a conversation.
I tried to have a conversation with Neil about this, and it didn't go well. I mean, like, he wasn't mean about it or anything. He was just kind of like non-committal about it. Here's what I think happened with Neil. This is my opinion. I don't know if Courtney agrees with me, but I haven't really talked about this with her. But so he's got a new boyfriend named Tyler, right? He does a show with a guy named Tyler Siskey, right? I don't know if you guys are following that or not. I'm not really. But I think that they make more money on that show than he made with the show that he did with me. And so at that point, like, he doesn't care about me anymore. I think, like, seriously, I think it's just like Tyler S is his new boyfriend, and like I'm old news, you know.
I don't think it's that.
You don't think it's that?
No, I do not think it's that.
What do you want to tell me? What your theory is, or you want to tell me privately?
I think that there was a lot of hubbub.
Yeah.
Around the coaching search stuff.
Oh, we got JBDC Elite is still on here,
It
Courtney.
got a little
He'd like to
hot
know
in the
too.
water.
Runner24 says, speaking of Neil, G-Pitts ever coming back? Question mark. Interesting. So our contact at Cathead is a guy named Major, who's an absolute stud. Do we love Major?
He's a legend.
We love Major. He's one of my favorite people I've ever hung out with. And I texted him to talk to him about this maybe 2 months ago. And I was like, bro, my opinion on G-Pitts is that it's like on a temporary hiatus. We're going to get it going again. And then
It just might be a different situation.
it hasn't really gotten going again. But, I mean, I would still like to see it come back together. Yeah. So JBDC Elite said, great question, Runner, talking about is G-Pitts ever coming back. AU Taxman says, I think Horn harassing Neil would be counterproductive. Pocket Watch says, I used to follow the Siskey show. Of course, Pocket Watch, one of our guys here at auburnsports.com, but was also, at least at one time, kind of cool with Neil and G-Pitts and just kind of seeing what Neil was up to. I have not got an answer from Neil here in a little bit. He wanted to know why. I told him that people, like the folks watching the show, all 12 of you, wanted him on, and he wanted to know why they wanted him on. And so I explained it to him because I feel like I owed him an honest answer, and then I haven't heard from him. So that's kind of where we're at. We're just kind of waiting on Neil at this point. I'm not just going to call him. I look, man. I mean, even if Neil doesn't like me, I'm not going to just like cold call him on like a live show or whatever. That's kind
Thought
of
he
lame.
was working.
Yeah, is Ole Miss play? Are they actually playing? Guys, you know more about this than I do. Yes, they are actually playing. They're currently at halftime. They're up 35-26 on LSU. And I
Well,
can't
you
tell
quite
what.
call him then.
And they're playing at Ole Miss. Oh, Courtney, who gives a shit about Ole Miss basketball? They're 10-18. They just fired their coach. Like,
I thought he was going to these games and stuff.
he could take 10 minutes and talk about it. He's not going to miss anything. Nobody cares. Like, his people care about Lane and the battle of the football team. You know what I mean?
Did you say they were 10 and 18?
Yeah, they're 10 and 18. They just fired their coach. Like, there's a reason he got fired. He didn't get fired because he's a fucking creep. He got fired because he couldn't fucking win.
Sounds like your Louisville Cardinals.
T-Roy Tiger says, well, does this new Tyler have boobs the board could identify? If so, understandable. We've had I think Hornation started a thread about he posts pictures of titties and you have to guess whose they are. Why are you laughing? This is like totally on brand for us.
That's the class that you can expect when you join.
Runner24 says, based on that Tyler dude, add in Neil being difficult on the coaching search per Courtney's take, which seems like the most reasonable answer for me from afar. And then AU Taxman says, just tell him we legit miss him.
No comment.
Courtney, so, yeah, the Neil thing's been tough for me, honestly. It's been tough. And I run it by Courtney, and she's just kind of like, dude, how many times, because you listen to G-Pits, right?
Of course I listen to G-Pits.
How many times has he said he doesn't care about people, so why would he care about me, you know? Hold on, we just got an answer from Neil. I'm trying to protect him a little bit here. He's
unavailable for comment.
Oh, he's not really saying that. He's just saying he's getting a lot of questions about Chris Beard, who is he was the Texas coach who got fired because he had allegedly beaten his girlfriend, but then she recanted.
Yeah, and she recanted.
So the Ole Miss people think that Chris Beard needs to go to Ole Miss.
Wow.
So he wishes that he would have covered this game from the house. He's actually at the pavilion there at Ole Miss. This is, by the way, the most conversations I have with Neil in 5 fucking months.
And who provoked it?
Me?
Okay.
Well, technically Hornatius and AU Taxman.
Enough said.
What does that mean? I mean, I don't seriously. If we had him on right now, like, what would Courtney? Like, I don't want to ambush him. Like, I don't. Like, what would I say? What would I even say?
Somehow, I think the bourbon would help you in this conversation, but it may need to take place off the air.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm in favor of doing it on the air, but I've told him what the deal is here. I mean, hold on. Can you just talk for a minute and let me text this real quick?
Can I talk about your love for the Louisville Cardinals?
I don't have any love for the Louisville Cardinals.
Yes, you do. Can I talk about your love of horse racing?
Ooh, I just said the real stuff. I just said here.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the bourbon's talking.
No, you come on. I've said that to you myself.
I know that, but the bourbon's talking. Let's
Hold on. Whale Driver's onto something here, Courtney. Okay. He says, I wonder if it's more of a business issue. His customers don't like hearing that Auburn is a better job. Therefore, he needs to take issue with all of us. I don't think that's a terrible take right there. I don't think that's a terrible take.
I'm having a hard time keeping my mouth shut right now.
I don't think that's a terrible take. I think that's at least part of the truth right there.
I don't know that because Neil is always conscientious about his customers.
I think he is. I mean, shit. Don't we have to be?
Okay.
I'm very conscientious of my folks, right? I mean, I love the brain drainers, all 12 of them that are still here. Like, I love them, of course. I mean, they're very important to me.
But everything that you do personally and professionally, you always keep in the back of your mind who could be reading that at whatever point, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That's true. JBDC Elite, someone that Courtney knows well, says, oh, that's interesting. He thought that Whale Driver's take there was interesting. About he needs to take issue with Auburn people from a professional, like to keep his people happy or whatever. Let's see. T-Roy Tiger says, tell Neil if he comes back around, I'll sponsor a hashtag Harson Strong bracelet for him. And Robert J says, how confident are you that the last 2 games after such a beatdown today? Interesting. Is this rah-rah? Is this actual Robert J, like the rah-rah that I covered at Jeff Davis or not? It doesn't matter. but I'd still love you if it was. He's kind of getting back on track. So Auburn's got the game at Alabama, which is going to be a tough challenge there. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, we don't know that, Courtney. But if Alabama wins that game, they're going to win the SEC regular season championship outright, which would be tough, right? I mean, you don't want to be the visiting team where Alabama wins the title, right? I mean, Auburn?
Right.
Yeah, you don't want that. You don't want that at all. Yeah, that's a tough one there. I don't know. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a tough game to win. I thought Auburn played a great game against Alabama in Neville Arena for probably, 30, 35 minutes?
They played a great game.
And then kind of frittered it away at the end.
Decided to shoot from half court.
I know. This is a recurring theme for the Auburn Tigers. They tend to have games where they play really, really well for a period of time, and then they just kind of, don't finish the way that they should. So I think Auburn's going to probably lose at Alabama, and I think that Auburn's got a good chance to beat Tennessee inside Neville Arena. So if they were to split them, Robert, to your question, split these last two games, they're going to get in the tournament. I think they'd be a 10 seed at that point, and then they would need to win a game or two in Nashville to kind of get a better seed. But that's going to be tough, man. I mean, I don't know. They're not playing great basketball right now. Robert says, "What's seeding if we go 1-2 in a game or two in the SEC tournament? If you go 1-1 in these last two, I think you get in as a 10 right now. Because this big loss at Kentucky was bad, so I'm thinking 10 or 9. And if you split these and then you win one in Nashville, you're probably an 8, something like that. So that's probably the deal." Whale Driver says, seriously, in Oxford, they still have posters bashing Tommy Tuberville. He went 13-0 at Auburn and should have won a natty. How did he do at Ole Miss? Canoemans says, Neil can F all the way off. Neil did make that comment about Auburn fans. He thought Auburn fans could fuck all the way off. He did say that. And Canoeman, who is an Auburn guy through and through, he really had a problem with that, and I get it, man. That's a pretty damning statement. Neil sometimes says some things that he doesn't necessarily believe. I don't think he hates all Auburn people. I really don't. But anyway, Courtney.
So can I tell you a funny story today?
I haven't gotten an answer from Neil about what I said last time.
Well, he's busy. Can I tell you a funny story today? So, all these girls now buy their dresses online for formals and semi-formals and events and everything.
Yeah, I don't follow that on Facebook.
I know you don't, but that's the way they do. Well, your daughter got a dress in, and it was to wear tonight. And she got it yesterday, and she opened it up, and it is like fluorescent orange. Not what she thought she had ordered. So she Googles how to dye a dress.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you shitting me?
I am not shitting you. I should have told you this earlier. I forgot to. So she Googles how to dye a dress, goes out, buys a giant stock pot.
What? Hold on, whoa. What's a stock pot?
Stock pot on the stove.
What's a stock pot? Like we make
the giant that we usually put corn in. The giant one, the big tall.
This is for
giant.
A dress?
Just listen. Just listen. Okay?
This is my daughter?
Yes.
Oh my God.
She buys a giant stock pot, gets the RIT dye for the fabric that she has the dresses made out of. And so when she FaceTimes me today, she says, "You're never going to believe what I'm doing." And she shows me, and I said, "What are you cooking?" She said, "My dress."
Fucking A, man. Oh my God.
Look, here's a picture of it. It's purple now.
Oh no, hold on a second.
Yes, so she put I guess it was red dye, whatever dye in, and boiled it and cooked it, and she
boiled it.
Cooked a dress, and it's purple now.
How do I get to the other picture? Hold on.
Oh, well, if it's Snapchat, it's gone.
Oh my God. What?
Yeah.
You gave it to me and it wasn't even doable.
Yes, it was. You messed my phone up.
I was going to show him.
So anyway, I'll make her take another one then.
So her dress, she cooked her dress to be basically purple?
Correct.
Does it look okay?
Yeah, it's cute.
She cooked her dress?
Yes, she cooked her dress.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Well,
that's crazy to me.
It was, I wouldn't have done that, but hey, it worked.
I got some stories about some of the Kyo formals that we went to. Without saying any names, I wouldn't even say their first names. You had some hoe-ass sisters.
Correct, and you had some hoe-ass bros.
Wait, we're not talking about me. We're talking about you. We're talking about your sorority. Why are you staring at me like that?
Because it was your hoe-ass bros who were trying to get in with my sisters.
No. I'm talking about the girl who...
Anyway, moving along. But your daughter solved the problem all on her own.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take it.
That's pretty industrious right there. Let's see. Runner 24 says that's the genius of kids. Could have sent one dress back and reordered. Instead, ordered a pot and cooked it to some random color. LOL.
The only reason she couldn't do that is because she, of course, waited till the last minute, right?
Yeah,
and so
she's
it
the
got
last
delivered
minute.
yesterday, and she was stuck. She knew not to ask me for money again.
Yeah, that's true.
So she
Don't do
solved
that.
the problem.
1989 a number says she should just try it on and jump in the Alabama River. It would change the color.
It might melt away if she did that.
Pretty funny right there. And JBDC Elite says, I love Dearest Madeline's ingenuity. Dearest Madeline.
Yes.
JBDC Elite is actually Madeline's, well, my daughter, Maddie. That's her godfather.
It is.
And her godmother's passed away, unfortunately. But
Okay, well, let's moving on. Let's talk about good things.
Can we transfer that to somebody, like, don't you think Mrs. JBDC Elite would be a good...
Yes, she's stuck with her now.
Oh, okay. That's already been discussed. Okay.
She doesn't know it, but she's stuck with her. But now that she's an adult, they don't have to worry as much.
I just want to say, and this is something I've talked with Courtney about many times, but JBDC Elite, I've known his wife a long time. I knew them before they got married. Her name was something else. It wasn't his last name at the time.
That's amazing.
Her name was Crystal. I can say
Her
Crystal.
name was Crystal.
Her name is currently Crystal. Her last name has changed because she got married to JBDC Elite. But I'm a big fan of Crystal.
Yes.
I like Crystal a lot. Crystal's
Crystal's
dangerously
amazing.
smart. And that's kind of JBDC Elite's problem, right? Because he's got a wife that's like smarter than him. To be fair, she's smarter than all of us. And so I don't know if I want to be married to someone who's a lot smarter than me. I'm married to someone who's like sort of smarter than me.
Where are you going with this?
I'm married to somebody who's smarter than me, but you're not like scary smart. You're like just smarter than me. Which is
well,
good.
this has been fun. This is great.
Crystal's scary smart. I don't know.
And Bourbon's doing good things to you tonight.
Crystal,
Did you tell him how much you did last night?
Oh, yeah, we drank a lot.
my
Can we get that up here on the guys? The Bammers
Get
over
the
here.
production crew to get that up.
Can we get the so
They're busy watching the Ole Miss game.
Fridays are finished bottle Fridays at the Tate household and also wherever we go, right?
Right.
And so last night we killed a bottle of Eagle Rare, we killed a bottle of Bland's, we killed a bottle of Weller Antique, and we also killed a bottle of something else. Do you remember what it was, Cordy?
Eagle Rare, Bland's, Buffalo Trace.
Buffalo Trace. We killed them all. 4 bottles we killed. Now, they weren't all full when we started, but we did kill them all. So, 1989 number says, hey, you've got to love women that are resourceful. Seriously, yes, you're right. JB at DC Elite says you might want to wrap it up. This is where I profess my love for Crystal. I think Crystal is the only woman, and you knew about this. I told you about this.
Here we go.
She's the only woman I've told who was not married to me or like related to me that I love her. I love JB DC Elite's wife. She's incredible.
She is incredible.
She's an inspiring
There's no doubt.
individual, and she's like all the things. You know, she's a cool person. She's a lot of fun. She's very, very bright. She does a lot of great things for our country.
Okay.
Just that's the great thing about her. Can we get her on the show?
I'm not so sure she'd be interested in joining the show, Jay.
Why? She doesn't like me? So I've been talking about all this time.
Not why.
We got an answer from Neil. There you go. Tell him.
Oh, Lord. Oh, God.
I got to do the FaceTime.
FaceTime. Face recognition.
All right, let's see. Courtney.
Uh-oh.
Courtney's got the answer over here as to what Neil had to say. And now, don't go word for word. We want to protect Neil, of course. Let's see what she thinks about this answer from Neil. Oh, she's still reading. Wow, that must have been a long one.
What's the battle for 13th place?
That's like what Ole Miss is doing right now. They're terrible.
Okay.
Just kind of a placating answer.
No, I mean, he's busy.
Okay, he's busy. All right. We can't get him right now.
Moving right along.
All right. JBDC Elite says we're all patriots in this house, Courtney. Hey, our viewer numbers are going up, Courtney. We're doing good.
Wait, we've got dozens.
We've got literally a dozen viewers. We're doing great. Everything's great here. Everything's wonderful.
You just wait till we do our bourbon show.
Wait, are we going to do a bourbon show?
Yes.
T-Roy Tugger says, why wouldn't Crystal want to be on the show? What has Neil told her? Yeah, she doesn't know Neil. Crystal's, I don't know if she would love to be on the show, though. We love talking to her, but I don't know if she'd love to be on the show, you know.
I don't think she would love being on the show.
No, she would. I wouldn't even know what to talk to her about. Like, I'd be like, hey, Crystal, you're awesome. And she would be like, please don't say that. And then...
Anyway.
Like, JB and Courtney both know what I'm talking about right there.
Moving along,
she would be like,
Tate.
I don't feel comfortable here. Okay, so I guess, Neil, we're not going to get him because Ole Miss is playing right now. What if Ole Miss wasn't playing right now? I got an idea.
He's busy, Jay.
I've got an idea. What about can I call Laura?
No.
What if we just talk to Laura? Like,
no,
because you know I like Laura. Like I'm on Team Laura.
No.
Fuck.
It's not gonna work.
I'm just thinking about ways we can approach this when Neil's busy.
It's not happening tonight. Sometimes, Jay, it cannot happen on your terms.
Honey, it's been 3 months.
But you decided tonight's the night.
Pocket Watch. I said there was at least a dozen people on the show. Pocket Watch said it's the quality of the dozen that counts.
I would agree.
Whale Driver says, damn proud to still be here. I can't drink tonight, which helps. Oh, wow. I'm sorry to hear that, Whale Driver. By the way, Whale Driver was gracious enough to provide us with this Joseph Magnus, which is a delicious bourbon, by the way. According to the bottle, distilled in Indiana. I think this is what's the word for fermented? Like when you distill it and you put it in a barrel and it stays there for a while, like what they do at Sitzelweller. Aged. They say it's aged somewhere else. I can't read this; it's too dark. Anyway, Whale Driver, what a stud. Pocket Watch says, "What about Chance the Yapper?"
I'm sure he's very busy too.
Yeah, he doesn't like me anyway. I don't think he likes me. His wife likes both of us more than him, maybe.
That's okay.
Yeah, his wife's cool. I like her. Canoemans says, no, please keep going. This is high quality content. Yes, there's literally dozens of people who think this is great. This high. But I mean,
amazing.
I mean, it's all good. It's all good. We're having fun. I was really hoping. So Neil said he wouldn't come on.
He said he is unavailable right now.
Okay. Well, I want you guys to know that I told Neil. Did I not? I told him how I felt.
Okay.
Do you think we
not a therapy session?
Can we get Gabe on here?
This is not a therapy session.
Well, Gabe can't really help, actually, now that I think about it. 'Cause I've kind of gone to Gabe about this.
Y'all just pay your copay for Jay and his therapy session.
You know who's talking? Easy. He says, easily I approach the microphone because I ain't no joke. Tell your mama to get off of my tip. I have no time to give her my quip. I'm going to hold it. Let's see what's going on. Runner 24 says, it's early and this has been great. 1989
the problem
number.
is Jay hasn't eaten anything since like noon.
1989 number says, is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail a good investment of time, or just pick your best and go buy them while there?
It depends what you want. Like, do you want to see a distillery? Do you want to see what they do there? Do you want to enjoy different tastes? Do you want to spend a whole day? Do you need a driver because you are drinking all day? So it just depends on what you're looking for is my advice.
Let's see.
We thoroughly enjoyed our experience last May there.
I think that Hornatius is asking us to play Automobile in here. Here you go. This is for you, Hornatius. Oh, I better not say. If I play that, that's going to be copyrighted, and I won't be able to. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, you heard it though, Hornatius. I played it, bro. I played it for just like a second right there. Canoeman says there's dozens. Let's see. Runner says, what has Gabe been up to? He got kicked from G-Pit, so call him. I don't know what to say about. Like, Gabe's one of the good guys. Gabe's a good guy in this story, so I don't want to give him any trouble. JBDC Lee jumps in with a super chat and says, copay? What does that mean, Courtney?
For your therapy session you were just having.
Oh, my God. I absolutely love JBDC Elite and his wife, Crystal, and his kids, too. Canoeman says Stoltz. You want to try? Well, I called Stoltz earlier, but we can call him again. That's cool.
I
think he's out with his parents, but we'll try. We'll call him again. It's all good.
I mean, when the boss man calls.
Well, he ignored me earlier.
It's kind of like, when you call me, I'm like, oh, I better answer the phone because the boss is calling.
How come you don't answer me very often? Hey, is this Stoltzy?
It is.
What up, Stoltzy?
Hey, sorry I missed your call earlier.
No, man, I know you're out doing stuff. I mean, I wasn't trying to give you too much trouble.
No, it's fine. What's up?
I was just kind of checking to see what you thought about the game.
It was miserable.
Mm-hmm. Are the UK fans I told you fucking that they'd win or whatever? No,
they were respectful, I think.
All right, cool.
My dad included, who sat right beside me. So that was good. No, they were respectful today. They were very upset about the late flagrant called on somebody against Broom when he got hit in the head.
Yeah, that was BS. Don't be dirty like that.
Yeah, I know. So you would thought that they were up by 40 at that time, but they were.
Yeah.
It was overall just bad effort by Auburn, I think, tonight, and just painful to watch because they can play better.
Do you think they're going to get in the tournament?
Right now, I don't think so.
Oh shit! They got to have another win, don't they?
They have to beat Tennessee at home.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, man.
And maybe win a game in the SEC tournament, but it was. There was no rhythm. There was just nothing in the. I mean, dear Lord, I've never seen Auburn play that bad in my life.
I know. They were playing so bad.
And Rob just, Auburn fans traveled here, and they expected a better show, but I don't know. Maybe it's just one of those games where Kentucky's hot, and they've been playing really well, and Auburn's not. Yeah, we saw it happen in 2019.
There's been Stoltzy. There were some people asking, what can BP do to fix this right now? I mean, is that even fixable right now?
I don't think it is. I just don't think you have enough production for the two guard.
Yeah.
And Alan Flanagan looked lost at times today. Wendell, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, they were just out bullied, out hustled, out rebounded. I mean, Toshiba basically had his way with Broom. And then, it's frustrating to watch because this team is so. They have so much skill, but at the same time, they can't put it together.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, so it was a frustrating loss. My dad had a good time. I had some good friends around me at the game. That's about it. So,
Hey, I saw some of the pictures you sent to the group chat. You had one near Triangle Park where Courtney famously injured her ankle on our first date and got injured. And then also you had a picture of the big blue penis.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the big blue penis. Yeah. I used to think that was the largest building in the world.
It's a pretty big one, though, to be fair.
It's only 33 stories. When I first moved to New York, my apartment building was 48. So,
wow. I did not know that.
Yeah. So
what level did you live on, though?
Huh?
What level did you live on?
28.
Wow, that's incredible. I've never lived on the 28th floor of anything.
Yeah, it sucked really bad during the blackout, the massive blackout in 2003 when I had to walk up 28 flights. But,
oh, my God. That would have taken me like a while.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good.
Hey, I was mentioning earlier in the show, some people asked me, like, who are some great national reporters that you like to read? And my answer was Chuck Culpepper because he's an absolute stud. But, like, me and you both consider him like a hero, right?
I agree. I 100% agree with Chuck Culpepper. He's the best. It makes me mad how good he is.
He's so good, man.
Yeah, and yeah, I like Rod Thompson. He can get a little long-winded, but I do like Rod Thompson.
Yeah.
And then but Chuck is so good, man.
Yeah,
he is. So good.
I bet he would come on the show if I asked him. You know.
Oh, he would. He would.
I feel kind of bad though. He's too big for me.
Well, no, he's not.
Word.
No, he's not. He texted me yesterday.
Remember we got a picture of me and you and him at the the tournament last year.
Yeah. Well, if we make the tournament this year, maybe we can get another one.
Yeah, that guy's a stud, man.
Hey, it's so good.
Yeah.
So good. How's everything down there?
Well, we've been on the air for 2 hours. No, 3 hours. We've been on the air 3 hours, Stoltz.
All right. Well, I was having dinner with some high school friends at some sushi restaurant, and that's why I didn't answer the first time.
Oh, that's cool, man. Canoemans says, ask Stoltz where he wants to go drink, please. Thanks in advance. Because I think they would like to meet up with you and drink with a celebrity such as yourself.
McCarthy's Pub.
McCarthy's Pub in Lexington?
Yep.
Have I been there? Courtney, have we ever heard of that?
What's it called?
McCarthy's?
That's new.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
It's right across the street from my hotel.
New
right across the street from your hotel. Like what? You're downtown, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be one of those places, Courtney. It used to be a different name when we were young.
It
Like
said
horse
established in
feathers.
1996, so maybe
It said it was.
You guys were around.
It was established in '96, Courtney. He said he didn't think we were around in '96. No,
We
he
were.
He just meant we weren't hanging out in Lexington.
We were living. In
we actually
Lexington
were
in
living in
96.
Lexington.
I knew that.
Anyway.
But I'm going to go there, have a few, and probably go to bed.
All right. Well, that sounds like a fun night for you, Stoltzy.
It's been a devastating day.
Yeah.
It's been a great weekend, though. I got to see my parents. Got to see my entire family for the first time. We were all together for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
That's good. Yeah.
Hey, are you gonna be back for Hugh on Monday?
I will.
Nice. That'll be fun.
I'll be there. I think it's at 4:30, right? 4:40?
Yeah, that's the rumor.
Yeah. I'll be there.
All right, bro. I appreciate you checking in. Hope you have a good time. Hey, pick me up a bottle of bourbon if you want to.
I will. All right.
See you, bro.
See you, bye.
Bye. There he goes, Brian. Brian Stoltz, everyone. What a stud that guy is. We tried to get Neil on earlier, but I don't think Neil was going to be able to make it. Don't you think you should give me 5 minutes, though, Cordy?
I don't think he had 5 minutes to give, Jay.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
All right, that's cool.
It's probably about time to wrap it up, Mr.
This
Tate.
reminds me of the time that I told my dad that I didn't think he loved me, and then
he said, "Okay."
And then that's what I basically said right there, right? Courtney, I'm not saying word for word. I'm just saying, did I not say that?
You did, and he said, "We need to talk. He's busy."
That's fair. He's covering a game. I get it, man.
I mean,
my dad called me during a Talladega race to tell me he was divorcing my mom.
That was fun.
I was busy then too.
That was fun.
I said, "Hey, ET, don't you think you could just play the string out, man, and just finish this shit out? And
He
goes,
said, nope.
nope. He said, no, I
Nope.
can't.
Think he was
Nope.
onto something.
Wait, what? What does that mean, Courtney? That's not very nice. Folks on here have been praying for my mom because she's in a nursing home now. My mom is, but she's stable. She's good. She's good. Solo Tigre says 5 minutes in a steel cage. Hopefully he means me and Neil. Listen, man,
Pay-per-view.
Neil's not an enemy of mine. I like Neil, but I still think I like to talk to Laura about this.
That's not going to happen.
Okay, first things first. I'm not calling Laura. Second of all, if we did call Laura, I think she'd be on my team. I think she would be like, I like you, JG, and I like your wife, Courtney, and I don't understand what's going on.
We're not calling Laura.
No, we're not. I said we're not calling Laura. Of course we wouldn't. I wouldn't want to put her in that situation. But if we did call Laura, she would be like, I don't understand. I don't know what's going on.
I disagree.
As my daughter would say. That's what she does when she's like, I don't know what to say. Turtle says Courtney has a lot of faith in her wrap it up rhetoric. Turtle, I want to know how much you know about Faith. I'm curious. He seems to know a lot about her, but I'm not sure. Canoeman says McCarthy's Pub. I believe that is where he's going. I'm not familiar with that place. Is that like Lina's? Is that what Lina's used to be? Or something like that? I don't know.
And he's staying downtown near the park?
That's what he said, yeah. So it must be somewhere near Deshays or whatever, right?
Oh, could be.
But you actually injured your ankle.
Outside. No shade.
It was near Deshays. It was within probably walking distance of Deshays. So let's see. T-Roy Tiger says, I mean, if anything, Neil should have a grudge against the Bammer Nation that got him canned on Mobile Radio, right?
It's been a few years.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. And by the way, for what it's worth, Neil, that was an unfair situation to Neil. And that's why I went on the air down there and defended him on the air after he got fired, because he didn't deserve that. Neil's great on the radio. He's really, really good, and he's better than I've ever been at like radio, and he does a great job with his show. He and Chance the Yapper do that. Solo Tigre says, have you convinced your daughter to start streaming yet? A lot of people are moving to Kick. She could be an early adopter.
Oh, how we wish.
So, yeah, I mentioned this on the show, but I mean, on the rundown, but she's really good at a particular game that doesn't have a huge following. It's called Brawl Stars. And I mentioned this to Henry the other day. We had Henry on the show earlier, Courtney. And I said, does it sound crazy to you that my daughter would have issues about kind of being out there, being a streamer? And he goes, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And so at that point, I was like, okay. I mean, Henry, I trust Henry. And he thought that it might be a lot to kind of be out there like that. So, I mean, to me, I don't give a shit. But, I mean, for her, maybe it's a big deal. She's like 20, almost 21. So, I kept telling her, like, and this might be bad for a dad to say, but I was like, you wear some low-cut shirts. You kind of show off your boobies. Not like actual, I'm just saying, like, cleavage action. And, look, my thought is, and I'm not this, but if you're a competent woman who's playing a video game, who's good at it, because I know she's really good at it, and you're semi-cute, like, you're going to be, and she can talk, too. Like, she would be perfect for this. But she hadn't done it yet, so. Courtney, I know you agree with me on this. Don't even pretend. Don't even front.
I agree with you, but I also understand how kids these days have a much harder time putting themselves out there.
No, you're right. I'm some old man. I mean, who cares, right?
So just for reference, McCarthy's Irish Bar is on the corner of Vine Street and North Upper.
I don't know where the fuck that is.
Yes, you do. Vine Street is what goes around Triangle Park.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And so it's 2 blocks down from there.
That doesn't help me for shit, Courtney.
Okay.
Like, what's there? What is that near the Big Blue Penis?
No. No. Well, I guess it's closer to that. Yeah.
It's closer to the big blue penis?
Yeah, it is.
McCarthy's Irish Bar, excuse me. It's on Supper, which is South Upper Street.
That's what
I'm
I
trying
said.
to. Yeah, I know you did.
Okay.
I got you. I'm trying to
See it
see
now?
here. Hold on, I'm working on it, girl.
You big baby.
Okay, so it's right next to Lexington Marriott, near Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse. Courtney, I don't really know where this is at though, but I do think that's the big blue penis right next to it. So yeah, we didn't really hang out there as much.
I don't think there was a Marriott there when we were there.
Hey, that place where Cowboys used to be, that's called a Pies and Pints now, Courtney. Did you see that?
Cowboys?
Yeah, that's where we were going that time.
Is that the name of it?
The Mayterm party where you and me were.
That's the name of it?
It was called Cowboys at the time, yeah.
It smelled in there.
What do you mean it smelled? Would it smell like fucking
smelled like
excellence because I was
beer.
there?
It smelled like beer and dirty cigarettes. Just like every bar that you went to.
We used to smoke in bars back then.
Ugh.
That was crazy. That's insane. Transylvania University. By the way, a whale driver said that I believe his aunt lives up near Transy on 3rd Street.
Really?
Yeah, I told him we used to endeavor to kind of be there, live there. And now I think about how we are at 50. Well, you're younger than that, but
I'm a lot younger than 50.
I know you are, but we like newer homes now. We wouldn't necessarily want to be in a 150-year-old home.
You wouldn't.
I thought we were united front on this.
I would love to live in a house with some history, but you won't because you're afraid somebody died in it.
Yeah, I don't like to be in a house where somebody died.
I don't know why. Maybe they had a nice, peaceful death.
Wait, T.O. Tiger says, some old man. I tune in every time awaiting JD's low-cut shirt. Wait, my tie's almost off right now.
He is never low cut.
Hold on, I can be low-cut.
No, don't. No, we don't need that. We'll get way too many super chats when you do that.
So many super chats. From all of our female viewers, all 2 of them. With you being one and Maddie being the other. Pocket Watch says he's at McCarthy's right now, Courtney.
Well, look at that.
How about that? That would be great if we get those 2 together. I think we have hung out together, though. I think Pocket Watch, well, for sure, Pocket Watch, we had breakfast with him and some of his crew at the bagel breakfast stop, right? Whale Driver says a ton of 150-year-old homes have bad school districts. Love the sense of humor here. Canoemans says, Commodore, you are incredible on radio. Yo, I don't ever do radio.
Yes,
I?
You do.
Very rarely. I just
you are
ignore
always a very good guest.
I feel like I am, but
very
few people ask me to be on.
This week. I mean, it's not radio, but
well, I did John Clay's show. John Clay's one of my heroes. He works for the Lexington Herald-Leader, and he did a show. And I mean, Courtney, come on now. When I was sitting in that apartment in Chippendale Circle, I was reading John Clay, and I go, "Hey, I'd love to be that guy someday."
Yeah, I recall, and I said, "Oh Lord."
John Clay, I was talking to him on the phone the other day. I did a show, and he goes,
"I'm aware."
Well, I appreciate you doing the show, JG. And I go, John Clay, are you kidding? I love you. I have been able to come up with a career and provide for my family, which really is just Courtney. Well, Maddie too. And because of you. John Clay, of course, covers Kentucky for the Lexington Herald-Leader, and he's an incredibly cool person in real life. He was really nice to me.
He took you under his wing.
I wouldn't go that far,
but little fledgling.
He was really nice to me. And he's a legend. He's going to be in the Lexington Sports Writers Hall of Fame. No doubt about it, right?
Sure he is.
Him and Mark Story and Jenny Reese and whoever else. Darkside says, take it off, JG. What a stud.
Don't ask him to. He will.
Turtle says, if she doesn't pop your back pimples, she ain't the one. That is Turtle. I don't know,
Nasty.
man. I don't know, man. Solo Tigre says, I was watching a Murdaugh trial stream with 50,000 viewers the other day, and the super chats couldn't hold the jock of the brain drain. What a bunch of pores. Our brain drainers, I'm telling you, every single one of them, I love you guys.
Every single one of them, because we can count them individually now.
With the notable exception of Stephen P, who lives a long way from me, I think I've hugged most of them. And I would hug every brain drainer. I would probably hug you and like grab your ass too. Like,
wow.
And I say that as a straight guy. Like, I love our super chatters. But Stephen P.
Is that supposed to be an incentive for them?
Stephen P. He lives so far away from us. I can't get to him. But I probably should fly out there, right? Stephen P. drops super chats during the football shows, and it's insane. He drops $499 super chats.
And then he takes off. He's like, hey.
What a stud that guy is. Unbelievable. Turtle says 3 more hours of this. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Turtle?
Jay needs some food. No, Donger needs food.
Courtney, I ate earlier.
Yeah, you ate 9 hours ago.
Did Denton's mom? Are we going to go drink with Denton's mom?
No, you don't need any more drink.
What?
You've had enough drink.
I thought we were supposed to finish off.
You've had enough drink.
Shit, man. Chip Tip says, are we doing Kentucky Lost Drunk? Wait, where's my sound?
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
I don't know. Hornacia says, I have no ass. 1 a.m. beaches. Let's see. AU Taxman says, I need a t-shirt that says, JG hugged me under the Creed wall. AU Taxman, what a stud that guy is. So AU Taxman, I think I've told this on the show before, but some of you guys haven't heard that. AU Taxman donated a bottle of Booker's, which is difficult to get. That is a coveted bourbon for the bunker show, the bunker meetup we had in June last year. Unfortunately, we picked a weekend that was also the weekend that Garth Brooks. Same day that Garth Brooks is playing at Legion Field or wherever the fuck it was, the new Legion Field. And so it was like 10 of us. But I thought that was great. So we drank we had so much bourbon. Everybody would have had to drink a bottle and a half of bourbon to like clear out what we had. We were over at Soho Social, which are great guys, by the way. If you guys are in Birmingham or greater Birmingham, definitely want to go out there and hang out with Soho Social people or Taco Social. Right, Courtney?
It was delicious.
Dave is one of the owners and also Big Daddy. I call him Taylor, but I don't know what you guys call him. But they're restaurateurs there, and they have a bunch of restaurants there in Birmingham, and they're absolute studs. Would you agree?
They are studs.
Also, Dave's wife, is she not incredible?
Yes.
Red-haired girl?
Mm-hmm.
I told him, I was like, well, I better not say that right now on the show, but he did really good for himself.
Here he goes.
She's absolutely fantastic. T-Roy Tiger says, eat it Murdoch streamers for drink fund.
No more drink.
We actually talked about Murdoch earlier. Oh, I don't think we knew enough about it, though. I've kind of been working under this assumption that he's guilty. Right? Are we all on the same page there? But he was crying like...
He's guilty.
He was crying like some crocodile tears the other day, saying he's really bummed out that his wife's dead and his son's dead or whatever.
He's upset he got caught.
Do you know enough about it for me to like trust you on this?
I do not know the ins and outs. I do know what a guilty man looks like, though.
Hey, are we going to do some random calls?
No, we already tried that, and everybody's busy.
What? Let me just ask
Everybody in your contact list is busy.
I want to ask you this question, okay? We're not doing this. We're not going to do this, okay? But I want to ask you this.
Oh, God.
If we called Colette, how would that go? I don't even know the answer to the question.
I know the answer to the question. She'd say, who's this?
Oh, stop. She knows Jane Corney. Stop.
No, she'd be like, who's this?
Oh, stop. She would not.
Why are you calling me? I've never spoken to you on the phone before in my life.
No, that would be true, but I'd be curious. I don't really know what I'd ask her. Do we know enough about her to even ask?
No.
What about I'm not going to say the name, the goalkeeper for your field hockey team? Remember that girl?
Yes.
Well, we ask her. She might be a better person to call anyway. This girl.
Oh, God, please.
What?
You are just...
That was a funny story.
Oh, there's just so many women that were just just knocking down Jay's door, and I was just the lucky one.
That was not what I was going with that.
Whatever. Yes, it was.
No, it was not. Remember what she told us at that chapter room party? She said, hold on, I'm going to hit mute for just a second. All right, I'm sorry. She didn't want. I don't think she wanted me to talk about that. I don't know. Why would she care? That nobody could ever figure out who that is. Anyway, so the Tigre says, call Christy Malzahn.
It's a little late for that, but someday you need to have him on here.
No, I would absolutely have Christy Malzahn on here. I don't want to call her like lit. But Courtney knows her. I mean, like,
I think she's a great person.
We love Christy. Yeah, we both love her.
She's had a very rough last year.
She has had a difficult last year. But I literally cried on the show when she was sick. I cried. I literally sat here and cried.
The bourbon helped with that too.
Well, I mean, I love Christy Malzahn. She's one of all the people I've ever met in my life, Christy Malzahn is, I can say this very honestly, she's one of my 20 favorite people I've ever met. Ever. Men, women, old school, new school, whatever. I love Christy Malzahn. And Gus is like, I mean, I like Gus.
Well, that's also, that's good to hear, because do you remember what you told somebody last summer? Don't spray. Don't spray.
I was about to spit that out. I know. I don't know where we're going, but
you know exactly where we're going with this.
What did I say?
You told somebody who we've been friends with for over 30 years.
Yeah.
That his wife was in your top 10 ever. That she was the most awesome person and you loved her. And he was probably in the top 50. You actually said that. That came out of your mouth.
True. That is true.
That came out of your mouth. That's what you said. Not only that, but you're sitting in the man's house, drinking his bourbon.
Okay.
Stating this. It was the most awkward thing in the whole world.
I want to say this. Okay. I told the truth, though. Like, the girl in question,
it doesn't matter if you told the truth or not. Sometimes there are things that you're supposed to keep to yourself. You think them and they don't come out your mouth. There's this thing, it's a filter, and you're supposed to use it sometimes.
All right, so the girl she's talking about, I mean, she's not somebody I would ever.
Are you still on mute?
No, I'm not on mute. No, I'm not on mute. No, that's Ornatius fucking with you right there, Cordy. I did. That is a true story. We were at our friend's house from Trancy, and I told the girl with you there. I wasn't like I was doing something shady.
No, I don't. It wasn't even a flirting thing.
No, because I've never been. I'm not.
I know.
I mean, I like her, but I don't like her that way. I said, you're in my top 10 people of all time, and then I told her husband, you're probably in the top 50. And then that was a big funny. You guys got a big joke out of that. You all thought it was really funny.
I don't think he thought it was really funny.
No, he didn't really, but I mean, like, she is cooler than him. Like, what? I mean, is anyone disagreeing with that? Okay. Nobody knows who that is, Courtney. Like, they don't know who that is.
I understand that, but it was awkward.
Yeah, it probably was.
And
I mean, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like, he hears that all the time, though. He's married to a girl who's insanely pretty and is insanely sweet, and she's like friendly to everybody. Hornacia says pics.
No pics.
Yeah, we're not gonna post pics of that. That'd be. I mean, we've known her like 30 years. Like, I wouldn't want to do that. Courtney played field hockey with her. I mean, I like her a lot.
Anyway,
she's a sweet
moving
girl.
Right along.
She's a really sweet girl, but
yes, another awkward moment Jay did.
I don't even think that. I don't.
Anyway.
All right, whatever. I can't even say names anymore. It's so stupid. Like, if I say his name, like, nobody's going to know who the fuck it is. Hold on. We're going to go on mute again. Hold on. Oh, shit. Whoa. All right, we're just going to let that one go. Whatever. I mean, Courtney says. Hornacia says Jay's filter is dirty. No.
It's very clogged up.
I mean, I don't. Listen, guys, I just feel like I owe it people to be honest, you know? This might be Courtney, so we've been streaming for 3.5 hours?
What did you
Nothing. I did not burp.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
What was that then?
I don't know what it was.
That was gross.
We've been streaming for 3 hours and 25 minutes since the end of the game.
Mm-hmm. And you've been drinking for
Crazy.
3 hours and 20 minutes without any food.
Hey, should we be talking about that wedding we went to last weekend? That
was a
pretty
great
fun.
wedding.
Yeah, so we went to a wedding last weekend. That's why I wasn't able to stream the game, the Vanderbilt game. I probably should have. And we were in Houston, Texas. We were in Atascocita. Is that right?
Yeah, you got me.
And so
Uber driver took us.
we had Uber driver definitely took us. So we went out there and it was a fun wedding. The reason I like the wedding is that the wedding and then the reception were in the same spot, so that you don't have to move around and like that. We did that actually when we were younger. We had a wedding and reception in different
That's
places.
when most people were getting married in churches, and most people are, well, not most people, but a lot of people are not getting married in churches now.
Okay, word. So we went out there and we partied up. We got pretty lit. They had a lot of Jim Beam, right, Courtney? Is that right?
Imagine
and
that Jay was enjoying himself. There is video evidence, so
yeah,
I will make sure that
I know.
you all see this at some point.
Unfortunate. I mean, you guys aren't going to have access to it, but I think the videographer. There were a few times when I was motorboating you when I didn't realize I was on video, and then I turned it up. Like I went up for air, and then there was a guy with a video camera right in my fucking jaw.
That's because we are old, and we used to be able to do that without people documenting what used to happen on a dance floor.
You know, you think you're motorboating your wife, and the next thing you know, you're on fucking video. We're going to be on, like, America's Funniest Home
oldies.
Videos. You're going, look at this 50-year-old
Look at these
guy.
oldies.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Yeah. Anyway, Turtle says, Courtney is in my top 1.5 JGs in my top 69. What does that mean, Courtney?
That's funny.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I will do right now on the fucking air. I'm going to do my all-time. Do I have my phone with me?
Nope, you don't.
Where's my phone?
Oh,
Did
it's
you
gone. I don't know what happened to it.
My top 10 people of all time.
Oh, no. Don't.
We can't do it right now?
No, you can't do that right now.
Courtney says no. I was going to do my top 10 people of all time. Or are you worried about who it's going to be or not going to be? I have to put her in there. Wait. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have told you guys honestly, but Courtney told me I shouldn't do that. Hey, Courtney, we got 30 viewers. We're doing good. Let's see. Runner24 says, who cares? Motorboating is always good. She was fine with it.
I was laughing.
Well, yeah, I know, but the problem was that I was technically backed up to another girl, even though you were there. Like, we were just kind of having fun.
I told one of them, I said, come here, let's sandwich this old man.
Yeah, that happened. And then there was another girl that we were friends with. I don't want to say her name, but from North Carolina. And then, like, I was kind of fucking around with her and her husband, like, just, like, having fun, you know, like just goofing around. And then the fucking guy came over, like, right then.
Of course he did.
Yeah, I don't know. They like, no. They're like, oh, they're like.
No, they're like, look at this drunk asshole. I'm sorry. Drunk guy.
Anyway, yeah, it's all good. It was all fun. Hornation says, "Shorty fire burning on the dance floor." Isn't that Sean Kingston? You sing that?
You know not to ask me those questions.
Yeah, you don't know. Hot Dog Water says, "LMAO, the drain is still going. Love it." Hey, now we'll give it a laugh on that one. Oh, well, we gotta go a full laugh on that one. Pocket Watch says 34 is still dozens, plural. No, we're down to 31 now, bro.
I see 28. Are we going till we get to 1? Is that the goal?
Darkside says, JG, I literally just got back from Houston today. Mrs. Tate is taking over. We had a great time in Houston. We basically flew in. We stayed at the Marriott there at the airport, and then we would use Uber to kind of commute over to Toscasita where the wedding stuff was going on.
Jay
But we had a great time.
an amazing meal out there. At
That was not in a Toscasita.
No.
That was at somewhere else.
it was next to the Museum of Funerals or whatever it was.
I didn't go there.
I was like, no, thank you. That does not sound fun.
I don't even have my phone anymore, but I had the best. Listen, guys, I like burritos. I love burritos. I had the best burrito of my entire life there at, what do you think it was called?
It was called Lupe's Tortillas or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds good. And it was really, really good.
They had some really good margaritas, too.
Oh, my God. Turtle says the Utah Jazz halftime show. So this is obviously a guy who is on the, what do we call that? Prime ticket or? NBA League Pass. Says the Utah Jazz halftime show is a dude dancing with a broomstick between his legs. That's what awesome. I love, man.
Well, we just saw, I could not believe when I saw who the owner of the Jazz was on TV the other day.
Yeah, he has his
hat on backwards. I was sitting here, I'm like, he has a hat on backwards. They say that is the owner of the Jazz? I was like, really?
Well, to be fair, he's got a 13-inch cock, so, I mean.
I don't care what size it is. He still looks like a douche.
How do you know that?
By wearing his hat on backwards during an interview.
I know. Very early on in our relationship, you told me not to wear my hat backwards. So
I told you not to wear your hat at all.
Oh.
I had to teach you when you could wear your hat.
I don't wear it anymore. Hot Dog Water says, let me log on to my other accounts on my laptop so we can pump those numbers up.
There we go.
I don't care. We're just having fun. It's about me and Courtney just having fun. Yeah, Hornation says yes, down to 1. Hot Dog Water says, I can't wait to go back and watch this. JG's undone the tie, so I know it's going to be good. Hornation says Jay loves the burritos, but with I believe that's a...
It's a pineapple.
Pineapple, yeah. I had a feeling.
Blah, blah, blah.
Turtle says, jailbreak, a fire stick, ain't nobody paying for League Pass. Hey, Courtney, nobody pays for League Pass, do they?
Your mom did.
Your mom.
No, remember that?
No, I do.
So just a word of warning, if you have an elderly parent who's living by themselves and they have control of the remote on the cable system, you need to put the parental locks on it because otherwise they get NBA League Pass charged to them, NHL, whatever
that
the
is true. That's 100% true.
She had all 3 of them and does not like sports.
I know, my mom. Now, what are you going to do? And she keeps going, I'm going to go home tomorrow. Like, yeah, Mom. Sure. Mm-hmm. Any day now. As soon as you stop shitting yourself. Hey, what? Oh, can I see my phone?
All right.
I want to see if any of my UK... I had some UK friends text me earlier, or actually message me earlier to see if I was going to be there, which I thought was really nice.
That is nice.
Our friend Chris Campbell had messaged me, and Chris R., last name redacted.
Chris Campbell.
Yeah, Chris Campbell.
He wouldn't be there.
No, he wasn't there, but he was kind of reminding me that UK had beat Auburn's ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know.
Old Camby, man. What a stud that guy is. I love that guy. He's also married to a girl I thought was really cool, too. I haven't talked to her in a while, but I still like her. Her name is Molly.
Yes.
I like her. Yeah, mm-hmm. Molly. What a legend. What else we got here? Anything? Courtney, what else we got? Is there anything else we could talk about? That's fascinating video, Courtney. Nice job. Let's see.
I can't think of anything right now.
Let's see. Solo Tigre said, never realized that parental locks were for my parents, not my kid. LOL.
It's true, though. Because they will not go back on it. The cable provider will not go back on it.
No, they don't. They will not give you any refunds.
Like, she's old. She didn't know what she's getting.
Turtle says, AU sports may be frustrating, but brain drain is our couch. Hello, young lady. Have a seat. Anyway. Let me ask you something here, Courtney. So it's 9:19 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. What What are we doing? What's the rest of our night looking like?
I need to feed you.
And then, are we supposed to be drinking with
Jay, I already explained you've had enough drink.
No, I haven't. Cause
yes, you have.
Whale Driver's Magnus is only partially gone. So
yes, and you've been drinking from the other bottle as well.
Oh, the tin type? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Tin type is delicious. By the way, this is a product of Old Soul. It's a 7-year bourbon, 119 proof, and I believe AU Taxman had broke this bad boy out on his own, and he was drinking a little bit of this. Pretty damn good. You want a sip?
I've had it. It is pretty good.
Courtney's a little bit of a bourbon drinker. She's from Kentucky.
I am. I like my brown water.
Yeah, of course you do. I was mentioning earlier, you like having a rye in your Diet Coke mixtures.
I like having a rye in a cocktail.
Yeah. We were thinking about doing a bourbon show, right, Courtney?
We are going to do a bourbon show. We may have 33 viewers on it.
Oh, Turtle says, "Hey, Courtney, how you doing?" I think you got some fans, Courtney.
1 or 2.
Oh, let's see. Riley M jumped on and says, "Alternate account to hashtag pump those numbers up." Attaboy.
Good
Thank you,
job.
Riley. Thank you for that, bro. Courtney, we got literally dozens of people on the show right now.
I know.
But listen, man, the fact that like some people may or may not be watching does not necessarily mean the content is good or bad. Like the content can be incredible.
This is not incredible content.
No, I think it is because it's like, how often are you in the presence of two people, me and Courtney, who really like each other as much as we do? I've been together with you 75 years, and we still like each other as much, well, more than we did in the beginning, right?
Every day is a joy.
We get along real good.
We do. We do.
Tell them that we get along really good, or there's going to be
documentation.
A problem. You better fucking listen to what I have to say.
You're so intimidating.
I'm just kidding. That's not really how it is. Actually, she got me this Easy E thing. Right. No, wait. Did the Hayneses do that?
Yes, I did not get that for you.
Easy E. He's one of my heroes, though. You haven't heard from them at all?
From Easy E? No, I've not heard from him.
No, from Denton's mom and dad. I thought we were going to drink bourbon tonight.
Jay, I have not committed to anything.
That's not that's not how I saw it. Anyway. Let's see. Hornatius says she's faking it like always. Courtney, that's you. Riley M says, honestly, I disagree. This is absolute gold. Ha ha. Runner 24 says, well, we'll be one of the 33 for the bourbon show, but now is the time to jump off while still dozens, despite the content being great. All right. Runner 24 is out of here.
Jay and I are going to do a bourbon show together where we select certain bourbons to drink together and talk about how they taste and smell and what we like, and then run our mouths like we tend to do on this show.
I mean, I will do that. But the problem is that there's a lot of wives and husbands that do that show. And so we got to figure out a way to like kind of be...
I'm not interested in what other people do. I'm interested in what we're going to do.
All right, so you got to find a way to do something that other people aren't going to do. So to me, that means...
would be telling stories on you, which is easy to do because there are lots.
Like the time that you went to the bathroom at Mardi Gras and you came back with like 5,000 beads and you told me you didn't take your shirt off?
I never took my shirt off. You're correct.
Okay,
I
see where
never
this is
took
going.
my shirt off.
Solo Tigre says 75 years together, huh? And you say Trancy is not a vampire school. Likely story.
That's good.
Hey now. Solo Tigre says Chat Bay doesn't get out of bed for less than 69 viewers. And Hot Dog Water said that I have somehow scared off the adult dating chats. Yeah, I haven't had as many lately. Hornacia says, can we live stream her bourbon nap?
I would have to take a bourbon nap after we do the bourbon show.
That is so funny.
It was not intentional.
What do you mean? You accidentally fell asleep?
Yes. That's what most people do in their.
Runner 24. So you said on the show you did not take your top off, but Runner 24 says perhaps took her bottom off.
I did not take my bottom off either.
I know exactly what happened. I wasn't even there, and I know what happened. Runner 24.
I have no idea
you know what
you're
happened?
talking about.
Taking your top off is different than pulling your top up.
Those are technicalities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Canoeman says finish the bottle.
No.
Oh my God.
Finishing the bottles tonight.
Canoeman, there's no way,
No
man.
finishing the bottles tonight.
There's no way, dude. No way.
I know what we could discuss. We could discuss ways to avoid hangovers too on the Bourbon Show.
So the way that we would do that is to stay hydrated,
Mm-hmm.
and also you need to drink in a lot of potassium.
I also like to take a melatonin before bedtime. It makes you sleep real well.
Now, melatonin does help. There's a role
It
for
helps
melatonin.
because my problem is that when I drink too much, then I'll fall asleep really easily,
Mm-hmm.
and about 3 to 4 hours in, I wake up and I can't get back to sleep.
And then what happens?
That sucks.
Is that when I come over in the middle of the night and say,
I tell you, get on your back on your side of the bed and put Mount Kilimanjaro back up.
let's see, Turtle says accidentally falling asleep while drinking is also called passed out, Courtney.
No, I was not drinking. I had finished drinking.
That's right.
And I was just comfortable on the couch, and it was a rainy day, and there was a blanket.
Was it rainy?
Yes, it was raining down there that day.
Canoeman says he's hashtag AA fan.
There you go. I like it.
Well, Corny's met AA, so I mean she's a fan of AA and Pocket and all the other folks that were at our Lower Alabama shindig. Also, Jay Head, Courtney. You know Jay Head.
Yes,
Good guy, right?
he is.
He does a lot of stuff over there with Jay Lee's site. He's friends with Jay Lee too.
Mm-hmm.
We love him. I mean, wait, what? Don't even be that way.
I didn't do anything.
I know you love Jay
I didn't
Head.
do anything.
I know you love him.
Jay Head's great.
He's a great guy.
Jay Head is great.
He's
it was
an
somebody
absolute
else you
stud.
mentioned.
Wait, Jay Lee? We love Jay Lee.
I love Jay Lee as a person.
Of course you do. He's a fucking stud. What are you talking about? He's one of my all-time favorite people. Like
I will not comment further.
Jay Lee is one of my top 5 all-time people I've ever met in my life. I fucking love Jay Lee like a brother. Like, I don't have a brother, but if I did, it would be I would hope he would be Jay Lee. Courtney's got some questions, though.
No.
Well, you're already married to one of me, so you wouldn't want another Jay. You wouldn't want Jay Lee.
Hell to the
Yeah,
no.
because he's too much. I mean, because if you're married to me, that's already enough right there.
Yes. It
Hot Dog
is.
Water said, I had no idea Jay Lee was bald. Everybody knew that, bro. He's definitely bald. For sure. Let's see. Canoemans. Wait, hold on. Darkside said, when is the next bourbon event? Cordy, any thoughts?
Well, apparently I need to get some dates about Orange Beach from you.
I told you it's right after Maddie's birthday.
You haven't told me. You're like, oh, it's near Maddie's birthday. Well,
It's
there's
right after
also
Maddie's
30
birthday.
other days around
It's
her
like
birthday.
April
so we
28th.
need to find the actual dates, and I need to know the discussion so we can figure out the calendar.
Hornacia says, OMG, my wife also has a pillow mountain. I'm telling you, I've got a high opinion.
Jay puts the pillow down so our kitty cat, actual 4-legged kitty cat,
Yeah, that's
can
true.
get on the bed.
I mean, I love the cat. He's stud. Hornacia says, my wife has a pillow mountain. I already love Hornacia's wife without having ever met her. Because I love the fact that she has complete control over him, which is what I really like. Canoeman says, y'all are drinking bourbon with us now. Canoeman also says, Gold Jerry Gold. What? Turtle says, JGT buys his wife wedge pillows. If you know, you know. Also, Solo Tigre says, it's all good. Brothers do dumb shit sometimes. It is what it is. They own pillows with names like the Liberator. I always tell Courtney,
That's funny.
I always tell her she's too hot for me to sleep next to, and she takes it as I think she's too sexy, which she is very sexy, but
He's like, no, I don't mean that.
She's actually just too like temperature wise too hot. I like to be cold when I'm sleeping, and like if I'm sleeping too close to you, it's too hot.
Whatever.
But you are wonderful. You're a real pleasure to share a bed with.
Okay.
No, I mean really. I mean you know that. I've told you this many times. I've shared a bed with you enough for you.
Okay, let's move along to a different subject.
Different subject.
We
let's
have
see.
34 viewers right now.
T-Roy. Wow, it's going great.
I think that went up one.
Everything's going great.
Who else logged in?
T-Roy Tiger says April 28th in Orange Beach. Is that set in stone? More or less, yes. But here's the thing. My daughter, her 21st birthday, she's going to be in Mobile, is the 24th. So it's like...
We've just got to figure out when we're doing that, and I've harassed her, and we're working on it. Hey,
you Taxman. Courtney, I know you're a fan of his because he provided us the bookers without even having been there. He says, my wife bought a 3-pillow set that was so complicated it came with an instruction book. Solo Tigre says, no, babe, when I said you were hot, I meant you produced far too many BTUs. I love it. You know what a BTU, Courtney?
Uh-huh.
Turtle says all women own a Hitachi, and they think it's funny because they tell you they use it as a back massager. That came out of nowhere. Courtney, thoughts?
I thought it was an electric ear cleaner.
Yeah, that's what we learned in the movie Parenthood. Have you ever heard about these roses?
I have seen them. I've heard that they snatch your soul.
I saw it as a Facebook thing, right?
Yeah, it's a Facebook thing.
That's crazy, man. JBDC Elite, who's still here on the show. We love that.
He's hanging on. He's one of the 30. Oh, wait, 33 now.
He says wedge pillows equal ratings. Everyone knows this. Hey, JB, do you think we get Crystal on the horn?
No.
You say no?
I'm saying
I don't even know what I would ask her.
Well, first of all, Crystal's asleep by now.
Wait, it's only 10:30
10:30
Eastern time zone, so it's not that bad.
Anyway.
I love Crystal. I'm a big fan. I'm a really big fan of Crystal. She's really cool. I know you're a big fan of her, too.
Yes, I'm a very big fan
I've known her longer than you have, though.
Yay.
By like 6 months.
By a couple months.
It was funny, though. I knew Crystal, who is JBDC Elite's wife. I knew her, and you knew her. We knew her separately. We didn't know that we knew her together. Right, you knew her from a different role that she had, and I knew her from a different role she had. And then we finally realized that the Crystal that I was friends with and the Crystal you were friends with were actually the same person. That was pretty cool.
Yep, before Facebook times. And
that was in 96.
You actually had to meet people and get to know them.
Solo Tige said you were dangerously close to 3 dozen for a few seconds. We only have 30.
Don't you worry, we dropped right back down.
What? Where are we at, Courtney?
31.
But here's the thing, man. If you're having fun, my man Chuck Culpepper, who's my hero, he said if you're doing something you really enjoy, like a column, is what he meant, but whatever, just keep going with it.
Yeah, but the donger does need food.
What are we going to do now at 9:30? What are the choices?
Not a lot, but we can find something.
Can Denton's mom and dad help us here?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that.
I thought we were going to have some bourbon with him tonight.
No more drink.
Too late for that.
Oh, Lord.
Bottoms up. That was pretty good.
Done.
Well, I mean...
It's about that time, though.
You think it is?
Yep.
I mean, listen, here, let's be honest with you guys. So we had 100 viewers at one point. We're now down to what did you say, Courtney, 30-something?
6. Wait. Oh, 33.
30, is that good?
Somehow we gained 2.
How many
people
are out here draining or doing stuff with their actual wife and they enjoy them? We enjoy each other, right?
Yes, I enjoy you.
Hey now, how you doing?
Here we go.
Hey, you Taxman says, "What's happening, hot stuff?"
What's
happening, hot stuff?
Now I have a place to put my hand.
Now I have somewhere to put my hand. I was doing with Grandpa's hyena. He knows. He knows what that's from. He knows what that's from. Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's see. Hornatius says brown chicken cow time. Courtney, do you know what that means? Brown chicken, brown cow time?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I probably should, though. Solo Tigger says Bo Jackson's number, legendary stuff. That means we have 34. Courtney, I think we're up higher now.
Oh, I see 35.
Wow. Turtle says put a Magnum on it. It's funny. We were in the hotel in Houston last weekend.
Yeah, we were.
And CVS, the pharmaceutical store. Come on, Courtney. It's not a pharmaceutical store.
It's a pharmacy.
It's pharmacy.
I said pharmacy.
They had a big
vending machine.
Vending machine. Thank you. That had a bunch of stuff that you would expect to see in a CVS. But among the things they had in there were condoms.
Of course, they're going to have condoms in the hotel vending machine, Jay.
Why would that be an of course?
Because it's a hotel where you take your hoe.
Okay, so anyway, they had some condoms in there, and so me and Courtney were joking around. There was a guy walking behind us because I knew he was there, but I wasn't like pretending. I pretended like I didn't know he was there, and I go, "These condoms are fine, but I need some double XLs." And so the guy was like, the truth is that they didn't have double XLs. They only had XLs.
Yeah, that's true.
So
and I was going to ask why you were going to waste your money on them.
I wasn't going to buy any of those. Courtney, we're up to 40, I think.
Seriously. No. Wow. Oh my gosh, we're big time.
Let's see. Hot Dog Water says, first of all, Hot Dog Water was our very first poster on the chat, so he's been here the whole time. I've successfully got my wife interested in Auburn football. Hopefully next season I can get her interested in the Drain. Courtney, thoughts?
There you go.
What if we get you on
some
here?
More ladies.
That would be incredible.
Oh.
AU Law says, I saw the post and figured I would jump in. Glad to have you, AU Law 20. AU Law 20's called into the show before. He's great. Mega Tiger says, first time I've heard Courtney's voice, and I thought JGT's was sexy smooth. Courtney, I think you got another fan.
There's nothing sexy about this voice. I do like that Turtle says, that means you're supposed to do mo's and motels. No, you don't go to motels. Don't go to motels.
You talk about hotels?
Yeah, you do your hoe at your hotel. Right?
What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, Courtney. We got a super chat coming through from Mega Tiger.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Look at that.
No message
offered.
offered.
That's 41, Jay.
No message offered, no message needed.
No message needed.
Thank you, Mega Tiger. What a stud Mega Tiger is.
A legend.
He thinks that your voice is sexy. Oh, no. Well, he must think yours is sexy smooth because he thought mine was, too.
Oh,
how about that?
How about that?
I think you do have a great voice, Courtney.
I do not have a great voice, but thank you.
No, I think you do. There's certain things about you that I like more than others, and your voice is definitely one of them.
Okay. That, you really know how to throw a compliment to a lady. There are some things. Can you please say that again? I would love to hear that again.
There are some things about you that I like more than others. What is that? How is that an insult?
That is the most back-assward way to say a compliment.
It's funny you say that because I was telling you the other day when we were walking at Chappie's, I like you from the back.
Yes, he says that, and I'm like, that's really nice.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Guess you just don't need to look.
Let's see. A turtle says, watch out, Mega Tiger, I got dibs on Courtney when JGT goes bald. That ain't happening, bro. Yeah. I had one grandfather that he had full hair but when he died at like 90. So we're good there.
He actually had really good hair, too.
Wait, you said it in a weird way. That's creepy.
As an old man, he had good hair.
He did.
Uh-huh.
But he did. He liked you. I think he liked you in like a...
He liked me a lot because I was a mouthy...
Yeah, he liked you in a way that he was like, I'm glad I don't know her.
No, I'm glad that she wasn't around in my times because it wouldn't have worked.
No. My granddad, Jason Tate, he would not have wanted to marry you.
Absolutely not.
He was married to a girl who...
Like, I could have had for lunch. She weighed like 90 pounds.
My grandma Tate, she literally weighed 90 pounds. Like, actually. I don't even know if she weighed that.
She's a little bitty tiny person. But boy, she did have a mouth.
We have one of her. Isn't that her little thing in here?
Allegedly, that was your mom's.
Get the fuck out of here. My mom's never fit in that.
Stop.
My mom's never going to fit in that.
That's what she told me it was. Why would she have any of her clothes? Why would she have Tootsie's clothes?
I don't know how the fuck that thing got here. It's weird as fuck.
Anyway, it's a ghost.
Wait, are you talking about? You said my grandmother's a ghost?
I would love it if she was a ghost. She'd be a great ghost. She'd set some shit straight.
Yeah, she would. My grandma Tate, everybody knew her as Tootsie. Tootsie. Yeah, she hated that fucking name, but that's what her name was. That's what everybody knew her as. Let's see. Hornation says, Jay gone. Take someone windsurfing on Mount Baldy. What? I don't even know what that means. Corny, we're at 38. What do you think? What are you showing over there?
38.
All right. So if we do better...
Hey, remember what 38 was?
Yes, that's balls and shaft. If you do it on the text. I know that. Hey, if we do better content, will we have more people?
That's generally how this platform works.
Okay, so what do we need to do do better content?
Drink bourbon together.
Hold on. Now, wait.
It can't be called the brain drain.
It
can be called drain the bottle.
There is no camera on you, right?
Right.
So if you took your top off, it wouldn't even be... That's not even fair. You had something on under that.
I did not take my top off, liar.
Okay. I know you're not going to do that just for viewers, but whatever. I mean, I'm
watch it drop.
We're down to 36, Courtney. Guys, this has been really fun, man. I've enjoyed the hell out of this.
Jay.
I feel like everybody on the show...
I said no more drink.
Wait, what?
Why are
this
you
is
putting
water.
more drink?
This is just water. It happens
that is
to be
not
brown
water.
Corny, it's just brown water. Hot Dog Water, who's been here from the beginning, says drink a lot. Courtney,
he
thoughts?
already has.
I mean, I've had a bunch tonight, man.
I know you have.
Canoemans says the content has been incredible.
I don't know.
Do we love Canoeman?
We do love Canoeman.
Yeah, of course we do. You know what a stud that guy is. I love that guy.
Legend.
Hey, why not hasn't been on the show lately?
Maybe you need to check on him. Not right now.
No, I checked with him a couple of days ago on the board. He had taken a unpopular stance on a social issue, and we kind of talked about it a little bit.
Gotcha.
Turtle says they have a platform. It's called OnlyFans. Courtney, taking your top off.
Jay,
I had a very unfortunate thing happen. I'm going to talk to you about this. So my daughter, I've talked about this on the rundown, but my daughter's very good at a particular video game.
Hey, do you remember we already talked about this tonight?
Hold on. I'm going in a different direction.
Okay.
She's very good at a video game, and I encouraged her to stream because I think she'd be really good at it. So I said there's this girl named Fangs who is a FIFA streamer, and I think you could do some of the things that she does because Fangs is like, she's an okay player, average-ish, but she knows the cards and she's good. I mean, but whenever she does a show, she's got her tits, like kind of hanging out, not like pulling them all the way down, but like she's got a lot of cleavage.
She's got cleavage. Okay.
Whatever cleavage she's got, she's showing, right?
Okay.
So I sent it to Maddie and I go, hey man, if this girl can do that, like you can do that. And she goes, hey, this girl actually has an OnlyFans, dude. I was like, fuck, I didn't know that.
Oops.
I didn't know that part. And she has an OnlyFans. I don't think that she gets naked in there, but I don't really want my daughter like getting half naked or whatever. No, I mean, I don't really. Of course, we're not going to push for that. I mean, you do what you got to do for money, but
listen, she's got brains. She needs to use the brains.
No, I know, but I know. I still feel like she's got that ability though, like to be a streamer.
Well,
Hornation says, Jay, please step out of the room when she does it so AA doesn't get embarrassed when she goes topless.
Huh?
She's talking about Maddie or you? I don't know. She did flash earlier, though, to be fair.
I did not.
What do you have under that shirt?
A bra.
And? Did you show that earlier?
What other things are you supposed to say?
I don't know. So Tigre said she could only do feet pics and do just fine.
Man, there's some nasty stuff there. They like put food with feet and all that kind of
Hey,
stuff.
Courtney, do you know what OnlyFans is like?
I heard from a friend.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So if you got the credit card statement and it had an OnlyFans subscription on it, would you have a problem? Like right off the bat, would you have a problem?
I would have expected you to tell me.
So the answer is yes or no. Because I'm taking this as a permission or not.
We would discuss.
Okay, we would discuss it. Okay, I got you. Hornatius says, Courtney, damn it. Also, Hornatius says, I got beads. Hey, I think we ought to go down there. Well, actually, he lives up there from us. We ought to hang out with him, Hornatius and Miss Hornatius, I think.
Okay.
I think that, first of all, I like him. I've met Hornatius several times.
As long as he doesn't drive.
In his fucking tree?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get it. I've met him several times, and I really like him. I mean, we're friends in real life, but I've not met his wife. But I strongly suspect I would like her.
She's got to put up with him,
Yes,
I'm sure.
That's exactly where I was going with that. Yeah, she's pretty cool. Solo Tigre, about the OnlyFans, he says, you just got your permission. Just got to check with her first. See what I mean? You guys think I'm a dipshit, but I mean, I got it done. Sorry, I got it done right there.
Wow.
So here, I'll tell you what. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Hey, we're not signing up right now.
No, we're not. Of
we
course
are not signing
Courtney,
up. Right
I know
now.
we're not signing.
I know
up.
you're not signing up. You're saying I'm not signing up right now because I'm already signed up. Is that what you're saying?
No, you would know that. I want you. If I was going to sign up, it would be to this account right here. Yeah.
I wonder how quickly you were able to find that account, Jay.
A friend mentioned this to me.
A friend. You are so full of bullshit.
Would you be mad? Would you be mad if I subscribed to
Yeah,
that
I'd be
one?
mad because those are fake.
Fake or not,
They're fake.
If you know ahead of time, why does it matter?
Because they're on her shoulders. They're fake.
We call them pistol tits, Courtney.
No, those aren't pistol tits. Pistol tits look like they're like.
No, she saw me. Shit, man. Fuck.
Take the damn phone.
Did you see any pictures there? Oh, I didn't see those before.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
Courtney, so no on this one? All right, I'm getting a no answer on that one. I'm going to have to negotiate that later. Let's, 2-year-old Tiger says, Courtney sees an OF charge, an OnlyFans charge for hashtag just watch on the credit cards. Just watch. That would be the Kardashians, the Hardashians. That would not happen, I don't think. Hot Dog Water is just laughing. He's just giving the laughing emoji. Solo Tigre says, you guys think I'm a dip? As he belches in all of our faces. I didn't mean to do that, bro. I'm sorry, dude. That was disrespectful. I didn't mean that. I really didn't.
Disrespectful when you leave it on.
Hornatius says, I like SAG on some real biggins. I like SAG on some real biggins.
Exactly. At least have them real.
Courtney.
Those are not real. There is no way. They are sitting on her shoulder blades.
But to be fair, she's like our age, though.
I don't care. Make them look real. A good doctor makes them look real.
But
she didn't pay enough money.
Courtney, is she at least cute, though? Like, seriously?
Sure, she's cute, but what's that have to do with anything?
Seriously, tell me, is she at least cute, though?
I said she was cute, but...
I don't know. I had a friend that just sent that to me, so...
You are so full of shit.
I had a friend that just sent that to me, so, I mean, I don't know. I don't know that girl. I don't even know who that was. So the Tigre says, wait, hold on. He's talking to Turtle. Okay, so Turtle says, I bet half these Utah jazz dancers have an OF account. And then Solo Tigre says, they share one husband as well.
That's true.
Oh, man, that's it right there. Canoeman says we went to meet Stoltz and he was not there.
Oh, devastation.
All right, hold on. I gotta get this OnlyFans thing. Somebody sent that to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
That
It
was
isn't
crazy.
a bookmark, is it? By chance.
Oh, I'm reading Neil's text.
Why are you doing this? I already went there with you. I said he was busy tonight.
Bothers me. Fucking hurts,
Quit
man.
getting butt hurt.
Fucking
Move
hurts,
along.
man. I feel like I get thrown.
Move along.
I feel like I got thrown in like a piece
We've
of fucking
already
trash.
been through the therapy session. It only lasts 30 minutes.
We didn't even do the therapy session,
Jay,
Courtney.
we
That's
did
the
it like an
fucked up
hour and a
thing
half
about it.
ago.
Let's see. Ornacia says, does she breath, Courtney? I think you meant breathe. You didn't E on the end of that. Does she breathe, Courtney? Canoeman says a good doctor makes them look real, Courtney.
That's what I said. Yeah, it's true. It does. They give a good doctor puts a little
sag on them?
sag in it so it looks natural.
Pocket Watch says, so glad we didn't wait until after the drain, finished to go eat. Canoeman says it's okay. This place was loud as crap. # olds. AU Taxman says, get Neil. Now the game is probably over at this point.
No,
Courtney,
he's
thoughts?
too busy tonight.
Was he too busy when I texted him 3 weeks ago?
He's very busy.
So Tigre says, what's the percentage chance that Neil has an OnlyFans where he dresses in elaborate puppy costumes? That is very low.
That is
I don't think
minus
Neil,
0.
Yeah, I don't think Neil would know that. But it's funny. It's a funny idea. I'm going to tell you guys, honestly.
No, please don't. We're finished with Neil tonight. Move along.
Wait, what?
Move along.
You didn't know where I was going.
I knew exactly where you're going.
Where was I going?
I've been with you 75 years. I knew
What was I going to say? What did you think I was going to say?
Anyway, moving right along.
I was going to say
No.
the key on that whole thing was Laura. The key in the whole thing is Laura.
No,
Because
it's
Laura
not.
is a
No,
rational,
it's not.
normal human being.
No, it's not.
And I want to talk to her about this.
No, it's not.
So the only way I'm going to do that is to go over there to Oxford. I don't want to do that.
Well, no. No. Anyway.
Canoeman says might be the best strain ever. Hornacia says he was quitting the stream. Wait, do they have a stream going? Courtney, can you check that out?
I'm not concerned about that.
You talking about Neil? You're not going to go over there to Neil's stream or whatever?
He is too busy. Move along.
He doesn't care about me? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, guys. When the girl says she's too busy, what do? You move along. Okay? Move along.
Well, so I have a different answer.
Move along.
Do you know what a tribute is?
A what?
A tribute?
A tribute? Mm-hmm. Move along, Jay.
All right. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Turtle says, I heard Faith has an OnlyFans.
Jay wishes.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
I don't know which Faith it is that you're talking about, but that's interesting. We spent a lot of time with Faith. We were in Huntsville. What is that reaction to? Wait,
Jay.
she runs the Nook.
Yeah, she does.
It's a fine establishment there in Huntsville, right?
It
Okay,
is.
whatever. It's fine.
So where does the next bourbon event need to be?
It's
I
gonna
know
be
we
in-
talked about Orange Beach.
Orange Beach.
But
Yeah.
after that, where does it need to be, peeps?
Probably Birmingham. Our friends at Soho Social. We had a really good experience there, and it would have been perfect if the people had been at the Garth Brooks concert. We had so much bourbon there, and by the way, AU Taxman provided a bottle of Booker's, which we still have. It's the only bourbon that we have on that particular
Shelf.
That wasn't the word I was looking for. Bureau or whatever that
It's
thing
a
is.
shelf.
Well, no, shelf is that right there. Bureau.
Anyway.
Or whatever. It is incredible that we did that. Canoemans has got to have faith. Hot Dog Water said this is really wild. Crying emoji. Canoeman says Nashville.
I'd love to do Nashville if we.
No, he's talking about Nashville for the SEC tournament, which I'm not going to. Stoltz is going to do that one right there. Megan Tiger says the next bourbon event needs to be in Atlanta, which is a fair idea, actually. We haven't been to Atlanta yet. And,
I've been to Atlanta.
In your life. But, I mean, AU Goat's up that way. Ruxpin's up that way. We have a lot of legends up that way. Tons of legends. Unbelievable. Well, I saw something that really caught my eye right there. Hornatius says, when she says no, you wake her up with a boombox jamming Depeche Mode at 6:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Solo Tigre says, incredibly easy to imagine it collapsing into a smoldering heap of flame and rubble. What is that a reference to, Courtney? Any thoughts?
I don't know.
I don't either. Hot Dog Water says the Nook is 1 hour and 57 minutes from my front door in Chattanooga. Gonna need to check it out. We need to go there together is what we need to do. Also, Canoeman says I was talking about Nashville for the bourbon event. He's talking about just in general.
We have somebody who can hook us up with
a
good
Canoeman,
spot.
do you know anybody in Nashville who could help us find a good spot? Hold on, man.
Wait.
Our first guest on G-Pits was a guy named Jonathan who is a bartender at a upper-class bar in Nashville, whose last name I don't remember. But we saw him on that fucking show, Neat, didn't we?
Yes.
I'll be damned. We could probably talk to him. I bet he would have an idea where we could go. I think Canoeman's up from that way, isn't he? Courtney, why are we still on the show? It's been 4 hours we've been streaming. We have literally dozens of viewers.
Canoeman.
2 dozens.
I like it.
Turtle says,
I like the Cashville.
AU baseball has a few games close to the Nook this year. Unbelievable. Let's see. Mega Tiger says, I'll donate an Eagle Rare and a Pappy if it happens in Atlanta. Holy fucking shit.
Sometimes maybe good.
Okay, who's going to hook it up in Atlanta?
Yeah, I'm in, man. By the way, Dark Web Julie, who is the mother of Henry,
yes,
was on Twitter earlier saying, I've been trying to get Henry to hook me up with a bottle of either Eagle Rare or Blanton's, which I was like, Dark Web. I mean, I know a guy and a girl. Mm-hmm. We've got 3 bottles of Eagle Rare, and we've got at least 3 bottles of Blanton's. And we know some people that have more than that.
Yep.
So we could probably work that out with Dark Web Julie, who does not watch our show, by the way. Solo Tigre says this is catharsis for a 40-point loss. I love it. That's a great choice. Canoeman says, I like EAA. Courtney, classy lady. So Atlanta it is. Are we done? It's Atlanta?
Well,
I think
we'll
Mega Tiger says he's good.
We can do a summer trip.
Mega Tiger says he's good for Atlanta. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lean on AU Goat and his wife. Courtney has not met them, but I have. And I'm here to tell you that they are incredible. So maybe we'll lean on them and see what we can do right there. They do have a young baby, so I don't know. But that doesn't mean they're like any dumber than they were before. But I hung out with AU Goat and his wife when we were in
I know what we should do.
Missouri. We were in St. Louis.
We should have a meetup at the Buc-ee's in Auburn when it opens.
That's going to be pretty
brisket.
soon. That's going to be soon.
Have some brisket.
Brisket. I'm pretty fired up. That thing's pretty damn close to being finished now.
Yeah, it's supposed to be next month. Well, no. Well, April.
It's April, right?
Well, March 1st is Wednesday, so.
Hornatius says 4 stops. Orange Beach, Birmingham, Atlanta, and then Nash Vegas, Courtney. Thoughts?
Yes.
She says yes. Orange Beach is basically a done deal. Birmingham, we're always good at Soho Social. Those guys are incredible, and we love them. Not just because Dave's a great guy, because his wife's gorgeous too, right? Courtney, would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, she's incredible. I mean, I know you agreed with me when we were talking about it earlier.
Yes, I enjoyed the bourbon that night and the okra they had. The okra was delicious.
You like Taylor too, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Taylor's a fucking stud is what he is. Hold on, we got another super chat, Cordy.
Woo! The last 2 hours, good job. Ooh.
Canoeman jumps in and says, the summer show has returned. Banger, 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 banger. Hashtag could die happy.
Nice.
Yeah, he loves hanging out. He knows how cool you are is the thing. I don't know if people realize how cool you are. Like, sports writer-wise, you're as cool as they get. Although, Philip Marshall's wife, Teresa's really cool, too. No, I partied with her. Well, I haven't partied with her, but I hung out with her.
Okay.
I like Teresa a lot. And Yvonne Matthews is great, too.
Mm-hmm.
I love Yvonne Matthews. She comes and has lunch with us on Tuesdays now.
I know. I saw her last Tuesday.
I know you did, but she came again.
Last Wednesday.
She's probably been with us the last 5 or 6 weeks.
That's great.
I know. I'm fired up about it. I like her. I'm a big Yvonne Matthews fan for various reasons. Wait, what are you laughing about?
Solo Tigre.
Solo Tigre says, at Horn, they can do the whole tour in a stretch treep limo a la Chiswick.
Cruton.
They can do it just like Chiswick. Hashtag Cruton. That's pretty funny, man. Canoeman says Courtney is cool AF. Courtney, how do you feel about that? Hornatius also a fan. Canoeman says, I do not know Yvonne. Hashtag sand. Hashtag sad. I'm
Sand.
sorry. Yvonne is she's a pretty special girl. She first of all, she's been married to Brian for a long time, so she kind of knows how we are. Second of all, I mean, we're just talking like the way the bunker would. She's very tall. She's pretty tall, right? Taller than you, right?
Yeah, she's tall.
She's probably 5'9", 5'10". She's very thin. She has, in my opinion,
she has very pretty gray hair.
She has incredibly pretty gray hair. Like I tell Courtney, like, why don't you have your hair like Yvonne? And she goes, because my hair doesn't look like that.
Yeah, I can't. My gray is not pretty. My gray is wiry
she
and
has
yucky.
Really pretty gray hair, and she's doing that on like that's her choice. She's like going gray, and it looks. I understand why she's doing it. It's incredible, and she's also a very friendly person. Like
she is. She's very friendly.
We had her over at the party, and she threw down.
She's good,
as she is known to do. Although to be fair, I don't know if you remember this, Courtney, but out in the when we went to the national championship game.
Okay.
Do you remember her partying with her sister, Yvonne's sister?
Okay.
I forgot her name though. She's kind of short and had blonde hair.
That was so long ago. Yes.
I kind of like partying with her sister. She was pretty cool. Her name escapes me though. Canoeman says my gray is not pretty. I would disagree with that, Canoeman. I think that your gray looks great, man. If I had gray like that, I would wear it. As it stands, my hair just kind of naturally discolors from the sun. I don't know.
Jay spends a lot of money on that hair.
No, I don't. I don't spend that much.
Teasing you. I spend a lot of money on my hair.
Let's see. Solo Tigre says, "Got to be a special lady to be used to BMAT ogling women from the logo from the Lego." What does that mean, Cordy?
From the Lego in the sky at the stadium. I assume?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Hot Dog Water says, "Wives typically aren't as cool as Courtney. You got a winner, JG."
Yes, he does.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Jay, you know what next Saturday is?
Oh shit! I know what it is. Is it getting close? Is it almost March 4th?
It's gonna be March 4th.
Next Saturday?
Next Saturday.
No, it's the 25th right now, Courtney.
Jay, there's only 28 days in February. The 1st is Wednesday.
So next Saturday.
Thank you. That took him a while.
Me and Courtney went on our first...
Math is not my strong suit.
Funny. Me and Courtney went on our first date on March 4th, 1992.
Yes.
So this will be 2027, right? 23. So how many years is that? 31?
Yep.
31 years since our first date. Incredible, isn't it?
Yep. He's literally speechless.
Canoeman says, hashtag all natural, talking about his own hair color. And Canoeman says, B-Matt was going to do that in the Plainsman Park press box, not the Lego. The gray Lego in the sky. And Solo Tigre says, not a leap year, my guy.
It is not a leap year.
Wait, did we know that or did you not know that?
We were talking about how many days there were in February.
I don't know how many days there are in February.
Well, typically, Jay, there's 28.
March 4th is going to be next Saturday, Cordy.
Oh, look at the genius.
That's pretty cool that we went on our first date that many years ago. Was a coyote tried out grab a date?
I grabbed him.
Megan Tiger says, okay, I've listened for a minute now. Courtney is way cooler than Jay. Can she host drains going forward?
Not nearly. Not nearly.
Canoeman did say Commodore is cool AF.
He is.
So, on March 4th this year, that means we went on our first date 31 years ago, is that right?
31 years ago. That is a long-ass time.
Doesn't feel like we've been together that long, Courtney.
Sure doesn't, Jay. Ouch. Are you saying that you? Are you saying that's me? That's me with my gray hair. I'm a White Walker.
The White Walkers are coming for me, yo.
Oh, he's a charmer.
Canoeman says that Canoeman was talking about boobies all natural. When he said all natural.
Right.
Actually, Canoeman was talking about gray hair, but Corny, do we love natural boobies or not?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So, the OnlyFans that I pulled up earlier that you seem to have a problem with.
I didn't have a problem with.
She was about our age, so that's good.
Those were not natural.
Okay, so if I pulled up an OnlyFans of a girl who had natural boobs, would you be more likely to be okay with that, or not, or less likely to be okay with it? You would be more likely.
Yes. He's going to go the next bookmark on his phone.
What? Hey, OnlyFans doesn't have to be sexual. It can be like.
Oh yeah, they're reading Shakespeare on OnlyFans. That's exactly what people are paying for.
Why the fuck could I be reading Shakespeare? I don't give a fuck about Shakespeare.
Exactly.
Although he did like girls with big boobs. Yeah, we're looking for the chick with the big boobs. Courtney, we've got 35 viewers.
I did hear that there was a South Park episode. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
A South Park episode recently of a certain prince and princess that were, that were trying to avoid the public. They didn't want to do anything, but he wrote a book and they did interviews, but they wanted their privacy. I can't wait to watch this episode. I haven't watched South Park in years, but I'm going to watch that one.
You're so eat up with the whole Harry and Meghan and whole thing.
It's so fake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's fake.
They're not fake, though.
The whole thing's fake.
Yeah. I didn't read the book. I don't like reading books, Courtney.
I know you don't. And the first part of it was boring. And then the second part of it was he was mad because his brother picked on him. Hey, well, that's what fucking siblings do.
Hey, if Kate Middleton, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, did you hear she slapped his ass?
She did?
Big deal. Yeah, they were at some awards thing in England, and she patted him on the behind. It's very, very provocative for that to happen. You know, they don't ever kiss. They don't ever kiss in public, excuse me.
He fucked her because he has babies.
Jay, I'm saying.
And she didn't have a butt, baby.
How do you know this?
You can't get pregnant from the butt.
Oh, really?
That's what you told me.
I thought you told me that about...
You talking about throat baby?
That's a song.
Yeah, it is a song, actually. Yeah, I think he fucked her, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, so some of these folks have seen that.
Yeah, they have.
Oh, I'm going to have to watch it. I cannot
Hornatius says, 'twas a great episode. Mega Tiger says South Park destroyed them, and it was hilarious.
Oh, there was allegedly that they were going to...
Hilarious.
Allegedly, they were going to sue them, of course.
Oh.
Yeah. But now, they're not going to do that. Because
No.
I guess Megan's feelings got hurt.
Megan feelings got
feelings
hurt.
got hurt. It won't be nice to her.
I feel like I like Megan, but you convinced me that
do
she's
not
terrible.
like
So
Megan.
I mean, I've just given up on it. Yeah.
Ugh.
Hey, are we drinking more bourbon tonight, Courtney?
No, it's about time to wrap this up. I heard that 10:09 p.m. is the time to
Oh my
close
God.
it down.
How long have we've been streaming 4.5 hours, Courtney?
Yep. Donger needs food.
Hornatius says, OMG, I heard Throat Baby. Hold on, Hornatius. I got a song for you,
No,
bro.
you can't play it.
No, I mean, it's
play it.
too late anyway.
Jay, you can't play it.
No, it's too late.
What do you
Oh
mean
my
it's too
God.
late? You can't play that, though.
What do you mean?
Because they won't pay you.
You hear all those songs?
Jay, the
Why are
YouTubers,
they
the
doing that?
YouTubes don't like you doing that.
No, I know. Like, the time that Dolly Parton, like, busted me or whatever, like, for that stuff, but...
Dolly didn't give a damn.
Wait, what? There is a song called Throat Baby.
Yes. Do not play it,
Oh, I'm playing it right now.
Jay. Don't play it.
Hey,
That's enough.
hey,
Okay, well, this
Hey.
whole show Jay did
Hey.
for free.
hey. All right, we played Throat Baby. That was pretty good. Oh, we got a super chat coming through from Hornatius. Says,
No, Hornation.
He says, hashtag do a double. Courtney, I mean, I got to do at least a single. I mean, god dang.
Oh,
Whale Driver's
Lord.
gone, but Whale Driver was very generous to send this Magnus along, and I feel like I owe it to him to have a single at least. Hey, Mega Tiger says, hey, Courtney, holler at me if he passes out. Wait, what? Canoeman says this show was beyond glorious, Courtney.
Canoeman must be drunk.
Also, Hot Dog Water says, LMAFO, this is incredible. Hey, we just try to be fun, man. Like, me and Courtney, no, like, for real. We've been together, like, 31 years, right? Married 25.
Not yet. You haven't made it to Saturday.
We've been together 31 years, been married 25.
Yeah, it took him a long time to commit, y'all. He wasn't sure that he wanted this.
That's bullshit. I've been a big fan of her from the very beginning. And,
No, he's just too broke to get me the ring I needed.
You talking about where you threw it out there and you fucking said, if I can see it, then it's big enough. We've been together a long time. My marriage satisfaction index is really, really high. I would tell you that.
At least 50%.
If we were just guys talking, I would tell you it's really high. Like, with her around here, I mean, I gotta say, but I mean, it's really high. And actually, this is the kind of relationship we have because we can be very honest with each other. So, we were at a restaurant this morning or this afternoon, I should say, right?
Yes.
And you said that girl looks like she's way too old for him, and I said, well, she has an incredible rack, and you were like, well, yeah, she kind of does, really.
Yeah, she did, but she looked like his mom.
No, she
but
did.
She wasn't.
No,
she wasn't his mom. She very clearly wasn't. But she was old.
She had an
looking.
incredible fucking rack, though. Like, just the rack, like nothing else.
Yeah, there was no looks there.
No, but her titties were incredible, and I said we should start a club where it's like guys with wives who have huge titties. And you kind of gave me like a weird look, like, not sure how I feel about this, but like you know what kind of titties you have, right?
My bra does.
I mean, you know you have big ones, right?
Jay, this is great content. I mean, it's
Let's see. JBDC Elite says streaming for 4 hours, even at 20-9, Kentucky is still everyone's Super Bowl. Solo Tigre says that's funny as hell. Hornacia says started dating in 98, got married in 06. Courtney, I made that. Listen to this. I made that
treasure
beach wait on the treasure. I would like to know what she had to say about that.
I would love to know what the treasure is he's saying.
Yeah, what's the treasure? All fucking 3
Is it
inches
the
of it,
treat?
bro? Huh?
Is it Treep the treasure? Because that ain't no treasure.
If the treep's the treasure, that's no treasure. He's got, Courtney, what do you think he's got? 3.5 inches?
Stop.
On the treep. I'm just talking about the treep.
Oh, my goodness.
Hot Dog Water says, I just got married in 2018, Courtney.
He must be a baby.
He is. He's a youngin'.
Is he
It's
a
all
baby?
good. Turtle says tig old bitties. Courtney. Turtle, he likes big titties. Me and Turtle have that in common.
Okay.
Still the Tigger says, someone please clip that last interaction and post it on the bunk. Which one, Courtney?
I don't know which one it was.
But that girl that was ugly, but she had huge rack, and you were like, nah, it is nice. I appreciate you being honest about that.
Everybody can appreciate beauty, right?
She had an incredible rack.
And
it also looked like
any
his
woman
grandmother.
that gets butthurt because their guy says, oh, she's hot, or she looks hot. I mean, now, if you're completely, like, being disrespectful of, like, oogling her, and that's wrong, but...
All right, Darkside says, Jay-Z, can we do a poke segment? I mean, I'm not against it, man. Let's go over here and do girls we adore. We got Jill Arrington here on the left. Courtney.
Jay, these are from like 2020.
Well, he's asking. Darkside actually asked for that, and so we got Jill Arrington on the left. Thoughts on her?
She's very pretty.
Yeah, she is. I actually had lunch with her at the Georgia game one year, and I was blown away by how hot she was, like in real life. I was eating with Lori Dan and Krista Turner.
They probably thought she was hot as hell too.
I mean, they did. And then here in the middle is Shannon Spake, which I don't know if you noticed this, but there's certain parts of her body that are really sticking out for me.
Yeah, the doctor made them happen.
How do you know? Wait, do you know that?
You are not a size 0 and naturally have double Ds. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, and then Jenna Fisher, how do you feel about her?
She's the girl next door.
Yeah, I wish she was living next door to me because I would.
Yeah, she would be so thrilled.
I would look in her window. Let's see who else.
That's illegal.
Wait, is it really?
Yes, it's illegal.
Like if I go over here and look out a window, it's illegal?
If you are creeping on somebody's window, it is illegal, Jay.
I know this is Wayne Gretzky's daughter, I think, right here. That some people. These are not girls that I would have picked. These are girls that were picked for me from the bunks.
That's what he always says.
No, that's actually. Oh, now Ross Gold. She's pretty hot though. Courtney, thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's pretty hot. Let's see who this. I don't know. This might have been one of the Ruxpin girls that he picked out. That girl's a little thin for me, Courtney. Honestly. Oh, let's see what we got over here. Yeah, that's somebody Ruxpin would have picked out. I'm not interested in like girls like that. Let's see who else we got. Cordy, anybody? Ooh, that's the girl from the AT&T commercials, Cordy.
Oh, the one won't show her hips and her boobs anymore?
No, she like hides behind a little table or whatever. That's kind of lame, isn't it? Would you do that? Would you hide behind a table?
I don't think so.
And this girl, Jenny Dahl, she's pretty hot though.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see how big her boobs are though?
I can't see them from here.
Okay.
That's okay.
Fair enough. Let me see if I can work our way through here. Let's see if we can pull up another one here. Oh, hi. Do those look fake or real to you?
Somebody needs to give her a cheeseburger.
Yeah, she seems pretty thin. Fair enough.
That reminds me of just Photoshop there, that picture does, because she just looked way too thin.
This is definitely one of Ruxpin's girls here. That girl looks too thin for me. Sorry, she needs a cheeseburger for real. Oh, now, hold on now. This is one that I pulled up back. This is during the quarantine episode. This girl right here. Her name is Christmas. She was on Big Brother. Now, I understand. No. I understand. She's a little muscly, but.
No, something's wrong there.
What?
That's got, the legs don't match anything else. How's she so toned everywhere else but has no tone there?
No, I think she does, though.
Okay.
I just don't think she's a Zumba girl. She's just a runner girl. She didn't bounce. I don't know how I know that. Yeah, that's one of... this is a Hornacious girl right here, I believe. It's one of the track girls. I mean, if you're into that, that's cool. I mean, I'm in favor. This is all from our...
It's good that everybody can appreciate different.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Because if we all like the same thing, we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, that would be a problem, right? It wouldn't be, Courtney. Because everybody.
Can I put guys we adore on there?
Yeah, we need to do guys we adore. Hornacious, would you be a fan of the guys we adore? I don't know how you would feel about that.
Considering I'm the only female around, I don't think that's gonna work.
Wait, do I know who this is? That must be an ESPN girl. I don't know how I feel about that. She looks really short. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. That's a girl from the Friday Night Lights. It seems she's a little young for me. Ooh. Courtney, thoughts on this one?
Who is it?
I think this is a Fox News girl. I think that's Lisa Booth. Booth. Ooh, I know who that is. That's Belinda Carlisle.
Oh, Lord. She doesn't look like that now.
No, she doesn't. But she's still cute, though. Wait, I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Let's see what... I got to kill this girl right here. Go away.
It doesn't sound good.
No, that sounds terrible, actually. Oh, my God. This is one of my favorites. So, I think that Crocodile or Ruxpin got me on this girl. Her name's Lisa Booth from Fox News. First of all, there's a lot of good things going on here, Courtney. We got the hairband, the bandana that's going on the hair. She's got the colored hair, sunglasses, other things going on. Thoughts?
She's cute.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What else we got here? Oh my. This is I think these are all Fox News girls. The girl in the black would be number 1 for me. The girl in the blue would be number 2. White 3, red 4. Courtney, thoughts?
What are these numbers representing, Jay?
The likelihood they're going to get a throat baby. There's a... that's how we used to watch Playboy Channel back in the day. What else we got? Oh, sorry about that. We got another one here. Oh, why are we doing 2 of those, Courtney? That seems a little bit weird.
You're weird.
Oh, that's Aunt Becky and her daughter. And Becky,
have you seen Reese Witherspoon and her daughter?
Wait, is Reese hotter or not hotter?
They look almost exactly alike.
That's not a bad thing.
I know.
Like, look, I'm saying I'm ugly and shit, but if I hooked up with Reese Witherspoon, would you be mad or happy?
That can be your hall pass.
All right, guys. See if you can help me. So this is Amanda.
Maybe when you have your Nashville bourbon event, Jay, she'll show up.
This is Amanda Coates. You know about how I feel about this girl. She was a tennis player in the 90s, and I loved her legs. Her legs were, like, way too big for her. Like, her calves are, like, bigger than mine. She was from South Africa. She was a cutie. Carling Bassett.
Who?
Yeah, this is a Canadian tennis player from, like, the 80s. Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah. She's a super hottie. And her dad was really, really loaded with money. So that's a good plus, too. Jennifer Connelly. Absolutely incredible. She's from the Rocketeer, also Opportunity Knocks, other stuff too. This is a lot of fun here. Oh, this is back when Ruxpin was like picking up girls. Like he would call out girls and I would pull them up, but I mean that girl needs a cheeseburger. Let's be real about it, guys. I mean, come on now. It's Margot Robbie. I know who that is. Courtney, thoughts? Mm-hmm. A little young?
And she's cute.
No, she is. She's really pretty. This is one of Ruxpin's girls right here. I do like the waist to thigh ratio, though. Thoughts?
Move along.
All right. I have a feeling this is the AT&T girl again. Yeah, everybody was like big into her.
Notice she always wears dark colors, so her boobies are not as accentuated.
What's wrong with accentuating boobies?
Because she's conscientious about
her
that.
tit to mouth ratio is really good.
Oh my God! Here we go.
Oh, there she is again. This is one. It must have been one of those days when we were talking about her. That is a really nicely proportioned girl, in my opinion. Courtney, thoughts?
She's cute.
Yeah, I like her. That's one of fucking not Hornacious, Ruxpin's girls. That's
We've already been through this.
I know, Courtney. I'm going to different colors. I know I'm going.
These are all the same people. I mean, Jay,
Hold on.
Sometimes we need new material.
Wait, what? That's Ali Wong. That's 100% hit right there. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm not sure who that is right off, but I'm a fan. Is that Tommy Lahren from Fox News? I think it is, Courtney. She's pretty cute. I think she's from Tennessee, too. Uh-oh. Hornatius. This is one of your girls right here. He likes this girl a lot, Courtney. Do you have any idea why he might like her?
She's fit.
Yeah, she is really fit. Look at that, man. She's got some strong arms, and her hands look really strong, too. It's pretty amazing. Let's see what else we got here. Ooh. I don't know who this girl is. I think she's like a golf commentator, Courtney. What really sticks out about her?
I know what does for you.
What's the first thing that you notice about her?
Her pretty smile, Jay.
No, really, like, what is it?
I can't tell anything else from here.
I was going to say watch to fucking bicep ratio is really good. She's also got these little things on her, right above her knees where she's got leg muscles right there. And she's also showing calf muscle right here, which is really impressive.
Are we about to wrap this up?
Oh, that girl's a W right there, 100%. I think that's about it, man, honestly. Canoeman says, Rux loves the WWE girls. Also, Canoeman says, Wayne Gretzky's daughter. Speaking of not skipping leg day. Hey, guys, are we right about that? Hornacia says, we are now in the GOAT Rona picture times. That is absolutely true. Solo Tigre says, ankles. And Global Exec. We didn't even know Global Exec was here, but he says, puppies. Can we find some puppies?
You found plenty of them.
Tommy Lahren's got some puppies. I'm going to tell you something. So, I'm talking to one of my friends. I'm not going to say who it was. I'm talking to one of my friends the other day. And he goes, you need to go to a fucking Brad Paisley concert because I'm telling you, the girls there are unbelievable. And I go, can you describe them to me? And he goes, white girls, middle-aged, wearing boots, cowboy hat, tight top. You would love it. And I go, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not really into the cowboy thing. And he goes, well, I know you've said on the show before that you were like the girls at the fucking Amy Schumer concert. Which I said to Courtney when we were at the Amy Schumer concert, I said, I've never been around a greater group of chicks than I have right now. Like, they were really hot.
No, that's not what you said.
What'd I say?
They were MILFs for you. Because they were, you can't say they're a greater group of girls because you know anything about their personalities.
Of course. That's what's important right there. So, anyway, I was talking to this friend of mine, and I go, I don't know, man. I kind of like hanging out with Democrat chicks because...
Oh, here we go. Oh, my God. That's so ridiculous.
I said, I don't know. I want to hang out with more progressive chicks because I kind of want to fucking...
Oh, Lord, please.
I kind of want to knock some fucking red into him. You know what I mean? That's what I told him. Courtney's like, what? Anyway, I kind of like that.
Wouldn't come back for seconds.
You saying I wouldn't? Or what? So Tigre said, oh, hold on. Let me go back to our main page here because Canoeman jumped in, Courtney. Where's our basketball show? I've completely lost track of where we're at. Here we go. My bad. Canoeman jumps in with a super chat again. This takes me back to hashtag 2020, hashtag best show ever. I love it. Solo Tigre says, get Keely Hazel, JGT, but use moderate safe search. She is not shy. Does that mean that she shows cat? Hot Dog Water says, this is amazing. It's like 11:30 here. I'll catch the rest on replay, LOL. Hot Dog, you have been here so long, bro. Thank you for being part of the show. Ravine says, brain drains were the best thing during the pandemic times. Ravine, my man. I'm so glad you were here during that time, man. Hornacia says, shotgun a beer? Courtney.
Nah, I don't do beer.
He wants you to
beer's
shotgun
okay.
a beer.
Beer's okay. I like bourbon.
Ravine says, so are we still drinking?
No, Jay's not drinking anymore.
And then Hornatius says, oh my God, Courtney just questioned Jay's manhood on the drain. What did you say? Dude, Tommy Lahren is super fucking hot.
That's not what we were talking about.
Oh, it's not?
You forgot already.
We're talking about Amy
It's time
Schumer?
to wrap it up.
Amy Schumer?
Your eyes are open about this much. Time to wrap it up.
Amy Schumer?
No.
What was it about?
You were talking about the concert and what you would do for the lovely ladies there. And I said they wouldn't come back for seconds.
No, I mean, yeah, because they'd be pregnant already.
That has nothing to do with wanting seconds. If you do it right. Just like when you go to a restaurant and you get a really good meal.
Yeah?
And you're like, damn, this is so good.
Yeah?
I need to come back here again.
Is that why you're here?
Therefore,
these
people would say this meal was not that great.
Is that why you're here 75 years later?
This meal, I'm feeling shorted on.
Oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. That is crazy. Let's see. A.U. Taxman says we're gaining momentum. Canoemans says, feels like us COVID drainers are like family. That is true, man. We spent a lot of time together at a time when it was not fun, right? I was scared all the time. Ravine says, Double A, take a shot. Are you going to take a shot tonight?
No. I drained too many bottles last night.
Oh, you did. You really brought it. Hey, are we going up there tonight?
Jay, you know the place is closed.
Oh, my God. It's 10:30.
Yes, it's time for you to wrap this up.
Wait, when are we going to eat? Wow. Solo Tigre says, I don't think so on the cat. But she has large and nice cans, so she shows them off often. Is it about you or is it about Tommy Lahren?
Whoever he had suggested here earlier.
Yeah. Tommy Lahren's pretty hot, though. Hornatius says, OMG, Courtney doubled down.
I mean, some
About
people like a mighty fine meal, and some people like a buffet. And so, if you have return trips, they better be good.
What? I don't know where we're going with this.
Because you're loaded, and it's time to wrap it up.
I know you're trying to shit on me, but you have been married to me for 31 years. So, we've been together 31 years. So, you are coming back. So, you're like kind of implicating yourself, aren't you?
I just feel like I'm doing community service.
All right, guys.
Time to turn out the lights.
We've got literally 30 viewers.
It's time to go to bed.
We got
night.
Viewers. We got 30 viewers, Courtney. Night is Rob Bramlett's phrase, Courtney.
Who?
Rob Bramlett.
Oh. Well, it's time to turn the lights out here, Jay.
It is? All right. If you're going to hall pass, which girls would you give me a hall pass for? Jenna Fisher.
Are you asking for multiple hall passes? Like, if they were all lined up in the street, you just get to go for a week? Like, I mean, is that what this is?
Yeah. No answer. Okay. It's just Jenna Fisher?
We'll discuss.
Okay. That's negotiable. That's what I like to hear. Let's see. Ravine says, he says 30 of the best viewers. And Solo Tigre says 2.5 dozen is nothing to sneeze at. That's what I'm talking about. Canoeman is a big fan of Reese Witherspoon, Courtney.
Yes.
Yeah, I am too.
Not only is she super cute, but she's really smart too.
No, she is.
She's smart, and she's done well with her money and her investments.
And also,
her business acumen.
Canoeman is from up near Nashville, so he might be able to slide in there, like with the whole Nashville thing, you know, and say, "Hey, I'm from Nashville too." You know how we do in Nashville? We kind of go,
Okay, everybody, it's been good.
okay.
It's time to go.
You know, we've been streaming.
It's time to wrap it up, Jay.
Courtney, I want to say this one thing. If we went 10 more minutes, that would be 5 hours.
We're not doing 10 more
All right, we're
minutes
not doing
because
10
you're going to
minutes.
fall asleep.
Mega Tiger says you played that poorly, Courtney. Could I have played that better?
I don't know.
No. I haven't seen anything from Nick has not been on here lately. By the way,
It's on the floor.
did you knock it down?
No, when I shut the door, I think when it rattled, it fell off.
Oh, that was terrifying.
That was hours ago, literally.
I feel like a stranger says, can't believe the drain is still draining. We're still here, bro.
I can't either.
Hornatius says, speaking of wrapping it up, Hornatius also says, no, I'm sorry, Canoemans said that about wrapping it up. Hornatius says, we know Jay doesn't have 10 more minutes.
Time to go.
You really want to wrap it up?
Yes, like 100%, it's time to go.
Okay. Is this where you turn off the lights?
Yep.
Proverbially? We have literally like 12.5 viewers.
I know, but it's time to go.
All right.
No more drink.
Canoeman says Nick is not laying pipe. Courtney, thoughts?
Facts.
How do you know?
Time to go.
We're going to party with Nick this summer.
Time to go.
We're going to party with Nick,
Okay,
Daphne, fucking Slapdick, and Carly, and then whoever else they're going to be with.
Okay, night-night.
Feel like a stranger says, wrap it up. Are we sailors? You know, in the Navy, they say there's no such thing as the wrong hole, bro. All right, we're going to wrap it up, guys. Dark Side says, night, JG. Hornatius says, second greatest drain behind Ole Miss. I'll take that. Unfortunately, we didn't have Neil on the show. I thought we would be able.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hey, Neil, are you there?
I told you he's unavailable.
Why didn't he answer me?
He's unavailable.
I think you dumped me for that other guy. Canoemans is going to lay pipe with Nick.
No.
Courtney, thoughts?
No.
I mean, Daphne's nice, though. But I don't think she would be cool with that.
Keep your feet on the ground.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up there. We've got literally more than a dozen people. Oh, we got a super chat, Cordy.
Keep your feet on the...
Jackson says, I want to party with you, JG, so bad.
Well, we have 4 events coming up, apparently.
We're also the tipping point every Friday night. I thought we were going to go tonight, but it's probably too late now, right,
It's too
Cordy?
late. Keep
It's
your
too
feet
late.
on... Keep,
Hold on, Cordy. Hey, you keep your tits behind your shirt and stop taking beads from strangers. How'd you end up with those beads? Will you tell me? Are you ever going to tell me?
A friendly person gave them to me.
One person gave you 35 fucking beads.
Some friends.
Did you
gave
pull your
me
shirt
some
up?
Beads.
You did.
Some friends gave me some beads. Keep your feet on the ground.
I'm not even mad. Why don't you just fucking
Keep
say it?
your feet on the ground.
All right, guys. Anyway, we'll check y'all next week. Let's see. Auburn's got the game against Alabama on Friday. 6 o'clock tip. We'll go ahead and do that afterward.
What did you just say?
6
There's
o'clock
not a
tip
game
off.
on Friday?
I said Wednesday.
You said Friday.
I said Wednesday. Do you guys have my back on that? I said Wednesday.
Okay.
On Wednesday, we'll do a show, and we'll do it after the Alabama game. Hopefully, Auburn wins that game. And then also the season, the final game of the regular season is going to be 1 o'clock on Saturday too, right? Courtney, thoughts?
Keep your feet on the ground.
Yeah, all right. So we'll see then. Wait, hold on. There's a bunch of
Jay.
Pocket Watch wants us to call Neil. Canoeman says hashtag call Neil. Why are you up? What are you? Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go.
Good night.
All right, guys. I'll see y'all next time. Wednesday night. Appreciate y'all. Till then, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. Peace. Love you guys. Courtney.
Good night.
See ya.